Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 here at South Summit 2022. My name is Daniel Hires, and I will be your host today on the growth stage. How are you doing? How was last night? Did you stay up late? Did you meet some good people? I hope so. I see a couple of coffees here in the audience, so I take that as a good sign that you had fun last night. Well, we're here to wake you up today with a terrific program. We are going to talk about fintech, about ecosystems in Israel, in Spain, in Portugal. And we're going to ask ourselves if founders should become investors and talk about failure. But before we get into all of that, we have a fantastic presentation for you. So thank you for being here this morning. We are going to take a closer look at the deals that investors and startups are getting. And to take a look into that, we have a fantastic speaker who's going to walk us through what has been happening in the ecosystem over the past years. He is the Managing Director, Tech Europe for Auric, and please help me welcome here on stage, Raf Kruon. Raf.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Hello, everybody. Thanks for making it up so early. Buenos dias. I'm going to speak to English, I think, it's better for most of us. I'm very happy to be here. It's my 6th year at South Summit. Of course, it's the 10th year anniversary, so to make it special. First, quick show of hand. How many of you know Auric in the room? None of you know Auric. Fantastic. So we're starting from scratch. That's amazing. All right, so I'm going to go through a few different slides. This is way too many slides for our presentation this morning, so I'm going to try to go through a couple. But the message is key, and what's behind this particular presentation is more than just, a series of slides. I think there's a key message here. We are one of the biggest tech law firm in Europe, actually the biggest tech law firm in Europe, and we're covering a massive amount of deals. That gives us access to a pretty large overview of the entire market. And the reason I'm here today is to give you a view on the report that we publish every year. And that report goes through the extensive level of terms that every single one of the entrepreneurs that sign a term sheet are supposed to look into. And so that's a good overview, inside view of how, over the last few years, the actual market is getting better for entrepreneurs and not necessarily for investors. So here's the slides. Green button, right? All right, let me see. Is there a press button somewhere? There you go. Okay. So, Auric briefly. We are one of the biggest tech law firm in the world. We have about 1,000 more lawyers across 25 countries. As you can see, we're in many, many different regions. We're not in Spain, though. I think we need to correct that, because we haven't been in Spain. We do a lot of deals in Spain. We're not based in Spain yet. And what it means is we are very much global, but also we touch on so many different topics. I don't know if many of you have touched on legal topics. Well, I suppose the minute you start a business, you need to understand the limitation, the benefits you can get. So we touch on pretty much everything. So we help entrepreneurs across different things, from regulatory advice, employment compliance, to compensation, benefits, merger, acquisition, you name it, all the scope. So we're a multi-service firm. What does it mean? It means that when you come to us, well, we can help you for anything. But also do the entire stack of support. So that also means that we do from startups to public company. We do seed to IPO. So it's a global firm and it's a global stage. That's phenomenal, because you can see some of those names. It allows us to have a magic view over the entire spectrum and entire sort of life cycle of the ecosystem. I'm going to skip that. It's all, it's like I feel like I'm raising all the great numbers that we have and stuff. But basically, we're big, right? All right. And big, how big? Well, we've done north of 1,000 venture deals last year in 2021, representing about $62 billion overall. So, massive amount, and 52 different countries. So again, it's a great opportunity for us to look globally in an exhaustive way at the market. But the reason, we do this is because we're really problem solvers. We are, and as you can see on the right, you probably can't read anything because it's too small anyway, but on the right side, we talk about, the comprehensive support that we give, access to all the stages, and the fact that we're nimble and scalable. Because we might be big, but at the end of the day, it's 1 or 2 partners working with 1 or 2 entrepreneurs. And so it's really about dedicated support. Some of the transactions below, I mean, we don't shy away from a $1 billion transaction in itself, so it's big. But we also do a lot, as I said, yeah, obviously a lot of unicorns, right? Passing on doesn't matter. But we also do a lot in Spain. As you can see on the bottom right, those are some of the experience that we've had in Spain from, from Payflow to Hubook to, Everseen and a couple of others. So we love Europe. We're very much European by work, even though it's an American firm originally. And what I wanted to just briefly show you today is that report that we publish every year. Now, this is available online for anyone. It's completely free. You just go, actually Google, Auric Dealflow 2.0, and you'll find it instantly. You can download the PDF. You got tons of information in there, way more than what we're going to be covering today, obviously. So feel free to download it and have a look, or drop me an email and ask if you have any questions. But the bottom line is, this is an amazing opportunity for you to look in depth at what happens when you're on the other side of the table as an entrepreneur. Last year was, as all of you know, I'm sure, was an incredible year, like a record-breaking year in terms of financing transaction level. More than $100 billion dollars got invested in the European tech ecosystem, which was by far much bigger than we've ever seen so far. Now, we'll talk about 2022, what's coming, which clearly might be balanced out. But for now, this year's was more than triple the size of any investment we've seen before. Second thing is, we've analyzed about 500 more venture capital on this particular study, and we are basically covering 20% of the entire market. So again, a lot of things that we've done. This is basically where we're standing. And if you look at what we do, we do more than 2 times the amount of deals that any of our other competitors do. So we got that view. And so we do that report every year. On the side, we also do the State of European Tech. How many of you know that report, State of European Tech? You don't know that report? Come on, guys. I mean, this is big. We do that with Atomico. We launch that as Slush every year. This is the extensive research view on the entire state of the European tech. So download it as well. It's available online. It's really big, and you have all the different interesting topic you can imagine around the European tech. What our report does is more in-depth studies on what it is that we do during the signature of the term sheets and what kind of deals the actual entrepreneurs get. Now, if you get into the highlights, we've had a year of uncertainty because of COVID still, right? And so you can see that, we've had a lot of teams being decentralized across different European sort of countries. People are just naturally now working in different places, even though some are trying to go back to the office now. We've seen a lot of regulatory scrutiny coming back, a lot of people looking into the state to regulate more things. But we do, we see that physical location is getting less important as well. But in terms of competitivity of the deals, it's actually increasing. And so we see that the funders are getting more control over the deals they're making. I'll get into a bit more details later, but that's the key message here. Founders are getting better terms than ever before. On the sectors, we've seen roughly, 1 in 4 deals were done in the fintech sectors, which is not a big surprise, and it mirrors about 159% increase in Europe, which is huge, and much more. And the largest growth in itself is marketplaces, which again shouldn't be surprising you, because that's where the massive scale has been coming. And some good interesting things around energy. And of course, you've all seen this massive amount in take on valuation of the deals in general, right? So we've seen scaling to a unicorn and IPO getting much, much faster, because when you get a Series A of 700 million, like Sorare, well, it doesn't take much to get straight to the next level. What we see is sometimes up to 11 times, the increase of what we've done in 2020. So again, I'm not going to give you numbers. You can see them on the chart, and you can see them on the value straight away out of the report. But it's incredible the amount of increase that we've seen over the last year. And sometimes even during the summer months, which you expect to be lower, actually, a lot of travel lockdown actually made it more than we expected it to be. So, as you can see from the last one, which is interesting as well, almost 20% of our European VC deal were more than $100 million, count in dollars, and almost half of them were more than $250 million. So again, massive increase in size of deals in general across the board. When you look at the segments, as we said, fintech is number 1. There's a lot in fintech happening right now, and fintech means a lot of things, by the way. It's insurtech and fintech, it's market, it's the actual infrastructure behind it, so it's pretty wide, but it's everything around the financial institutions. Marketplaces are getting good because they're getting more and more digitalized, and of course, again, you should know that, and you've seen that. We see that COVID has massively accelerated this. process, so it's being more and more. A lot of what we call planet positive as well deals are being done. Any of you working in sustainability here? All right, 1, 2, okay. So, we've seen about 11% captured around that field, and there's going to be more and more, as we know, because, it's becoming not only necessary, but also more interested on behalf of the investors and the planet in general. So we're going to see more over the next years. And on that particular topic, again, look at the State of European Tech report. We have a special section on that, which is pretty extensive. You'll have a lot of information in there. And last but not least, as I said, a lot of scrutiny around new regulation that are being put in place. And so what is good is when you go to deep tech segments like quantum computing, when you go to AI, all of this are being a little bit more regulated to allow for less cowboys attitude when it comes to working with those technologies. And of course, cybersecurity has been a big threat over the last year because everybody went digital. So there's also a lot of that being to look into. So segments that are increasing. When you look at the stages, look at that Series C. It's impressive. We got 99% increase in deal size on average on Series C and D, which in Europe didn't used to be the case at all. We were very good at early stage. Mid-growth and late stage, not that much, because the capital wasn't there. What's happening over the last 2 years is the capital increase coming from all around the world with the interest of that particular region makes it grow faster. And so, on average, the earlier stage investment were 2.6 times faster, C and B, but Series E, which is even the later stage pre-exit, basically, on the deal value of $3.9 billion, average size $332 million, which means that, as I said before, a massive acceleration towards exit, IPO, or merger and acquisition, M&A. So again, this is an interesting trend because even though it's early to talk about financing in the morning, a lot of companies are going to go faster to exit. Some decline. I'm going to skip that because it's a little bit too detailed for what the time we have left anyway, but just have a look at the report to see this interesting trend of new ways of financing your company, not necessarily through classic VC equity, but also through venture debt and other mechanisms. So there's a lot of that going on in there. You clearly can't see anything on the right side, but those are the actual terms that you see. 2 things you need to remember there. As I said, more founder-friendly terms. Right? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. You got more founder-friendly terms in later stage deals, which means that anyone know what anti-dilution is? If you're an entrepreneur, you should know what anti-dilution is. Yes. So basically, there's a lot less anti-dilution, which means that you can actually, invest at will. You got a lot of better deals from the earlier stage, and again, even in Series C, it's moving away from this. You got threshold. You got founder veto. So founder veto is something that's important in earlier stage because that means that the founder can say no to some decision being taken by the board. So there's a lot less at the later stage, but there's more in the early stage. So again, favorable terms, better terms for the entrepreneurs in general than we used to have before. Similar ideas around the board seats. So what's interesting is you get, more founder control at the base. So, future financing and growth strategy means that they can actually do more with the money they have earlier, and that's a good thing as well. So again, as a funder, you want to be able to allocate your resources properly. You want to be able to work properly with what you raise and not being stuck by a board that says, no, this is not the way to do it. So that's again, going in the right direction. Funders are taking control again. And of course, as a VC, I'm an ex-VC, I do tend to agree that if you lead a little bit of liberty to the funders that you actually trust to do the job, then they actually go further and faster than if you were to be controlling them too much, right? It's like any regulation. It's never too good if it's too strict. But so the bottom line is, and it's pretty much on time because we've got 50 seconds left, it's getting better for founders out there, right? A lot better in terms of deal terms. Of course, 2022 might look very different than 2021 in terms of picture of number of deals, but the fact that you have still a massive amount of dry powder out there, aka massive amount of funds that got raised over the last 2 or 3 years, I mean, we're very bullish. We'll still see a lot of investment going through. It might take longer. We'll get a lot less of the crazy 48 hours deal done without even looking at the product thing, which happened a lot last year. But it also means that it's better in terms of future sustainability of some of those companies. So I'm overall very happy that we had a crazy 2022 because it allows us to have an acceleration in digitalization and a better view on the terms that we get over the course of this coming years. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please come to us. You got my name. I don't know if you got my email somewhere. no, you don't. But anyway, come to me if you're interested at the end. I'm happy to answer any questions. And if anything, have a very good day in La Nave. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Raf. Thank you very much for bringing the good news as well. I mean, for all the founders in the room here, that must sound like music to your ears, that there is still money to be raised and deals to be done. And well, as we heard from Raf, 1 in 4 of the deals are in fintech. And so that's going to be our next topic. We have a fantastic panel here to discuss the future of revolutionary fintech. And here to manage and moderate this panel, we have the country manager, Spain at Konto. Please give a warm applause for Carles Marcos y Guardia.
Estar de pie, ¿eh?
Well, let's begin with this. I couldn't be more excited to be here today. Yesterday I was striving to start the fintech track already. And here with me I have 4 fantastic panelists that will talk about how revolutionary is the fintech space and what they are doing in their businesses to bring this on. So please welcome the 4 panelists that we will introduce briefly. Well, Kicho here, country manager at Trade Republic. Trade Republic is the German unicorn. It's a trading platform for B2C that helps people to invest smartly. Then we have Peter, who's founder at Uncap. It's revenue-based finance, which we'll talk about this later, that helps entrepreneurs not to dilute and raise growth capital for the companies. Then we have Juan with us. He's also founder at Bupos, and it's also another revenue-based finance platform, in this case more focused on M&A deals, so also helping founders to get funded to raise M&A funds. And then we have Luis, director at Zone to Boost, which is the open innovation program to help e-commerce and fintech, which is sponsored by CaixaBank and Ingenico. So 4 amazing panelists to talk about how their products are revolutionary. As you know, in the past years, the finance industry has evolved a lot. We have new asset classes, new ways of investing. We have new payment methods, and the list could go on and on and on. So I thought the best way to start is to ask them what makes their products revolutionary. So we can start with you, Kicho.
Yeah, I can go. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to be sharing with you the roundtable and to be here today. I think that for understanding exactly why Trade Republic is revolutionary, we need to understand something and take a step back to understand what's very important for the company, which is the timing. Not exaggerating, give it a thought. Our generation is facing one of the biggest challenges really soon, which is the pension gap, which means that if you think about many headwinds we'll find as a society, which are inflation, the demographic pyramid being inverted, if you think about the life expectancy to be longer than ever and expanding, and many other factors like the interest rates, which are increasing now, but they're really, really low, we're facing a really big challenge. The pensions, as we think of them, are not going to exist in some years. And that's going to have a massive impact in everybody's life. And investing and saving, it's more important than ever. And I think nobody has been able to give a fair access. Nobody has been able to educate population on how important it is to invest, especially in Europe. I think in other countries like in Nordics maybe, or in the US and Canada, it's something that everybody knows. And nobody has created this feeling of being rewarded and feeling that you're investing yourself by investing and saving. And I think what's revolutionary about us is that. It's giving a fair access, it's being transparent, it's giving super low commissions, which is really important when you're investing long term. And yeah, that's the key.
You cannot trust us straight to provide your pension, so get yourself ready for the future. Fantastic. What about you, Peter?
So my story about founding Uncapped comes from a bit the other side. I used to be a VC before starting a company, and as a VC investor, I met hundreds, thousands of these good companies where founders were willing to part away with a big chunk of their child, of their business. And in many cases, this money were not spent even to build something, building technology or invest in R&D. We just wanted to spend this money to buy more ads, or buy more inventory, or buy more salespeople. Things that they knew will deliver growth because they have proven economics. And I always felt as a VC that, I'm kind of ripping them off. And there must be a smarter way for them to fund the growth of their business. And venture capital is an amazing institution and amazing source of growing their business, but it shouldn't be the only one. If you think about the larger businesses, they always fund their growth through the debt. And hence, after several years in the VC world, the idea came to my mind that now we have so much data, and these companies, use all these platforms like Stripe and PayPal and Shopify, and you can ingest all this data and be much smarter about it. And hence, Uncapped was created. And what we do is, within 24 hours, we give the businesses, tech companies, the debt capital to fund their needs, to fund the working capital, to fund their marketing, inventory, or growth.
24 hours, you said? Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. What about you, Luis? Sorry, Juan.
Okay.
I
was going to say that the key word behind the fact of our revolution is data, because in the end, what we're doing is pretty similar to what Uncapped is doing, in the sense that we offer financing, very quick financing, 48 hours, for a specific use case, which in this case is M&A, which was kind of an orphan type of financing. But the key, or the key difference compared to what a bank could do, is that we just pull the data directly from all these sources, and we can build an underwriting file in a couple of days, compared to what a bank does in terms of using the statements, analyzing it, making sure that everything's right. When you pull the info directly from the Amazon marketplace or from Stripe, you can verify that very easily, and you can make sure that you're lending on the right company. So I guess that data is probably the key word behind the revolution in terms of financing, new financing business models.
It could become a deal breaker when you have easy access to money to acquire a company, being faster than maybe another person that might come and acquire it. It's fantastic. So, Luis, want to boost? Tell us about it.
I'm a VC, so I don't have any business model to explain, but I'm more than agree with them that data is the key. But also, I think that the different component that you have that make you apart from the traditional institutions is the flexibility. At the end, you're able, as you were saying, to take the data in 1 hour, 2 hours, you analyze them, and in 24 or 72 hours, you have an answer. We are not able to do this. And this is because they are focused for the customer. They have the answer when they want. We have to take time, and something that the client doesn't want. So they have the customer centricity that it's needed, and we have to work with them in order to achieve this, because it's impossible for us.
Definitely,
We
we'll
have
touch
different
base.
rules, legacy, legislation.
We'll touch base on this kind of collaboration later on. We kind of discussed about data, how this is important, and I wanted to go deep a little bit on revenue-based finance, because I know the credit scoring probably is one of the key aspects of your revolutionary business model. So can you tell us a bit more how you build this, how you disrupt it from what's current stage of art?
Sure. It took us now, we're building our company for 2.5 years, and we are still out code in a day one. When we started the business, I approached every single credit person in London or in Europe more broadly to hire someone very, very smart to help me figure out how to credit score these companies. And the unfortunate truth was every single person I met had a very different perspective to ours. They wanted to, especially when it comes to scoring smaller businesses, they wanted to look at credit reports and the personal credit file of the directors. And they never thought about, hey, I want to go deep to the business. What are the unit economics of a business? How do I analyze it? For the larger business, they wanted to go to the, some sophisticated assets, and they were very, very, very conservative. They didn't look at the real-time data. What we do is we go very, very deep. We go to the raw source of the data, and we analyze deeply the company performance. We integrate with their Google, with their payments, and we are looking at things like how many customers are coming back, how fast are customers back, what SKUs are selling, what is the margin of SKU, how is it trending all over time, what is the conversion ratio on the website, because we go to the Google Analytics data. We're looking at how are the channels performing. Is your paid channel better than other channel? All these insights are very, very different and real time versus what the traditional lender is doing. So when, for example, COVID started, when the markets collapsed, we were able to identify the customers where their sales data were going up, and we only had to have 10 days of data. After 10 days, we see the trend. Well, everyone is down, you guys are up. Well, go for it, sell as many these blankets or as many food delivery to home as you want. We'll give you the funding.
Wow. And to me, I must ask this follow-up question because, I don't want you to share the secret kind of source, but how is it? Is it a common model that you apply to any business, or you kind of differentiate these kind of weights of all the aspects that you're evaluating case by case? So there's some manual work, or it's kind of a model?
There is manual work. Okay. So the thing is, our average loan is in hundreds of thousands of pounds. So while we can serve small customers, we can give someone 5,000, 10,000 loan. Average advance we're giving is in hundreds of thousands. The largest ones is like 5, 10 million. You cannot give a 5 million loan to someone like that, but our team is focused on a specific customer segment, which is e-commerce, Amazon sellers, SaaS businesses, tech companies. We understand them deeply, we have data, and we can analyze them in a second. My team, customer connects the data, my team will see this whole model with the data and all the factors, all the analysis within a couple minutes. And then they can analyze and understand what's going on, what's not going on. We are looking how our gross margin is developing, how our contribution margin is developing. We have a forecasting models which forecast us the cash flow and the balance sheet of a company going forward. And this allows us to make the decisions fast and efficiently.
Very interesting. How is this different or common in case of M&A?
I guess that in our case, we do all those things. In the end, the key here is to focus on specific verticals that you understand well, and you get both the financials of the company, but at the same time, operational parameters that you can pull from the Amazon Marketplace or from Stripe. For example, you can rebuild cohorts based on Stripe transactions. That's the type of things that we do. But we also underwrite the owner of the business. In the end, we're betting on someone. So let's say that you, Carlos, are buying a $500,000 business. We would lend 400K for you to buy the business. So in the end, we're partnering with you. So other than the business, we also underwrite buyers. So how do we do that? Well, part of our engineering team comes from a reputation company called Trady. And some of the technology that they were using, we're applying here. So we take a look at the social network profiles, and we have like a specific questionnaire and make sure that they have the right experience, the right track record in terms of managing the business that they want to acquire. For us, that's also super important.
Very interesting, very interesting. Also taking into account who you are lending this money to make sure that this is going to be a success. How is this different? What's the secret sauce in case of Trade Republic, which is more B2C focused, right? How you make things different for personal investors?
I think it's access. Going back to my initial idea, I think if you think of how hard it is to open a brokerage account somewhere, if you think about, let me do a question maybe in the panel. How many of you are investing? Okay. How many of you know how many commissions you pay per trade or per custody? Well, half. I think that the secret sauce is giving easy access, giving people the ability to open an account really quickly, in a really simple and straightforward way. Being really transparent with commissions, which is a key part of saving in the long term, which is our main focus. We're super focused in trying to make people save in the mid-long term. And the last thing is education, which is something that we're starting to develop right now. If you look at our customer base, the numbers we share are from May 2021. With after 2 years of operations, we had 1 million customers back then, and 50% of them were newbies, people that never invested before, which reveals a lot about how simple it is to step in, to start trading, to start setting up savings plans. And yeah, I think it's access, which translates into pricing, commissions, transparency, and easiness of use, and an inviting platform that invites you to invest in the long term instead of speculating and trying to make money really fast.
That's fair enough. So these guys are doing amazing things. How do you see the collaboration between traditional banks and new fintechs that are bringing all this innovation into the table? And I think that's precisely what you're doing in the Open Innovation Hub.
I think that at the end we have to work together, no? Because in the banks, I don't mind if it's CaixaBank, Santander, whatever it is, they work really good. I will say really good, but they get used to working with traditional, let's say, sellers or traditional companies or traditional. And this is the difference because these guys are doing things differently. For example, there has as you have said, you have focus, no? In verticals, for example, Amazon sellers, e-commerce, tech companies, hypergrowth companies. And these kind of companies need something different that we get used to doing it. So we have to work together with them. They have the QAC and QAB, the onboarding of people or companies. It's amazing. They are able to do it in 1 hour or whatever it is, but we have to send them to the branch. We have to ask for thousands of documents. And also, how they are touching on modeling the risk engines that they have. No? They are getting the information automatically from the CRM, CMS, ERP. We ask for this information. And only with these small things, they make us apart from us. And that's what we want to get. Obviously, inside of the bank, it's quite difficult. We have many different topics, as I was saying. The legacy, our infrastructure, it's quite difficult to change, and it's not so easy to take the information from the CRM. No, we have to do, first of all, we should have everything through APIs, and it's not like this, because we are not a new company. So there are so many things that we are not able to do yet that we have to work together with them. And also, I think that I think for one side, you need us, no? Because it's quite difficult to get the people, to get companies, and we have the clients. So I think that the best thing that we can do is to work together. It's a perfect match. And always there is, I think, the formula to do it.
What would be a good example, for example, that you built in Zontoboost that could, or maybe if it's confidential, we won't go into this, but I guess what you were saying is let's learn from each other because there's knowledge base on the traditional banks that it's super valuable for fintechs, and there's fintechs that need also customer base to prove their model and scale, so there's always synergies and paths together.
For example, there is a small company called Menir that they help companies or big banks and funds to make easier to recover the debt that you have with clients, for example. No? We started with them working within a small part of the bank in order to reduce the timing that we need to recover our money at the end. And they used data, and it was fantastic. The results, it was amazing. From 120 days as average, we reduced them till 90. That's really amazing. It's something that we were not being able to do without them, because everything is based on, let's say, IT, technology, and data, and they do it perfectly. Then the base of all of you is the same. Data, a good modeling and scoring, good technology, and it's something that we need. And these kind of things, it's what we do.
We could touch base in many areas of your business that are innovative, but I think a common one would be onboarding, right? Making a difference when a new customer comes in and you provide them with the access to your service. How you do this differently? We can start maybe with you, Quincho.
Yeah, we're trying to simplify the funnel as much as possible. I think we're learning a lot from other players and traditional players as well, like on things to improve. And our obsession is to make it as simple as possible and fast. We work with an external partner, in our case, and we work really closely in trying to understand, learn, iterate, improve things really quickly. And for us, it's key to be compliant like anybody else. But for us, it's also like really, really important to give a super simple access. So yeah, we have a massive focus put on trying to make it easy to understand for many people who are investing for the first time, in our case. But also for people who want to, I mean, if you compare like the onboarding of a traditional bank when you open a brokerage account to any online player, it's a different world. So yeah, we're trying to improve it as much as possible, and we are listening from customers, we are looking at numbers and improving the funnel as much as possible.
Fair enough. What about you, Peter?
We have two stages of onboarding, and one is the one where you share the data with us, and then there's a final one, which normally bank would do, which is like KYC, AML. It's very last, and for us, this part is not very problematic because customer already agreed to take money from us, and now for them to do the due diligence KYC is, they want the money, so they'll do it. But the first part is very interesting because there's a huge trade-off with amount of data you need to underwrite versus, let's say, how many steps there are in the process. So on one hand, we want to minimize the amount of work that the client has to do, but then this means we have less data, and finding the right balance in the trade-off is very, very important.
A bit cooler.
And all the time we're figuring how can we minimize amount of work that the client has to do. How can we make the decisions without as much information as we really want from the customer. And then there is another thing, which is the trust. The customers, when they give us, we ask for a lot. We ask for the access to their Shopify, to their Stripe, to their bank account, accounting software. Building a trust and giving the confidence to the client that the data are safe with us is difficult, it's problematic, and probably this is one of the biggest obstacles we have in the funnel, and you know, we're working hard to give it to the customers and encourage them to share data with us.
Interesting.
Yeah, when people think about KYC, AML, and all these things that regulation forces into financial institutions, it sounds like a very heavy layer of things that you have to ask, but in the end, it's not so much of a big deal. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there that you can integrate with to make the process really easy. So I guess it's a matter of having the right user experience to make sure that everything happens very quickly and make sure that customers have everything they need handy, which in the end is a passport, info about the company, this type of thing. And that's one type of onboarding that can be done, I would say, relatively easily. You obviously have to have checks to prevent fraud. And then there's the other type of onboarding, which is the type of info that you want to gather from the customer. And in our case, as I said, we gather information from both the owner of the business and the business itself, even if we are kind of lending on the business and we ask no personal guarantees from the owner, but that's kind of an important process. And I guess that we're still learning about that, by the way, in terms of what amount of friction we want to add at the beginning of the process to make sure that we serve them well. Because in the end, our customers, in many instances, contact us when they're looking for a business. They haven't detected the business that they want to buy. So they contact us, and they're scouting, they're searching. So that type of people, we don't want to add too much friction at the beginning, because we want them to get comfortable with the product. We want them to analyze or see how we analyze businesses and work with them through the process. But then comes a point in time when we have to stop, and we have to say, okay, if you want to move further, then you have to let us know a little bit more about you to make sure that you're the right partner for us. So it's kind of, we're still learning on that, but it's an interesting problem to solve.
Fair enough. Do you want to add on something, Luis?
At the end, I love what they are saying. I love. But you are not a regulated institution, and it's something that let's say it's the key. Because once you have a big structure and you're a regulator under the central bank, the risk team, compliance team comes to you, and here there are some people from solutions from CaixaBank that say, no, we would like to do the things like BOPOS. We get the data from here, we don't ask this document because we don't need, because he is not asking for it. And when they come, they change it completely. No, the regulation says this. And this is the vision that you have, that I think that we have to get some of it, that you have to take some risk, but until when? So you are taking a higher risk than us, asking for the onboarding, only with the information. I'm just saying this. And we are not doing this. And this is the difference. And the client, what they want, what you are doing. At the end, I don't want to ask for, I don't want to give you my DNA, my passport, my whatever, registro mercantil, or any kind of document. So this is the things that we should find the balance between you and us.
I disagree. Listen, we are fully compliant, and I think if you want, you can do everything online and smooth way to the customer.
Sure. And to build on that, like we are regulated by BaFin in Germany and supervised by CNBV.
So are we.
But yeah.
Okay, but at the end, the interpretation of compliance is See, I'm with you. I mean, but they come to you, and there are different visions. And the visions that the bank takes is the hardest one. And this is the difference.
No, the thing is, the banks don't understand the modern customers. We don't understand the startups. We don't understand the Gen Z customers, and that's why I'm happy about it. This is my customers, right? Like, I hope the banks will fail for many more years.
Sure. And for this, my position appears in the bank now. At the end, we are trying to learn from you because we have a lot to learn. Obviously, we have many things really good, but talking about user experience, you are much better. We don't have anything to do.
I think that's a super.
It is what it is.
And yeah, I share more this vision than, than the traditional bank's vision, obviously. But in our case at Konto, it's very much about iterating. And obviously, there's always conversations with the regulators, with our compliance team. But it's finding the right balance between giving ourselves homework to collect or to find the sources of data that we need to onboard customers and providing like the least homework to customers, so they provide the minimum information that is required, so we can pull information from other sources and make the whole experience much easier. And I think what we do is to test and iterate. So since we are very data-driven, what we try is to do A/B testing on the funnel, see which things work, which things doesn't, and obviously following compliance, which is applicable to all of us.
And to add on what you're saying is, I would love to say that regulators need to learn as well. Like the world is changing, the customers are changing, the way people consume things is changing. And I think disruptors, we're really close to regulators to help them understand exactly how things are changing. So yeah, just reinforcing that we work really closely with them. And we try to share best practices, we try to share how do we see customers behaving. But it's a key part of our role as disruptors in an industry to be really close to regulators and to, if possible, educate them on things that are changing.
100%.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to let you leave without asking you a very important question. We are in uncertain times. You touch base on it, interest rate raising, quite uncertainty in terms of funding and so on. What's your vision for the next few months, years on your industry specifically, for your future prospects, and how we can keep revolutionizing this finance industry? Let's do maybe 30 seconds each.
In my opinion, even though it's going to be a painful moment for some startups, it's a good thing for the industry in general. I think that strong companies with strong value propositions are gonna thrive. It's a good moment to take over the market and to take over some competition that wasn't doing a good job. So I think the cleanup is going to be hard, but I think the cleanup is going to be good for the industry in general. And regarding funding, I think, winners are going to be able to raise. We raised a new round of funding this week. And I think that strong players are going to be able to get some funds from investors, meanwhile others are going to struggle a bit.
Completely.
I'm actually a huge pessimist. I see the data of thousands of companies in real time, and the data I see are worse than anyone sees in the papers and everywhere else. I think it's going to be a bloodbath, and I would encourage every founder to prepare for the worst, because what we see is just very, very scary.
Wow.
Yeah, I can tell you what I'm seeing in the market right now, which is, I don't know what's going to happen in 6 months, but I can tell you what's going on now. And this is a mostly US vision, because our company, basically our clients are in the US. And we're seeing that people are acquiring companies at lower multiples. That's something that's happening now. So all the bigger players are not buying companies anymore. And that kind of leaves more room for people who have cash and probably are less competitive with, when in an environment with big players buying things. So it kind of helps us in a way. And that's something that's happening, definitely. And then in terms of performance, the companies that we're analyzing these days, we've seen as well a trend in worse performance. I mean, 1 year ago, most Amazon sellers were kind of booming. SaaS businesses were thriving. And what we're seeing now is we still see businesses that are thriving, growing, and doing well. A lot of businesses that are kind of flat-ish going down. And there's a new cohort of businesses that we hadn't seen before that are going down 20%. So I guess there's going to be winners and losers out of
Definitely.
this. That's what I can extract from that.
What's your view, Luis?
I will say that it's going to be similar as the internet bubble. in the 2000. I think that companies, and currently the BCs has spent a lot of money with high prices, and I think that everything is going to start to establishing to their position. No? And in talking about fintechs, that I invest in many of them, and just tell to them that just take care, be quiet with the money, and let's see what is going to happen in the next year. Obviously, we don't know. But I really think that the small funds are starting to dry. Big ones are starting to put money smartly, let's say this, because I know a lot of them that they were saying, I want one KPI. Which one? Marketing. How much you are spending in marketing? This is fair? No. And I think that these things are going to change. And as they are saying, the companies are starting to grow in a lower steps. So things are going to be hard next years.
That's, well, amazing predictions. We are running out of time, and I'm very sorry to leave because I would spend half an hour or an hour more with you guys. It's been fantastic to get your thoughts on the industry, on how we are revolutionizing this sector, and thank you to the audience for being here. Round of applause.
You can see already the room is full to the brink. People are getting in line over there. Fintech is really the topic of interest today here at the Growth Stage. And well, we are going to continue talking about it and about the future and how to manage the era that is coming up, especially how to manage startups in this new era. And here to discuss this topic, we have a wonderful panel with you for you today. And we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the discussion with the help of a wonderful moderator. She is a partner at Kibo Ventures, who manage more than 300 million euro across 4 funds. And please welcome on stage Sonia Fernandez.
The rest? No? Okay. Well, hi everyone. Thank you for coming to the panel. I wanted to thank especially SpainCap and Day One for sponsoring this event. And we're going to talk about, what's going to happen in this, what's happening in this new cycle. So maybe I can get the panelists to come to the stage. Rai, Ana, and Álvaro. Okay. All right, well, thanks everyone. The theme of the panel is how to manage in a new cycle market. So we've all been hearing a lot in this last few months about, what's changing, high inflation, expectations of, a new cycle, how it's impacting startups, businesses, funding rounds. So it's a lot of uncertainty, definitely. So we're going to touch a little bit on this topic this morning. I'm going to start by letting the 3 panelists introduce themselves. So, Rai, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Sonia. I'm the co-founder CEO of Ritmo. We are B2B payment financing solution for e-commerce companies here in Europe and Latin America.
So, thanks, Sonia. My name is Ana Villanueva. I'm one of the co-founders of Tico. We're a prop tech company that allows homeowners to sell their house in just a few days in a very hassle-free process. And we do this by, first of all, buying the asset and then digitizing the end-to-end process to make it scalable and guarantee a good user experience.
Excellent.
All right, so first, thanks us for inviting us here. Flattered to be with such an impressive panel. I'm Álvaro. I'm one of the co-founders, one of the 3 of TaxDown. It's a platform where we try to solve taxes for people. Basically, we want to give technology to empower people to manage their taxes on an active way. I internally manage all what is related to product and business strategy.
Great. So we're going to start with you, Rai. So Ritmo provides revenue-based financing to businesses that sell online. How do you think this new cycle is going to impact their ability to finance their businesses? Do you think Ritmo is going to be more relevant for them? Are you seeing any changes, if any? Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of changes in the market. We have a lot of data from thousands of e-commerce companies where we specialize ourselves. And the changes, none of these e-commerce are performing since like the data they have from the pandemic. So they're coming back to the 2019 numbers, essentially. And the problem is no more a growth, it's more a cash flow and survival problem. Ourselves, we are not focusing on direct-to-consumer brands. The method of alternative finance that we use is applied to working capital. And the problem we solve in the market is the cash flow problem. It's not a growth problem. So we see ourselves becoming much more relevant because of two reasons mainly. The one that is very aware of everybody here in the audience, and this is basically the inflation rate and the supply chain crisis in China and overseas, that it has increased the freight and forwarding cost for 10x and increased everything on the shipping and the product, and it's becoming a lot more expensive for e-commerce companies. Our clients, often, they don't have a ratio of debt that is more than 2% and 5%, so they are not a heavy debt company, asset-light companies. And most of these companies, they were not how do you say, having the right proposal for them. So what we did in the last 4 months is adapt our proposal to what they want, which is basically extending the payment terms with the suppliers, giving more firepower to optimize the working capital cycle, and align the payments with the financing. And for us, it's been a very, very intense 4 months and a half. We were lucky that we started to execute this 6 months ago, because instead of servicing the startups ourselves, we were looking for servicing SMBs. And SMBs' problem is not growth, because they don't expect to grow like double-digit month by month. They can grow 5%, 6, 10 growth. They are cash flow-driven, positive companies. The problem solving is different, so you need to adjust your product offering. So I think one of the things for us it was very important is listen to the market carefully more than ever, adapt your solution as fast as you can, and for our case, where banks are actually giving less credit and suppliers, our mission here at Ritmo is connect the merchants with the suppliers. The suppliers are giving most often credit to their clients, and that credit is freezing right now. Banks are giving not credit as well to this specific. So for us, it's a very specific, great moment where we can jump there with cautious, because it's a tough moment to lend money, and also by identifying how is the best way you can serve those clients. Is that only giving capital, or is just helping them to manage the cash flow? Because if you give only capital to the business and you don't teach them how to manage the cash flow, they can spend the capital. And if you give a lot of capital and you give a loan, instead of giving optionality of creating a capital efficiency infrastructure, then the capital, they need to give the money back to the client. So for ourselves, it has been a journey. We adapt ourselves to be a capital efficiency company. Even though we are a balance sheet company, we are a capital efficient company because of our product offering, our infrastructure of that, but also our clients, we are encouraging through our product offering to be a capital efficient company. So adapt yourself to the market. For us, it has been more relevant than ever, because suppliers and merchants are still. E-commerce companies and the e-commerce sector itself is not growing as it was growing the last 2 years, but it has very strong fundamentals. And for example, in Mexico, it's growing 20% this quarter, so different regions, they have different...
Definitely, you're a great solution to this problem. Anna, what about real estate? We have, in our funds, we're also exposed to real estate companies. What's your view with this new cycle? Are you seeing any impact, less transactions being done? A transaction will always be done, but at a different price? What's
Sure.
your take?
So this is interesting because most people, think about the correlation between the real estate and this overall economic cycle. And despite, I think we have a very young audience, but at least we have lived through one crisis, 2008. Probably we can consider mini crisis for the pandemic. But every time we think about these periods of time, they are long periods of time. So our particular business, Tico, we actually buy houses, but we hold them for a very short period of time. On average, it takes around 90 days, from the moment that we buy to the moment that we sell, and half of that is for the new buyer to actually get the mortgage, so they have already advanced us some of the prepayment. So we're really not that exposed. What we are seeing, if we look at historical data, on a quarterly basis, these 90 days, the price changes are at most 1-2%. There are only 3 moments in time in which this was more than 4%. One of these moments was June of 2020, and then it recovered just the next quarter. So, as I said, if you look at long terms, there can be a significant exposure and impact, but in the case of Tico, we are really very limited exposed. So really, we are not being significantly affected. On the contrary, I mean, in these 5 months, we already did the business of last year. So
congratulations.
Thank you. So we are seeing, growing demand. In the end, we are also focusing on very liquid markets, on the houses that everyone wants, right? The ones that are more standard, and really we're seeing a growing demand. So of course, there's some impact. So people that they buy now, the mortgage is more expensive than if they bought 6 months ago. Also, the construction material, as you were saying, have increased, but these are not significant impacts in our business. As I said, on the contrary, we're seeing growing and growing demand. In the end, people need to buy and sell houses, regardless of the cycle.
Great. Alvaro, now to you. You focus on helping consumers with their tax returns, and it's very cyclical. We've all seen your ads on TV. Do you think this new cycle or this new economic time that we're seeing, do you think it's going to have a positive impact on your business because people will look at efficient solutions online to do the tax returns? Are you seeing anything?
I always see opportunities. No? So yes, of course, something is happening. That's obvious. No. So the market is moving. For our business, as you mentioned, we are super seasonal, and that allows us to have some skills that are really relevant for moments like this. No, we adapt to business dynamics really quickly. We are able to hire a lot of people and grow the team by 2 or by 3 for 3 months, no, and go back. That I think is something that is difficult to learn. So we're well positioned in that sense, and taxes is counter-cyclical. It's a business that...
You always need to pay taxes.
Exactly. No, and not even. If you are in a bad situation, you probably have unemployment, or maybe you will have people that is selling their crypto to make some gains, no, and live out of it. So all of that type of transactions are things that are good for our business somehow. No? And also in terms of the company or the startup ecosystem, I do think that hiring is also an opportunity. Like there's tons of people that are being laid off from big tech companies. So for us, it's a good moment to fish some talent. And I understand that even if debt is going to be complicated, like healthy, good companies, they're always going to finance their growth with debt. It's something that we have learned in the past 30 years, so that's not going to change. So I think that something is happening, but it will affect the less competitive companies. No? The good ones will always have the funds behind, etc.
No, that's great. Right, you finance yourself with equity, but most of the financing is leveraged, so you have the debt facility. Are you seeing more restrictions on the debt access for a company like Ritmo? Anything that you think has changed now with the new market?
Yeah, we were very fortunate because we raised it and closed it 2 months ago. So for us, it was we are in a very good shape on that perspective. And yeah, definitely there's a lot of changes, more strict covenants. People are getting less risk averse. The environment is not looking good. I don't have a crystal ball to say what is going to happen. I just look about my business. I'm the bottom line, looking about all the data. But debt is going to be also an alternative all the time. If in my sector, where it's 2.5% of ratio of debt compared to SMBs, which is 20-25, I mean, there's a lot of room from this. And because of the structure of online sellers or e-commerce companies, SMB e-commerce companies, where they don't have assets, they're asset-like companies, most of the expenses or the investment, they go off to suppliers, And for those kind of companies, smart lending is always going to be relevant. And in terms of raising debt, if I can make my suggestion, there is, I think it's going to be tough for the next 6 months, but then it's going to be open a huge cycle where there's other players that provide debt finance to startups. To be relevant here, and these players they provide alternative ways of revenue base or of others for startups. They can help some startups to extend the runway. So I see that the environment is becoming a lot more complex for raising. In our case, essentially, we were very fortunate that we raised before, and we don't change the covenants, and we have a very solid underwriting. The thing that we move into payments and financing and execute the payments and generate revenue from different sources at the same time and relate the financing and the payment, make our financing a better product and the payment a better product itself. So it's a kind of synergistic approach. And in terms of how do we see the environment for debt, I think there's going to be an opportunity maybe in 6, 9, 12 months because there's plenty of debt and liquidity in the market. But will be a lot more restrict, and the covenants will be a lot more strict because we're getting into a down cycle that we don't know how it's going to happen, or if it's going to take 12 months or 2 years or 4 years. That's my view.
Hopefully not 4 years.
Yeah.
Anna, what about you? In terms of real estate, do you feel you need to innovate on your product to make it more attractive in this given economic context? How do you see Tico differentiating its value proposition with the consumer?
Yes, as I said before, we haven't changed much our way of working. Obviously, we are considering fundraising will take longer, and you need to be a little bit more conservative in terms of cash that you keep, etc. But as I said, people continue buying and selling. I think what it has changed, as Rai was saying, is growth is not only enough now. You need to have solid financials, and I think we're in a good position there. We have good unit economics, already EBITDA positive, so we want the fundraising in order to grow, but we are not very concerned if it takes longer than what expected, right? So as I said, we haven't changed much in terms of the consumer. We are a little bit more conservative in terms of how long it will take. But I also see this as an opportunity. So there will be consolidation, and we are already seeing this. So for companies that either don't have the cash or are not EBITDA positive, this will be really...
Are you looking at M&A opportunities right now, maybe, or...?
I think we're always looking, but it is not a priority for us right now. Yeah, I do believe companies with solid financials, obviously, in addition to cash, will be stronger out of this crisis. And in particular, in real estate, I'm also very optimistic, not only considering the European landscape, but also Spain in particular. Because this is another counterintuitive thing that people think just because Spain doesn't have one of the largest population is not as relevant for some industries, but we are the number 2, Iberia, Spain and Portugal is the number 2 country in Europe in terms of volume, right? So I think whoever makes it well in Spain will have higher chances not only of becoming a European champion, but also a global champion. So tough times, and we need to be cautious, but I am optimistic.
Great. What about you, Alvaro? Are you seeing, what trends do you think will change, if any, in consumers adopting fintech products and going more online? Do you see anything that will impact the way that you need to market your product, that you need to adapt?
Totally. So more than ever, they will be looking for products that will make them save money, no? And ours is one of them. And it will have, I think, it will have an opportunity during the next years, no? So people will be looking at really getting out of their taxes what they really owe. So for us, it's something that is changing. And in terms of technology and how I see that change in fintech, or the adoption or penetration, I do see that money is flowing freely now to countries or to even continents at a much higher pace than before. No? It's true that now it's slowing down, but last year was record for LATAM, no? For example. So all that money is going to be productive at some point, and is going to return value to the continent, to the countries. And on my experience, what I have seen is that that these type of countries that are maybe not as much penetrated as Europe, for example, they used to skip some steps on that adoption, no? Maybe we will not do 4G and go directly to 5G, so that thing is happening. So yeah. I don't see an effect that is not accelerating the adoption of fintech products that makes your life better, save money, higher productivity, so it's going up for sure.
Great. Maybe one other question for the three of you. I'll change the order. So, what are your investors telling you? Are they advising you to? I mean, I want to hear it from you. And are you worried about funding? You know, getting to your funding round next. What metrics? Is it going to be more strict? Are they? What tips are they giving you? Since everyone is tweeting about things that founders need to do. Anna, do you want to start?
Yes, like, so I don't want to be repetitive, but we are relatively safe. I mean, we have peace of mind in the sense that we have a sustainable business model, right? So the fundraising is not to survive, it's to grow, right? But I don't think there is a consistent, even amongst own investors, a consistent opinion. So, you know, I think everyone has read the Y Combinator letter, like if you are super dramatic, right? If you're considering fundraising in the next 6 months, don't. So I don't think there is a black or white. I think you need to be aware that it's going to take longer on average, and the valuations are going to be lower. So if you are super valuation driven, I think it's wise to wait. In our case, we really have a vision, a global ambition, and valuation, of course, we care if there are investors in the room, but it's not the #1 priority. So for us, it hasn't, as I said, it hasn't changed the plans, but we, in our predictions, in our estimations, we know, it can take longer and at lower valuations, but we are continuing
You're in good
growing,
shape.
investing in
Tico's in good shape. Everyone. What about you, Alvaro? Are you?
We are fundraising, so different stage, I think, maybe. But we feel confident that it's going to happen. No? As I mentioned, healthy companies will always find depth for growth, and I do think that TaxDown is an opportunity to change things around the world. We have changed it in Spain. We're changing it right now in Mexico, and numbers are looking good. No? We're learning a lot about some things that we didn't expect at the beginning, and that changed the business model completely. No? On how we approach people and how we get that holistic approach or solution to the consumer. So well, I do think that everyone will need to be more efficient. But something that gives Spain to Spanish companies is that, or Spanish startups, is that we learn to be efficient really early on. No? Since we are not that near the capital markets, we have to compete in that sense with other well-funded players, and in that sense, I think we're better prepared to tackle this market, no? Less crazy valuations in Spain than in other countries or whatever, no? So.
Great. What about you, Rai?
Yeah.
Any tips? Fire some people.
We're all optimistic. That's not that common, eh?
Come on.
I think it's much more hard right now to fundraise. I'm as Alvaro, I'm actively fundraising right now. I think it's all about getting good fundamentals and getting great teams behind great visions and great spaces to execute and distribute. And these teams and these businesses always get the money. And in our case, we are a 15-month company, a very young company. Ourselves, we have raised a substantial amount of capital and debt. As we have been saying in the panel, there's not all about valuation. If you are crazy about valuation, we ourselves, we're very committed on building a very strong business in Ritmo. And I think in our space, we are getting into a very, very opportunistic space, which is payments itself, and that has allowed us to unlock some investors' pocket money that they are looking for more long-term investments. It's tough. You need to have more fundamentals. You need to have a lot of good economics, more than ever. You need to be less focused on your valuation and more focused on who is you bringing into the table. And I think it's much more harder, but by the other side of the table, you see the right investors when they're investing in a down cycle, and they support businesses that they're going into after this. As we have operations in different regions, and some regions that we're not affected, as in Latin America, we have interest from different players, and in our view is about making it more complete. It takes more time. The valuation is not the main thing. Focus on your fundamentals and preserve cash. And it's tough. And I mean, in our case, when we were 9 months, 10 months, we received a lot of preemptive offers for a valuation that is higher than what we expected today, and we have 5 times or 6 times bigger business in terms of modern recurrent revenue today. So it's all about expectation and getting the right. If I could take the money and that percentage, I need to support a valuation that to be honest, it was crazy. And that's the reality. And so things are getting into fundamentals. I believe VC money is floating, and I think it's going to be hard the next 3 months for some people, yeah. But then I didn't stop to see funds raising more funds, and then eventually at the right valuation with the right teams, there's always going to be investors looking for this kind of things. That's my view at risk.
Yeah, I think the money is there. It's a matter of them being more cautious in the investments, right? But I don't know. Maybe you can tell us your view of that.
I appreciate the honesty. I've never heard a founder said that that their valuation was crazy, but no, it's great. No, I'm really happy that.
Careful, right? Careful.
No. I'm just kidding. But it is true. I mean, sometimes you're very happy because you got 100 times, ARR.
It's not going to happen.
It's very. I mean, you can call it crazy, you can call it overvalued, you can call it whatever you want, but it's clearly, if you try to explain that to somebody, it's going to be very hard to justify. So I think the market is definitely putting things more into perspective. I wanted to ask you one last thing. I think a question. What would you expect now from your current investors? You're not a portfolio company of Kibo, but I'm interested in finding out what would you want investors to help you now? Obviously, fundraising, but the ones that are in your cap table, what advice, I don't know, what would be useful for you? And this was not prepared, so.
I don't know. I'm reading a lot now about the scaling, so that will be probably one of the things that would put more on the table right now for us. How to hire better teams, how to organize, how to improve growth and growth rate. So I think those are the main things that I will ask an investor now.
I think fundraising is here, and then the rest are peanuts compared to fundraising. I think what we expect is, in a certain moment, if there is a need, that they're there, in terms of making follow-ups, etc. Rai mentioned something before that I think it's key for many companies, and maybe they haven't invested that much time into it, which is cash flow management. And we obviously, this is something that we needed to be super strict on. But many companies, especially if you have had good fundraisings and now you need to preserve cash, I think, helping them or raising some flags, setting some controls.
Have good CFOs and controllers to implement that.
I think that's going to be key, because it's one of the most undervalued. I mean, most of the companies run out of cash, right? So, but still, companies that have fundraised constantly and very easily, I think, will probably need to develop this skill.
What about you, Rai?
I think it's a combination of helping navigating this complex time by maybe if one of your priorities is fundraising, introduce you to investors that are aligned to your vision. I don't think it's the right time only to get any type of investors, because then you use a marriage, and you marry someone that maybe is going for the downtime. It's when you met someone in the downtime. It's maybe not the best kind to marriage, right? And I think it's all about getting some experience or an operating experience. In our case, we have operating experience in our investors, not only the venture capital that we have, very happy, but we have serial
Business angel,
entrepreneurs
sure, yeah.
that they are billionaire entrepreneurs, that they build massive companies, and they are part of our advisory board, and they're helping us to do two things. Helping to continue our growth, because we have very ambitious growth, helping to scale the company, and helping to navigate those very complex times, which is serenity. Serenity in everything you do. Like, you need to look at your cash flow, well, look at your cash flow, make a decision making, don't wait for 2 weeks, don't wait for 2 weeks, because it's not gonna change, right? So decisions need to be made on the spot. The only thing that we have as entrepreneurs is the speed and agility to make decision making fast, right? And you look for an investor is a sounding guidance, assistance to make some decisions. And yeah, that's probably what I think is the more helpful from our side, combining to open networks from all the entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. In our case, we've been very fortunate because we already raised also money in the last 2 months from serial entrepreneurs and institutional investors, help us to step in a good shape to fundraise, which is hard to do it when you don't have runway. That's the reality. You don't have runway, then you take all the money that is going in.
Take the money when you can, that's definitely.
That's it.
We have less than 2 minutes, but if anyone has a question, maybe, don't be shy. Great.
Right now, investors are yeah, thanks. Maybe this is better. So
much better.
You spoke earlier on about growth, but efficient or healthy growth. Do you think investors are going to value this during the next 6 months or next year, or how do you see that trend going forward?
I think this is something that it's going to take long. It's not a seasonal thing or temporary thing. I think for the past at least 2 years, we've seen growth is higher than sustainable or EBITDA positive, however you want to call it, like healthy growth. But I think growth is obviously still important, but having good financials, I think it's something that is going to be equally important, and I don't think it's going to be a period of 3-6 months. I mean, I think. I can't tell you for what time, but I think we're going to see it for a long time. I don't know. I mean, I would be interested to see your perspective as an investor, but the feedback that we are getting is that this is relevant and it's going to continue being relevant.
Yeah, just 1 second. Now, from our perspective, and again, we don't know more than anybody, but we also see that it's not going to be the V is going to be slower, so it's going to be here to stay for a while, and nobody knows when. But at the same time, I would tell you to end on a positive note that there's a lot of dry powder, there's a lot of money. We are investing. We're looking for good companies. It's a question of valuation in a way, as I was saying. Maybe you need to readjust your mindset, and in the end, it doesn't really matter how your company is valued today. It's important that you can continue to have a business to execute, and then time will tell how much your company will be valued. But it's really on paper, it doesn't really count. So, and I think we have to wrap it up. Thank you.
I am very sorry, but our time is up. Let's give this wonderful panel a hand. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sonia. All right, well, we've heard about it. It's about fundraising, it's about cash flow, and it's about serendipity. I really like that one. Thank you very much for this panel. Next up, we are going to be moving from a more Spanish-focused session all the way over to Israel. And we're going to talk a little bit about the ecosystem in Israel and why it's considered a country of unicorns. And here to moderate this panel is someone who could not be better placed in this position to talk about what's happening. He is not only the chairman of Cardamom Capital, managing 70 million euro across 2 deep tech funds investing in Israel. He is also the president of the Chamber of Commerce for Spain and Israel. please give a warm welcome on stage, Gil Gidron. Gil, it's your stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come in. I think we should give a minute just for the
Maybe
people.
better them to enter. מאיפה אתה?
אני מארצות הברית, עכשיו אני גר בתל אביב. ברוכים הבאים.
Mira, te ves ahí.
Divino.
Me siento como estoy enojada.
זה לא
מה זה?
escuchan.
תדברי בעברית.
חצי מדברים עברית.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sí. Hola. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal?
Ven. Jeremy, can you hear us? Yes, good.
Hi, Jeremy.
Es Tomás.
Okay, I think we can start. Sorry for the 2-minute delay, 3-minute delay, but the in and out. So maybe we can close the back doors just to have less noise, if it's possible. Thank you. So welcome. We're going to talk about Israel, unicorns, ecosystem, and we will try to make it very dynamic, so the speakers, the panelists, and we have people connected directly from Israel. I will present them. But first, before we start, how many people know the Israeli ecosystem of innovation? Okay. One more question before we start. Anybody knows how many unicorns there are in Israel? More than 10? More than 50? No. More than, how much? No. No. We have in Israel 97 unicorns. But anybody knows how many decacorns we have in Israel? You know what is a decacorn? It's 10 billion. We have, I think, 2 or 3. So we are going to talk about this today. And we have a fantastic panel. From far away, we have Jeremy from Startup Nation. He will present himself. Jeremy, thank you for... We have Ilana from Pearlcoin in Tel Aviv. We have Noah. She's the commercial attaché of the Israel of Spain, the Embassy of Israel in Spain, and Isaac Chacon, who is the general manager for Iberia of our crowd. And we're going to talk about these kind of things. So let me, maybe, Jeremy, you can start just 2 minutes presenting yourself and Startup Nation Central, what it is and what it does.
Hi, so thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry I could not be with you guys today. Startup Nation Central is a non-profit. We are based in Tel Aviv. We have a dedicated building. We have about 110 employees. We're a non-profit organization, an NGO technically, mapping the Israeli ecosystem of innovation. So we have this website called the Startup Nation Finder. You're invited to consult it. It's an online database of all of the 7,000 startups in Israel, VCs, large companies around the world. And we also help large companies around multinationals to navigate and get Israeli innovation. We work with large NGOs, with governments, etc., etc.
Thank you, Jeremy. Isaac, si puedes presentarte.
Ok, soy el director de desarrollo de negocios para España y Portugal de Acrodat y a su vez soy director de innovación de Sakut Innovation Hub. Somos un fondo israelí que ha invertido hasta el momento 2.4 billones americanos. Tenemos 37 fondos. Hemos invertido más de 330 empresas. En total tenemos 5 incubadoras de altas tecnologías en Israel y hasta el momento hemos hecho 57 exit, ventas de empresas a empresas multinacionales. Y dentro de Sakut Innovación, nosotros hemos montado en Murcia un hub donde apoyamos a emprendedores con formaciones y mentorizaciones israelíes para los emprendedores que están ahí, donde le apoyamos a la empresa en todo su proceso.
I'm not going to translate all that. No way. But thank you, Isaac. But Noah, if you please.
Noah Heinemann. I'm the Director of Economic and Trade Mission at the Israeli Embassy here in Spain. I'm representative of the Israeli Ministry of Economy and Industry. I'm here with our team. We have 3 people in our team. What we do is we assist Israeli technologies to work here in Spain. We create opportunities, we create activities. We work a lot with the Spanish companies looking for technology. We do scouting for them, and we organize meetings. We participate in exhibitions with Israeli companies, etc. Our services are free of charge, so you're welcome to contact me or one of the people in our team, and we would be happy to get to more Spanish companies interested in connecting with Israeli companies.
Thank you very much, Noah. And we have Ilana, and she's a surprise because one of our speakers or panelists at the last minute could not make it. So Ilana, thank you for this last minute.
My pleasure. A great example of the Israeli...
Yes. So please, if you
Flexibility. Okay, my name is Ilana Soloducho. I'm a partner at Pearl Cohen Law Firm. I'm also the co-head of the Spanish and Latin America department. I'm born and raised from Uruguay. I was a lawyer in Uruguay, and 15 years ago, I went to Israel and started a new life. I'm a lawyer in the high-tech scene since then, and we at Pearl Cohen work hardly in order to get the Spanish and the Israel ecosystem closer. And we are true believers of the intersection between the 2 ecosystems, and me being here is proof of that.
Thank you very much, Ilana. And myself, I have 2 hats. I'm the chairman of Kalumen Capital. We are a European VC with offices in Madrid and Tel Aviv. We are the largest investor of Spain in Israel. We are in our second fund. The first fund was 60 million euros. The second fund is going to be about 80. We're about halfway there. We have invested already in 21 Israeli companies. We've been investing in Israel, the team, for about 10 years. My other hat is a pro bono hat. I'm the president of the Spanish-Israel Chamber of Commerce, and we work with all of you to get to know the Israeli ecosystem. So you have a good set of people to get to know and to see what we can do. So the first question, and I don't want to wait until the end for questions. So if anybody, do we have a microphone somewhere? Yeah, okay. So if there is any question, please go ahead. The first question will go for Isaac. I'll do that in Spanish. Isaac, con tu gran experiencia de muchos años trabajando tanto en España como en Israel, ¿puedes hablar un poco de cuáles son las características que hacen especial y puntero el ecosistema israelí?
La característica muy importante es lo que me está dicho, tenemos un ecosistema de innovación y emprendimiento muy maduro, donde tenemos una combinación de la parte de gobiernos y la parte privada. Y todo está alrededor y alineado para apoyar al emprendedor para que tenga éxito. Es decir, eso es lo que se traduce, que el emprendedor, la empresa startup, se dedica a lo que él sabe, su know-how y su conocimiento de crear empresas de alto potencial disruptiva e innovación, y que el ecosistema le puede apoyar, ayudar. Si, por ejemplo, una empresa tiene una tecnología innovadora, disruptiva, pero su nivel de riesgo es muy alto para ir a un venture capital, para que inviertan en la empresa. Tenemos una incubadora de altas tecnologías donde apoyan a la empresa con 800.000 euros durante 2 años, hasta 1 millón de euros, para poder crear su empresa y llegue hasta un punto que sea atractivo frente a los inversores, para que después fondos de inversión como Cardumen o como de nosotros, como a nivel de Acrobat, podría ya invertir, que es un fondo de inversión tanto nacionales e internacionales que vienen a Israel a poder invertir. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos un venture capital muy activo y muy maduro, porque damos una gran rentabilidad a los inversores. Cuando la empresa también quiere tener contactos con la parte de cooperativas, en Israel tenemos más de 300 empresas cooperativas que el gobierno ha apoyado, ha ayudado para que se inserten en Israel, distintos programas. También existen más de 7 empresas cooperativas que tienen un sector de scouting. Es decir, ninguna empresa cooperativa respetable en el mundo no tiene un servicio de scouting. Cuando esta empresa quiere internacionalizarse y quiere ir a la parte internacional, existe el apoyo que existe. Justamente aquí tenemos a NOAA, que Israel Exportación Instituto, que apoya y ayuda en distintos eventos, actividades y da una presencia de las empresas a nivel internacional. Y también cuando hay una empresa que quiere, por ejemplo, Israel y que quiere ir a cualquier sitio, cualquier agregado comercial del gobierno, en el caso aquí en España, que quiere España, su canal de entrada. Y cuando la empresa quiere hacer su venta, su exit, que es el objetivo final de la empresa, está todo el canal y el ecosistema, y tenemos un marketplace en Israel de todos los compradores. Por lo tanto, apoyamos, ayudamos a los emprendedores, a las startups, que su tarea sea mucho más fácil en todo su proceso durante su vida y que el ecosistema le ayude. Y es una característica importante del ecosistema israelí.
Muchas gracias, Isaac. Just for you guys to have some numbers here, Israel early stage investment last year through VC was 25 billion in 21. This is a fourth of what was the investment in Silicon Valley, and it's the highest per capita in the world. It's 2.5 times more than in the US per capita, 18 times more than in Spain, so you just to get the value. So Jeremy, you see a lot of European companies and international companies, and you have been around, and Startup Nation Central is key to the development. Any other thing you can add as what makes Israel this special hub of innovation?
Yes, of course. When you mention the amount of companies that are unicorns today, almost 100, if you dive into their specific DNA, you can also understand why there are so few DK unicorns. And one of the reasons is that the DNA of those companies is very tech-driven. And in Israel, those unicorns are, for most of them, B2B. And they don't address the market directly. They address the market through some partners, through some of those international companies, market leaders from all over the world. They come to Israel in order to bring value added to their own product and existing solutions. And so that's why we see so much companies that are less subject to competition and regulations than the average unicorns, the ones that are disrupting the model but are using commodity technologies. You know, those marketplaces and Airbnb, Uber, BlaBlaCar, all of those companies that actually are unicorns, but they are not unicorns because of their technology, but mostly because of how they execute the use of the technology. In Israel, most of the companies are extremely deep tech, and that's actually a big difference. The second angle that I would like to talk about is the involvement of the government, which is very important, but not in terms of money. If you check the number that you gave, $25 billion, only $500 million is actually government money. So it's also from far the lowest involvement in terms of investments in the world in per capita of government money. Although Israel has one of the highest rates in terms of amount of R&D invested in per capita or percentage of GDP, still this is very little amount of government money. Probably in Spain, I don't know the numbers, are probably above 50% of public money, maybe even more. So that's really in a nutshell the two elements that makes Israel so special and specific.
Thank you.
I
Thank you, Jeremy.
I wish to add something.
Yeah, Noah wants to add something more here.
Please. So it's important.
Sorry, no, Jeremy.
It's important to understand that Israel is quite small, less than 10 million people, so the ecosystem is quite small. So companies, when they just start, they always think about working abroad, okay? And this is something that is very unique, and actually it really helped them during the corona pandemic because they are already used to working abroad, they are already used to working online all the time and doing this kind of relationship. So I think this is also one of the characteristics that is contributing a lot to this situation.
Yeah. Noah, you have been in several countries and working around, and she speaks also Spanish. This is a very big asset. So in your view, and now that you've been in Spain for over a year or close to a year, what are the differences? What you see that you saw there and you don't see here?
Well, I have to say, I've been to China for 4 years, so it's very much different, of course.
A little bigger, not much?
I've been to South China, to Guangzhou, but yes, it's quite different. I think what we see here a lot, and I understand, since I just got here 9 months ago, so I understand it's something that is relatively from the past year, that the country and companies are much more open to innovation. They understand that they need it. I think that a lot of companies also, touristic is a big thing in Spain, and they understand that maybe they need to develop also other areas and sectors. So we see more and more interest in Israeli technology, which is, from our point of view at the embassy, is great because we see there is need, and so this is very good. The rhythm is quite different, though.
Rhythm.
Yes, in Israel, like when you just send an email, like you're waiting 10 minutes, you want to see a reply.
Sometimes
it's not always like that, but
5 minutes, right?
you used to hear, like, I'm asking one of my team, okay, it's been 2 days, did you reply? No, let's wait 2 more days at least. Okay. So this is something you need to get used to, and you need to explain it also to the Israeli partners. Of course, there are many Israeli companies working here. They understand that. We're happy to see that, although it takes time, we see results. Just recently, we heard about 2 great investments. Each was $5 million, and in Israeli companies that came from here, from Spain. So, this is like amazing to hear about, to hear that the connections we do get results. So, yeah, I think there is huge potential, and we still have a lot to do.
I will add one thing. Sometimes in Israel, they answer your email before you send it. and that's really amazing because they really know what you want. So
if I may add something
to
what Noah said, I think that from the private sector, we are starting to see Spanish corporations showing much more interest in Israeli technology and trying to find a way to implement them in their companies. We represent Spanish corporations from all over the world, and until the last 2 years, we didn't see much of Spanish companies really having a man on the ground or doing actual investments in Israeli technology, and we have closed an investment by Telefonica in the last 2 or 3 months in Israel. We represent Spanish corporations that do want to implement Israeli technology and are finding their way to do that.
Yeah. We have to understand that Israel is the Israeli technology. Sometimes it's what is called dual technology. It's a technology that came from defense and military and homeland security and now has a civil use. But the market is worldwide. So you cannot think about the Israeli market. You need to think about the worldwide market. For me, that's a key difference between the Spanish startup and the Israeli startup. They are multinational from the very beginning. I was going to ask you, Ilana, with this knowledge of Israel, Latin America, nobody's perfect being from Uruguay. So what you see that shocks you more in terms of how the business is done? We have some music, so.
We'll manage. I think that we can, when Spanish people get to Israel and when Israel people get to Spain, the first thing that they see is that they're all warm people and they can get along very, very well, but that is in the street. And as Noah said, the difference in rhythm, in work, are one of the main gaps that we we help overcoming when we work with both. I think that the rhythm is the main difference in the.
No, I think I agree with that. It's B2B, I think Jeremy mentioned, it's high tech, and the product is embedded in products of services of other companies and processes of multinational companies.
I think that also, one more thing, I think that mainly Spanish corporations reach out to Israel. So they adding to the cultural differences, we have the differences between startups and corporations that are the same all over the world. Startups have their distinctive ways of working, and corporations their distinctive ways of working, and the pros and cons need to ensemble in a good way in order for that to work well.
Noah, can you tell us a little bit about the relationship between Spain and Israel in terms of innovation, general business?
So, as we said, we see that it's growing and developing. That a lot is happening more than in the past, and there is a lot of potential happening. I wanted to also refer to from the government perspective, it's important to understand that the government in Israel, we don't tend to interfere in the market, okay? What we try to do is enable it. We don't try to lead it, we try to enable it. And I think also here in the relationship, what we try to do is create more opportunities that will assist to these connections, etc., through the different events that we do.
Thank you very much.
Si puedo añadir elementos. Yo tengo como más de 15 años conectando el ecosistema israelí con el ecosistema español, más de 15 años. Y hemos visto a nivel de KPI cómo ha crecido el interés de conectar el ecosistema español con israelí. Antes de la pandemia yo tenía más de 7 misiones que yo llevaba a nivel de gobiernos, empresas, hacia Israel. Una de las actividades también que hacemos dentro de nuestro fondo de inversión de Acro, hacemos un summit anual, ¿no? Algunos KPIs les puedo comentar, por ejemplo, que cuando empezamos hace 5 años, nuestro fondo teníamos 66 personas interesadas de ir a nuestro evento. El último evento que hemos realizado, más de 180 personas han venido desde España hacia Israel para conectar con Israel. Y el crecimiento ha sido. Entonces hay un crecimiento muy interesante de Israel, de conectar, de aprender el modelo, y he visto con carne propio cómo hay este crecimiento. Y creo que va a haber el seguimiento de ese crecimiento durante el tiempo.
Bueno, también podemos contar que hay ahora, por ejemplo, vamos a tener en 11 días, tenemos un evento que Madrid, we have an event, the languages. I'm sorry, we have a really interesting event that Madrid is hosting, Madrid Open City, together with different partners. It's called Madrid and the New Middle East, and it's Madrid, Emirates, and Israel together. So I think this is great opportunity, and it's a great thing that is happening, you know. It's showing the ecosystem that we're willing to cooperate, that we support this cooperation.
Yeah, this is a brilliant idea. I mean, Madrid was very important in the relationship and the Abraham Accords, and taking that to the economic side with the Emirati type of capital, Israeli technology, and Spanish business. So it's a new perspective of things that can be done. We don't have much time. We have 5 minutes. Jeremy, from all your knowledge, if you have to point out one single thing of the public policy in Israel that made a real difference, what will it be?
Well, the public policies, but just said the fact that Israel is not toxic by trying to put policies and stack different rules. I think that what we saw. What we understood is that there's already a lot of investments in Israel. And so attracting more investments is no more the big challenge. The big challenge is to connect the Israeli technologies to the world, of course, as usual. But mostly the human capital angle is the #1 challenge. And so the policies today, we believe, the first priority of the Israeli ecosystem to keep on growing and to remain the startup nation is to overcome this challenge, because for many years already, all the engineers have a job. So it's great to double the investments every year in Israel, but if we cannot hire engineers, that makes no sense. And today, the salaries of the engineers in Israel are also very high, and in most of the cases, in most of the sectors, they're even the highest in the world. So any policies that would ease bringing more talents to the Israeli ecosystem, bringing more women, more Israeli Arabs, more Orthodox Jews, more 45 plus, more immigrants to the high tech. This is the top priority today for the Israeli high tech, and so that's definitely the.
No, thank you. We have it. So I don't know if there's any question here. There's a question there. If we can give them the microphone. I cannot see very well, but please.
Hola, hola.
Hola.
¿En español o en inglés?
En inglés.
Okay, thank you very much. Once I asked a very famous investor what was the best entrepreneurship school in the world, and he told me the Israeli IDF, the military service. So in terms of what does the government do, I think that is a very straightforward answer of what is happening in Israel. What advice in those terms do you think Israel could give other countries?
I don't know. Ilana, you want to?
I'll take it. I think that I'm glad for other countries that they don't have to send their kids to the army at 18 years old. But that's right. The IDF, it's a huge school for life and for high tech. The responsibility that they acquire and the lack of hierarchy, the fact that 19-year-old kids are responsible and in charge for the life of their peers of 18 years old, I think that they take that, because not everyone goes to the high-tech sectors of the IDF. But I think that it's much more than the specific knowledge that they acquire in the IDF.
Yeah, I think it's part of the ecosystem, and the IDF makes certainly a very important part of that. Not so much the IDF, but the technology units, what they do and their responsibilities. Noah, you also have a good perspective of that. I don't know if there's any other question or you want to answer that one?
No, I actually agree with Ilana about the...
Any other questions for any of the panelists? Okay, so...
I wanted to refer to the prior question that you asked about the government. So I think it's important to know that the government is working mainly through the Israeli Innovation Authority. And actually, when I joined the government, which was about 12 years ago, it was
30
part
seconds
of,
you have.
Okay, it was part of the Israeli Ministry of Economy. And today, it's an independent entity. And this is very important. Why? Because people can be replaced easier, and they bring people from the private sector. Okay, so they bring with them different spirit. You know, it's not government people who have been to the government for so many years. They don't know. They come from the industry. They know how it works. They know what the company needs. So this is something that
and they depend on political changes.
Exactly. So this is like something that other countries can copy. Having in the government someone that is continuously coming from the industry is always very, very refreshing.
So if you guys need anything from Israel, you can refer to any of us, to Jeremy, to Isaac, to Noah, to Ilana, to me. It's a tremendous experience to be in Israel. It's hard to summarize in the time we have, but it gives you a very different perspective of vision of what you can do and where you can get to. And this is what we need in a country like Spain. So you're all welcome to Israel. If we can help you open your eyes, we have excellent experience of Spanish entrepreneurs and corporations going to Israel with a tremendous success. I remember one company that went to Israel, startup, couldn't do anything in Spain, went to Israel, and then ended up working with Facebook at a worldwide level, because all these big corporations are looking for innovation technology in Israel. So thank you all the panelists. We're right on time.
Right.
Thank you very much to all of you to come, and we'll see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this fascinating insight into the Israeli ecosystem. And I really like the gentleman who said 300 unicorns are out there. Come back next year, and maybe that answer will be correct. So, Wonderful. Some little bit of movement here in the room. We're going to refresh a little bit the topic. I'm sure there is a lot of fintech happening in Israel, and fintech is going to be the topic that we are going to continue with a bit. So we already talked about fintech this morning, and well, I was really thinking about, as finance is innovating, I'm really wondering, well, is my money safe? And our next panel is going to talk about cybersecurity, and we're going to look at the question, are things getting better or are things getting worse? And for that, we have a fantastic panel with you today. And it's going to be moderated by an absolute fan favorite here at South Summit. He's a family member, a rock star, and legend at IE Business School for his Owner Scale-Up program. If you are not following him on Twitter yet, you need to get on that. Please welcome on stage with me, Joe Haslam.
Hey, thank you, thank you. Oh, are you going to introduce the rest of them as well? No, keep going.
All right, well, then let me introduce the rest of the panel. Yeah. So we have Begonia Garcia Perez. She is the global head of People Information Security at BBVA.
Yeah.
We have Lyle Davenport, principal at Claret Capital Partners. And we have Egita Polanska, who is a partner of Wise Guys Cyber Fund at Startup Wise Guys.
Okay, brilliant.
So,
thank you so much,
panel.
Dan. I might as well get the full value out of it. I'm moderating a lot of panels, so all the help I can get is very welcome. Okay, so welcome Begonia, welcome Lyle, welcome Egon. We have a short space of time, as always, and a lot to get through. So maybe just sort of start, we're going to talk about cybersecurity. So where do you think we are, Begonia? Are things getting better, are things getting worse?
Yeah, I think we are in complicated context now. So I think that things are going worse.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately,
I actually wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to say, oh, everything's better, everything's fine, everything's in control. But the truth is, things are getting worse, right? More things get connected, there's more risk. I mean, everyone knows that. So, so you think things are getting worse, yeah? And more investment is needed, I guess, yeah?
Yeah. Let me tell you, I think when we talk about cybersecurity, we always are, or every one of us always are thinking in the tech side. Yes, the technology is important and is necessary to protect organization against cyber criminals, but we cannot avoid all the attacks only with technology. So people is the weakest link in the chain, and cyber criminals know that, and they know it, and they can take advantage of it. So in the current context we are living, everyone is using online service from anywhere. You just have to look to your smartphone and see how much things you do from your phone, just from your phones. So what is the issue? Generally speaking, people understand the risk they have in their real life, but this is not the same in the digital world. Let me tell you something. Imagine yourself walking in a crowded street, for example, the Gran Via in Madrid in Christmas time, a lot of people around you, and what we used to do, we put your bag close to you, you put your wallet in your front pocket, and where else? For example, if you go with kids, you take your kid close with you. But is this happening in the same way in the digital world? Or why it happening this way? Because we know what can happen in the real world. We know the threats, We know the likelihood because it happens every day, and we also know the impact that can happen. So, what is the challenge? Well, we need to change the people mindset. We have to make a cultural change, and we have to make the upskilling in terms of cybersecurity for all the people. And how can we face this challenge? The first one is engagement. People need to know, people need to want to learn. The second one is the skill development. People need the knowledge, and we have to train them. But remember, with no willingness, it's impossible to get the skills. And the third one is to create the habits. Once you have the willingness and then you have the skills, we can create the habits. Let me show you or talk you about an example. When you are going to cross the street, you look both sides before crossing. When you are going to drive in a car, the first thing you do is use your belt before driving. Yes, that is to create the habits. And finally, in order to maintain this habit, we have to create the atmosphere and the environment to maintain. We have to be there every time, remember the right behaviors. Once you have the habits, it's not easy to come back to the before situation. And let me tell you some of the action we achieve with our employees. We have a periodic training course. We train more than 90,000 of employees. We also train employees' family, more than 10,000 during pandemic. We run continuously phishing campaigns to train our employees also. And we train also the board members. We run every year cyber exercises with them because it's the best
example.
Yeah. Thank you. But employees are very important for us, but we can't remember, we have to remember that our customers are our priority. We have the challenge to train them, and we want them to be prepared to protect themselves in the digital world. So we have to build also the digital trust in the digital environment that they need to use the digital service.
Okay. Maybe we might come back to the rest of what you have to tell us and just give the other people a chance to speak. Lyle, $1 trillion industry, is there any money to be made in this?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of money to be made in this. I guess the default is kind of, it's scary, right? Like all things, but fear generates greed, unfortunately, as well. So, there's always money to be made. And especially in a market where we're seeing valuations be challenged at levels that perhaps we saw them at 2019, 2020, cybersecurity feels like one of those markets that's going to maintain its valuation and importance. And it's not without it's not without justification. And you made some great examples about kind of personal security and everything else, but internationally, unfortunately, we're having to see. It's opened up as a new realm of warfare as well. So, we are seeing a flight to quality businesses that actually deliver solutions in the market. But also, we're seeing a huge amount of demand from the international community. EU members still negotiate a lot of their own cybersecurity independently. So there's still a huge fragmented market out there that people can continue to sell into. It's one of those things, unfortunately, when times get tricky, people fly to businesses that provide real solutions. So we're certainly seeing that in our portfolio. We're seeing that across the market. And as you think about resilient industries in the current market, security certainly is one of those that we're seeing at the moment.
Sure. Agita, you're from one of the Baltic states, so I guess we associate you guys with being very clued in with cybersecurity in general. So talk to me about the things you're working on.
Yeah, I can just add to the previous speakers as well, because I see that, I like the question that you ask, is it getting worse or better? I think it's both, because I think it's getting worse because cybersecurity is not only a niche problem for certain people who are doing something very technical. I think it's still now it's becoming a problem of majority of people who are not thinking about it. Like Begonia also said, if you are walking with your purse, you are hiding the purse. But with your social media, all the other digital things that now everything is digitalized, you're not doing that, and most of the people are not aware how they can be affected. So from that sense, I think it's getting worse and worse. But then again, from what we at Startup Wise Guys are doing, so we're working with the cybersecurity startups since 2018. Also Estonia, that's how our home country has put cybersecurity as part of the national strategy. And we see that there's also way more solutions aimed at humans, making humans aware of the issue than before. We see more and more startups, and I think that's why I think it's also getting better, because we have we start using technology to actually help people be more safe, even if sometimes they are not aware that someone is trying to help them to be safe.
The obvious question coming out of that is, are the best people going into cybersecurity? Because that's sort of, there's always this thing about the best generation went into making people click on ads, right? And in many cases to undermine cybersecurity. So, I don't know whether we all know about what the Russian invasion of Ukraine has really heightened security and has made a generation perhaps much more interested in the relevance of security. So, are you already seeing, or do you think more people will start to look both at security and cybersecurity?
I think yes. When we look at so for example, we're also scouting for cybersecurity startups across all Europe or the world. And definitely in the last years, we have seen more and more people trying to make startups, trying to do solutions in cybersecurity. It's not like a huge shift, so it's not like, the hockey stick, now everyone is running there, but slowly, the trend that I have actually noticed, a lot of the founders that we work with are coming from the cybersecurity background. So they have worked in the big companies, they have done the consultancy, and now they see that this is not only, they want something scalable, something more accessible for everyone.
There's nothing more scalable than cybersecurity. You can't have a Spanish cybersecurity business, it's global or nothing. Lyle, you're in London, so will people stop going into financing and all that nonsense and start doing something useful with their lives, like working in cybersecurity?
Hopefully the smart people stop coming and trying to take my job. But, look, like all things, necessity breeds, interest, and I guess there's kind of twofolds, right? When people are put under pressure, innovation really thrives. We've seen that in every conflict, right? Even to go back to, the First and Second World War, you see the way that the world changed in those, in those periods. But also, as we're seeing, especially equity money go into, or not go into perhaps some of these direct-to-consumer or, some of the businesses you described in terms of making people click on ads, just as a necessity, people are going to, be drawn into these businesses. They continue to raise money. They're able to employ the best people and hopefully, add something that's, now plenty of businesses have been built on the back of clicking on ads and everything else. But in terms of, perhaps going the other way and providing greater security, I think that we're going to see a rush to those businesses as investors rush to them as well and continue to invest in them, provide them with liquidity.
Yeah, I worked for a cybersecurity company Panda Security, and I thought it was a really fascinating place to work. You know, you were like, malware would come in and you'd be uncovering it and you'd be trying to like find, like, you know, most people who write malware put little kind of Easter eggs or something into their code, so you'd be like trying to work out their football team or the street where they live and stuff like that. It was, you know, it was quite interesting as a job to do. I previously worked in video games, and video games was, I mean, it was kind of similar in that you were like solving a problem and trying to get to the end. But and it was also a very international business. But I actually thought much more people would go into it, but it doesn't seem to be very attractive. Let me ask you, Begonia, I mean, are you getting good CVs to work for in like cyber areas in BBVA, or you know, do you find it difficult to attract talent?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge we have in the cybersecurity scope, yeah. In the future, we are going to demand a lot of talent, and we have to make an effort to train people, not just employees or clients. Also, we have a commitment with society, because we think it's a need we are going to have in the future.
I mean, can I ask, like, why did you go into cybersecurity? You know, I mean, what interested you about it?
Yeah, I have that curiosity from my, when I have...
you were solving puzzles with code and on the kitchen table and doing, you know...
I like very much to program in BASIC when I was, I don't know, 5, 6.
Yeah. Wow.
So my curiosity who put me here today.
Curiosity is a very, 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 very healthy thing. So, I mean, Lyle, what kind of, shall we say, when you get when someone pitches you an investment, I mean, is it something that you have to go and get help to understand, or you just look at the numbers, or how do you process like people looking for investment?
You know, as much as I'd like to pretend I knew all of the ins and outs, you know, we do rely on other people, and you know, sometimes the best reference is the customers, right? And so we spend a lot of time in our processes speaking to the customers, because as much as I'd love to pretend that I was coding at 6, I think I got too many knocks to the head. You know, we spend a lot of time with those customers in our due diligence period, really understanding, you know, just how they work, you know, if they're able to deliver, and what kind of the real world implications are, because, you know, they're the best reference point, I guess, from that standpoint. Of course, numbers come into it, but, you know, like I say, we are seeing a flight towards these businesses. So, you know, I guess the growth rates that perhaps other companies aren't seeing right now are inversed when you look at some of the security businesses in the market.
So, Agita, have you ever been hacked, or do you know anyone who's been hacked? Or, I mean, you must have 1 or 2 hacking stories.
Yeah, well, I have a couple of stories, I guess, from the mentors, and as for Startup Wise Guys, no, at least knowingly.
Yeah.
But with the startups, we start seeing that there are some problems. Actually, very recently, we got a request from a portfolio company not working in the cybersecurity. They're working in real estate, and they actually got some problems with cybersecurity. Not like, it's sort of a hacking, more just like meddling with their website and tech. And we connected them with the cybersecurity founders that actually helped them.
Yeah.
So, and this we kind of start seeing a little bit more and more, and we see also that the founders of this, our cybersecurity startups, they are not only selling to the enterprises, but this is for everyone, for our portfolio as well. So that's a very kind of interesting, I guess, trend, that worse trend, but...
The Irish Health Service was hacked, leading to great cries of, how would we notice, you know? But anyway, little in-joke there for the audience.
No paper there.
But I think somebody got one. But yeah, I mean, it's the other thing I always ask is like, you know, there's always this thing about, it's great to go home at Christmas, but I hate having to clean up my parents' computers. So, I mean, do your friends ask you, Begonia, when they have problems with like cyber? You're supposed to know about this stuff, like, or like, you know, is that a feature of your life?
Yes, a lot of people around on me tell me, but not just with cybersecurity, it's just like, I can do that special things in my computer, please can you help me? It's like, okay.
you have a sort of a helpful face,
Yeah.
you know, you look like a person who'd help people, you know, but yeah, no, that's a sort of a, you know, that's a sort of a thing. So, let's kind of, move it forward, I guess, which is to say that we had the Israeli sort of like a delegation or whatever before. Do you think governments should do more about this, Lyle? I don't know whether you're speaking for the Jacinta Ardern or whoever is in charge of Britain now. You never really know on any
it's a revolving door.
What should governments do? And the same question is coming, by the way, in your direction.
Yeah, I think the Estonian on the table.
If you want to take it first and give Lyle a chance to think about it, okay?
I'll give you a chance to think it over.
Sure.
No, look, I think we are seeing that. We're seeing, obviously, won't speak for Jacinda, but New Zealand has been part of the Five Eyes network now for a while, and that is largely around cybersecurity and how we manage that on a global level. Equally, we're seeing, especially in the EU, governments looking for European service providers. Whether, like you said earlier, it doesn't matter whether you're a Spanish company because you're servicing the whole world, but especially when you're dealing with governments and government entities, they are looking for people that have people in the area, whether that's within Europe or within the country themselves. So, we've seen in some of our cybersecurity portfolio companies, especially with what's going on in Eastern Europe, we're seeing a huge amount of interest for local players that have local certifications or NATO certifications that are able to service those needs very quickly. So we're seeing a rush to that. Whether that's a sustained pattern over time, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Whether there's a more centralized
Is it
response.
not odd, there's GCHQ in Cheltenham and all that stuff like that, you don't get more cybersecurity companies coming out of the UK?
Yeah, I guess so. And I mean, there's such an infrastructure in the UK for VC investment as well that you would be surprised. But there is, Palantir has a huge presence there that a lot of people might not know and things like that. But like you say, it's one of those hard problems. It's almost it almost requires an investment cycle closer to, say, like a pharma product than a business that you can spin up day one and you're selling something through Facebook ads tomorrow, right? So in terms of I guess the cycles of the development of these businesses, they can be so much longer, which is challenging, right, and requires more money.
Sure. Yeah. No one trusts an algorithm until it's been tested. That's why the older algorithms that haven't been broken, that we retain them because they have they have a shelf life. So same question. I mean, governments should they be doing more? I mean, the Estonian government clearly is doing a lot, but Latvia, Lithuania, should they be doing more?
Yeah, I think in general. So I think Estonian government is a good example because that's how also we started, and that there was a lot of support. We had partnership with Ministry of Defense, and it is important, at least for the startups, as you also said, that the products, the solutions need to be tested. They need to go somewhere. They need some support. And if the government, it's a tricky question. It's like for any startups, should governments get involved? Yes, but at a certain level. They should give the opportunities. They should kind of make the environment more friendly for different testings, for popping up different market players that support those companies and support the solutions. They shouldn't take over, that's the tricky part. But I think, in general, yes, I think Estonia is a very good example. Now we're also partnering up with, not directly government, but let's say Italy fund of funds that is investing with us to promote also the cybersecurity vertical there. And we see that this is coming up more and more in different, either country level or city level. So I think that they are doing something. We see that there is initiative, but there should be
A friend of
much
mine has a joke that says, on my panels, I only ever ask two questions. Should the government get involved, or should we teach this in schools? That's basically my go-to questions, and maybe they're kind of right about that. So let me ask Begonia that question. I mean, should they teach this in schools, cybersecurity?
Sorry?
Should we teach cybersecurity in schools?
Yes, we are teaching cybersecurity to a specific collective of people that they are in a not good situation. People that need to find a job, or also for women
Mhm.
that are not employees. So yes, we are committed.
It's actually
with the
it's a
society.
very egalitarian area in that you know, if you're good at cybersecurity, people don't care who you
Yeah.
are, where you come from, what you look like, you know, what age you are. You know, it's one of those kind of those areas. So I've seen even in prisons, I mean, they're using those because like it's a sort of like turn you into from a black hat into a white hat, you know. So it's a great opportunity. I know that like in a business school now, all you do is help people find jobs, you know. And
Yeah.
I tell a lot of people, listen, you know, this is something you could learn a lot on even a 6-week course that could make you employable in cybersecurity, where there's very few things actually that's the case of. So, and then also, as you say, it's a growing industry and small number. It's like learning to box or something like that. Like a small number of things, you know, can make you extremely useful. So let me just, we have 2.5 minutes left, so we'll just get final comments. Maybe Begoña, final comment, then Lyle, and then finally Gita.
Yeah, well, from my point of view, we are going to need a lot of talent in the future, as I mentioned before. So the thing is not going better, it's going worse. And we have to train people in this
Area,
topics area. And that's all.
Yeah. No, but it's
Yeah.
like it's funny. Like when you're dealing with someone who's dealing with very inside the industry,
Yeah.
it's so hard to talk.
Also, the context that we are living now with digitization and
everything except food
in
is going to be
or
connected.
devices is
Okay.
necessary.
Anyway, Lyle, what final thoughts?
Yeah, I guess, you know, we started by asking, is it getting better or getting worse? I mean, you know, new threats jump up every day, and you know, it's you know, like, should we teach it in school? Absolutely, it's kind of part of you know, the literacy of existing in today's world. I got a text the other day saying I'd been close to someone with Omicron. Just click this link, right? And you know, you almost do. Yeah, and my wife kind of slapped my phone away from me. But you know, it's things like that you're going to come across more and more every day. I guess the light at the end of the tunnel is there are very intelligent, well-backed people out there that are trying to solve the solve the problems, and so.
While
Yeah.
we're sharing wife stories, my wife is extremely offended that I won't tell her my passwords. You know, she's extremely offended. You know, and if we were a proper marriage, we would tell each other our passwords. And I'm like, no, I'm not telling you my passwords. And she volunteers them straight away. You know, anyway, and of course they're all, you know, the names of our children or variations. You know, I'm like, you know, why don't we just invite the hackers to come in, like, all together? So anyway, final thoughts, Agita. How would you like to sum up the situation?
I would like to ask everyone who's listening and just be more aware that cybersecurity, again, it's not only very specific technology and it's not about coding, it's actually every day in your life, even if you notice it or not. Everywhere you go, there are cameras, speakers, social media, and yeah, it sounds kind of scary, but just if you are aware, then you can make it, help to make it better. Let's say.
Okay, there's like a Whitney Houston lyric coming there anyway. But anyway, we did fine. So it just remains me to thank Begoña, to thank Lyle, and to thank Agita, and also to thank the audience for cybersecurity isn't one of those room fillers, you know. Someday maybe it will be, but it's, you know, it is one of those things that, that does affect us all. So, Dan, over to you. Thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this brilliant panel. And Joe, I promise I will not Google the names of your children now to figure out those passwords. It is safe. Your secret is safe here at South Summit. All right. We are going to hear more about cybersecurity today at 3:30. So if that topic is of interest, you can come back to the growth stage in the afternoon. But next, we're going to talk about buy now, pay later. What's not to like about that? Does anyone have a problem with buying now and paying later? I think it sounds fantastic. But we're here to talk about it not from a consumer side, but from a company side. And what can companies do to integrate this in their business, to move it forward? What challenges and solutions exist? And here, To discuss this topic, we have two people for a wonderful fireside chat. And to lead the fireside chat, we have the director of PayPal Iberia. As the director of the whole peninsula, she supervises 6.4 million accounts in Spain and 1.3 million accounts in Portugal. She's being called a strategic doer, but today she's here to have a chat. So please welcome with me on stage, Beatriz Jimenez. Beatriz. Welcome to the growth stage.
Muchas gracias, Daniel. Vamos a hablar hoy en español, por si alguno de vosotros estaba esperando que fuera en inglés. Mi nombre es Beatriz Jiménez, soy directora de PayPal Iberia. Estoy encantada de estar aquí hoy con vosotros en el South Summit, de volver al South Summit en el que ya he estado varias veces, de poder conectar con el talento de startups. Para los que no conocéis PayPal, PayPal es una fintech, probablemente una de las más grandes del mundo, que se centra en el mundo de los pagos. PayPal se fundó hace 25 años, en 1997, y a día de hoy tenemos 429 millones de cuentas activas, de las cuales 120 millones están aquí en Europa. Y para que os hagáis la idea del crecimiento en el que PayPal todavía ve, solamente en el primer trimestre de este año ya hemos crecido en 2.4 millones de cuentas. Lo que caracteriza a PayPal y me hace a mí sentirme más orgullosa es nuestra red dual, una red dual de consumidores y comercios. Y PayPal es capaz de dar valor a ambas partes y de conectarlos. A los consumidores les ayudamos con nuestra app, lo que llamamos el PayPal Wallet, a gestionar sus finanzas. A los comercios no solamente les ayudamos con el pago digital, sino que también tenemos productos, servicios, herramientas que les hacen capturar las oportunidades que nos da la economía digital. En cuanto a mí, me incorporé a PayPal desde Tink, una startup que cuando me incorporé tenía 100 empleados y a día de hoy ha sido adquirida por Visa. También he trabajado con corporates como BBVA y Telefónica, y he trabajado no solamente en España, sino también en países como Nigeria, Colombia, Marruecos. Una carrera en la que he tenido mucho cambio y, por lo tanto, he tenido que tomar muchas decisiones. Y me parecía importante compartir un poco cuáles son los motivos o lo que persigo cuando tomo una decisión, ¿no? Y lo primero que valoro es la capacidad de tener un impacto en el proyecto en el que me embarco. La segunda, la capacidad de aprender, para lo cual siempre tienes que pensar qué no he hecho, qué me ofrece este trabajo que no he hecho antes. Y lo tercero, cuánto me acerca a mi objetivo o al siguiente paso. Y os comento esto porque es muy parecido a lo que vamos a hablar hoy. Hoy vamos a hablar de las decisiones que tienen que tomar los pequeños y grandes comercios desde que se fundan hasta que llegan a etapas de distinto éxito. Muchas de ellas están centradas en el mundo de los pagos. Y para poder hacer esto, y para no estar solamente hablando sobre mí, tengo la suerte de contar hoy con Alex Reina. Alex, director de desarrollo de negocio de Deport Village. Deport Village es el Amazon de los deportes en España. Alex, encantado de estar aquí contigo.
Igualmente.
Para aquellos que no conocen Deport Village, ¿nos lo puedes contar en un par de frases? ¿Cuál es vuestra visión? ¿Cuál es vuestro objetivo en Deport Village?
Sí, a ver, Deport Village es una tienda online de venta de artículos deportivos de primeras marcas. Y bueno, nuestra principal visión es equipar deportistas. Equiparlos y hacer que con nuestro producto pues, puedan mejorar y puedan superarse en su actividad.
Qué bien suena, no me extraña que os acompañe con Amazon. Sé que te has incorporado o te incorporaste al proyecto de Deport Village casi cuando era un proyecto, más que un negocio, hace ya casi 11 años. Una decisión muy valiente, quizás parecida en algún sentido a las que he podido tomar yo en mi carrera, por ejemplo, cuando decidí dejar BBVA en una posición consolidada y incorporarme a Tink, que no lo conocía nadie en España. ¿Por qué? ¿Cómo te decidiste incorporarte a un proyecto, a una startup? Ahora que estamos en un evento de startup, seguro que la historia es muy interesante.
Pues sí, pues bueno, la verdad es que yo justo estaba en un proceso de selección, en un punto bastante avanzado, para trabajar en una multinacional. Y un día, leyendo el periódico, echando un café, vi que en mi pueblo natal se había fundado una compañía que había ganado el premio de Seed Rocket en Barcelona. Y eso era muy poco común, porque en el pueblo donde yo nací no habían empresas, no habían startups, la gente no sabía ni pronunciar la palabra startup, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, me interesé por esa compañía que acababa de empezar y 10 años más tarde pues sigo en esa compañía, ¿no? Obviamente ha cambiado mucho. Antes éramos 3 trabajadores, ahora somos más de 140 directamente en plantilla y Y bueno, creo que lo que sí que es relevante de este caso, de haber crecido con una empresa y de haber hecho que una empresa crezca contigo, al final te crea un vínculo que nunca he encontrado la palabra para definirlo de forma correcta, pero sí, cuando vas a trabajar no vas a tu oficina, vas a algo que tú has creado y que también te ha creado a ti, ¿no? Entonces, es como un vínculo más sentimental que tiene su gracia.
Desde luego una decisión valiente, pero que tiene sus ventajas. Durante 11 años, y como tú bien has dicho, has pasado de un proyecto a una empresa que factura a día de hoy 170 millones de euros. Habrás tenido que tomar muchísimas decisiones, ¿no? Estoy segura de muchas de ellas son complejas. Si nos centramos en el mundo de los pagos, ¿qué decisiones importantes has tenido que tomar? Y si nos puedes contar un poco de por qué decidiste poner PayPal.
Sí, centrándonos en el mundo de los pagos, pues a ver, es muy importante el mundo de los pagos porque es lo que al final acaba convirtiendo un cliente, un usuario a un cliente. En el checkout es donde se produce el cambio de un usuario a un cliente y ahí es a través de una transacción monetaria lo que hace ese cambio, ¿no? Un usuario es fácil de ganar, finalmente es campañas de marketing y vienen muchos usuarios a tu web, pero un cliente no, un cliente es un punto más complicado, ¿no? Tienes que optimizar la conversión. Y bueno, cuando empezamos en Deport Village ese era un punto muy clave y el momento en el que tomamos la decisión de incorporar PayPal, porque fue por un tema de PayPal se asocia a confianza y seguridad. Nosotros en aquel entonces nadie nos conocía, muy poca gente, necesitábamos transmitir esa confianza y esa seguridad que como empresa todavía no habíamos hecho el ruido, ¿no? Como para poder transmitir y bueno, por eso tomamos la decisión de incorporarlo.
Me alegro mucho de que hables de seguridad y confianza porque puede parecer algo muy básico, más hoy en día cuando tenemos pues, cientos de millones de comercios online, de clientes online, y dices, algo tan básico como la seguridad y la confianza todavía es importante. Pues justo el año pasado hicimos un estudio en PayPal en Europa y nos dimos cuenta de que el 65% de los consumidores todavía a día de hoy tienen miedo a la hora de pagar y de compartir sus instrumentos financieros a la hora de pagar. Más aún, un 24% de los consumidores deciden no comprar algo si no encuentran el método de pago con el que quieren pagar. Entonces, sí que la seguridad y la confianza es algo importante. Me gustaría entender, ya no solamente los métodos de pago, sino en general, cuán importante es la seguridad y la confianza para vosotros y qué acciones habéis tomado para reforzarla en vuestra base de clientes.
A ver, es total, la confianza es el punto principal, confianza y seguridad. Nosotros en Deport Village, a lo largo de la historia, focalizándonos un poco más en el inicio, para poder transmitir seguridad, pues empezamos a hacer alianzas con empresas que ya lo transmitiesen. Entonces nosotros no dábamos esa seguridad como tal, pero sí que aliarnos con ciertas empresas o asociarnos con ciertos partners que la transmitían y ver sus logos en nuestro site, pues hace que también ganes confianza, ¿no? Eso podría ser un punto. Después también a nivel de empresa hemos invertido mucho en un servicio en 24 horas, en que el cliente haga clic hoy y reciba el producto mañana, porque esa experiencia wow, quizás ahora estamos un poco más familiarizados con ello, pero en el pasado comprar y que te llegue mañana era una experiencia brutal, ¿no? Entonces hemos invertido también mucho en eso. Y hablando de temas más de internacionalización, pues bueno, uno de los puntos importantes también es generar confianza en un mercado en el que ya sí que nadie te conoce. Pues lo que hicimos en este caso fue, para mitigar este impacto, fue contratar a personal nativo del propio país, ¿no? Cuando los clientes querían contactar con nosotros en países en los que ese idioma nosotros no lo dominábamos ni tampoco conocíamos todavía el mercado, pues bueno, que te atienda un cliente en tu mismo idioma y tu misma pronunciación y acento te genera confianza, ¿no? No estás leyendo una web que parece que esté traducida con un translate, sino que es un traductor nativo, personas nativas que han escrito eso.
Me encanta que has mencionado la palabra cliente muchas veces y entiendo que para vosotros pensar en el cliente es lo primero, para PayPal también, y estamos continuamente preguntando y escuchando a nuestros clientes. Y una de las cosas que nos han pedido, que hila muy bien con la conversación de hoy, es mayor flexibilidad a la hora de pagar, ¿no? Y aquí es donde se engloban los productos de compra ahora y paga después, o como sus siglas en inglés BNPL, Buy Now, Pay Later, en las que nuevamente queríamos escuchar al consumidor. Hemos hecho un estudio, esta vez en España, en el que casi la mitad de los consumidores de las generaciones Millennial y Generación Z dicen que abandonan una compra online si no encuentran el BNPL como opción de compra. Y dices, bueno, quizás son solo los jóvenes. Pues no tanto, porque si miras un poco y abres al resto de la población, vemos que ese 49% que nos decían que lo abandonarían, solamente baja hasta un 44%. Así que verdaderamente hay unas expectativas altas por parte de la gente de encontrar este método de pago. Y para los comercios como vosotros, como de por Village, los consumidores dicen, un 72% de ellos, que repetirían en esa misma web si se vuelven a encontrar este método de pago. Entonces, como te comentaba, en PayPal para nosotros es muy importante escuchar y responder a esas necesidades de clientes. Hemos estado lanzando productos de BNPL en todo el mundo. En el caso de España, lanzamos en noviembre del año pasado, en 2021, nuestro producto Pago en 3, ¿no? Un producto, pues como que su nombre indica, te permite comprar hoy y pagar en 3 plazos en 3 meses. Y además hacerlo en una experiencia de cliente muy sencilla, completamente integrada en la web y que, como contamos con esa base de usuarios de 6.4 millones, no tienes que hacer ningún tipo de verificación. Ya eres cliente de PayPal, ya eres parte de esos 6.4 millones de clientes y puedes entrar en The Port Village y financiar tu compra de manera totalmente gratuita. Entonces, sé que en The Port Village ofrecéis esta opción. Me encantaría saber más sobre qué acogida ha tenido en vuestros clientes. Nuevamente, ¿por qué tomasteis esta decisión y cuán fácil o difícil ha sido implementarlo?
Pues, bueno, nosotros en un inicio, hace ya como 2 años aproximadamente, vimos que todo el tema del comprar ahora, pagar después, sobre todo en el norte de Europa, estaba ganando mucho peso y se estaba yendo hacia el sur también, ¿no? Que son nuestros mercados, el sur de Europa. Entonces, pues, bueno, tomamos la decisión de buscar un partner para poder desarrollar todo este nuevo método de pago, ¿no? ¿Por qué elegimos PayPal? Pues, a ver, primer punto fue porque PayPal ya lo teníamos integrado como partner nuestro desde hace varios años. Entonces, la integración era, bueno, es que no era integración, de hecho lo activabais vosotros directamente. Nosotros no tuvimos que destinar ningún tipo de recurso técnico, ¿no? Eso era un punto porque los que os dedicáis al mundo online y temas de recursos de IT, implementación de nuevos proyectos, etcétera, ya sabéis que el hecho de que no haya integración siempre son puntos que valoramos, ¿no? Los que decidimos que se tiene que implementar y que no. Entonces, bueno, el primer punto, el tema de que no había integración. Segundo punto, que como que lo teníamos integrado en todos los países, si veíamos que en el país que íbamos a hacer la prueba, país piloto, funcionaba bien, hacer el deploy al resto de países era otra vez, no hacer una integración, sino pasaros a vosotros para que la activaseis. Y por último, pues que en aquellos inicios los precios que se estaban cargando a la empresa por realizar estas financiaciones eran muy elevados y en el caso de PayPal pues eran los mismos que ya teníamos con ellos, ¿no? Y bueno, pues por estos 3 motivos tomamos la decisión de implementarlo. Empezamos en el mercado francés, uno de nuestros principales mercados, y ahí pues vimos cosas interesantes. Vimos un incremento de la cesta media, vimos un incremento también de la facturación, pero también era un periodo que había COVID por el medio y eso a las empresas online pues también nos beneficiaba. En este caso el incremento en Francia fue de un 120%, aunque quizás no sea totalmente atribuido al método de pago. Lo que sí que se podría atribuir más directamente es un incremento de la conversión, de torno al 14%, que esto obviamente quizás también afectó el tema del COVID, pero directamente el Buy Now Pay Later aquí sí que tuvo más impacto. Y bueno, viendo que estaba funcionando bien, decidimos hacer deploy en todos los países. Bueno, lo hicieron ellos, nosotros no integramos nada. Y el punto muy interesante es que los que conocéis el mercado español, sabéis que en España las ventas a principio de mes son unas y a final de mes son otras. Cae aproximadamente un 30% la facturación a medida que el mes va evolucionando. Y vimos que este tipo de solución podría ayudar mucho en el mercado español, dado que mitiga el impacto. El cliente no cal que se espere a final de mes para recibir su nómina o a principios de mes para recibir su nómina y poder comprar el producto, ¿no? Sino que ayuda a esto, ¿no? Y bueno, pues hicimos el deploy en España también y en el resto de países y por ahora pues estamos satisfechos.
Pues me gusta mucho escuchar que por un lado estáis ayudando al cliente, ¿no? Porque le permitís comprar el producto que quiere cuando quiere, ¿no? No tener que esperar,
Correcto.
como tú bien dices, a final de mes a tener el salario.
Sí.
Parece que también tiene un impacto positivo en vuestro negocio, ¿no? En tasas de conversión. Sé que en vuestro caso, por ejemplo, ha subido un 14% en Francia con respecto a otros métodos de pago, que os ha ayudado al crecimiento, que os ha ayudado a la internalización. También me gustaría tocar un ángulo de sostenibilidad, ¿no? De entender si nosotros también, cuando hemos hecho algunos estudios con clientes, lo que nos han dicho es que el Buy Now, Pay Later les permitía comprar aquello que verdaderamente querían, ¿no? Por lo tanto, en muchos casos, un producto de mayor calidad, un producto de mayor duración, que evita lo que muchas veces llamamos el fast shopping, ¿no? El estar comprando cosas que no cuestan tanto, pero que luego realmente las vas a desechar más rápido. Entonces, en este marco de cómo el BNPL no solamente puede ayudar al cliente, puede ayudar al negocio, también puede ayudar a la sostenibilidad. ¿Cuál es vuestra visión y qué habéis visto en Deport Village? Comentabas antes un aumento del ticket medio. ¿Qué cosas habéis visto?
Sí, bueno, respecto a lo que comentabas del ticket medio, es muy importante también mencionar el incremento del ticket medio que esta solución te proporciona por el hecho de que la cesta media en e-commerce es uno de los puntos también claves. Al final, un envío, que es uno de los principales costes que tiene cualquier e-commerce, aparte quizá del marketing, un envío de una caja así vale, pongamos, 10 euros. Si lo que lleva dentro de esa caja vale 50, pues un 20% del coste del producto, un 20% de ese margen, ya se te va en logística. Si el producto en vez de valer 50 vale 100, el envío te va a seguir valiendo 10 euros, porque mueves la misma cajita. Sin embargo, en vez de un 20% de costes logísticos, tendrás un 10%. Y eso, pues, aquí la solución ayuda de forma significativa. Y bueno, respecto a la pregunta que me hacías sobre el tema de sostenibilidad y tal, mi opinión personal, dentro de Deport Village, es que nosotros vendemos deporte. Vendemos deporte y vendemos productos para deportistas que el deporte forma parte de su vida, que necesitan el deporte para sentirse bien, para desconectar, para mejorar, para tener ambiciones. Si a estos clientes o a estos usuarios les podemos ayudar a que no tengan que esperarse, en el caso de España, a final de mes, para poder adquirir un producto de calidad, duradero, para poder realizar las actividades diarias que son saludables y que les hacen sentir bien, bajo mi punto de vista, yo solo que veo puntos positivos.
Me alegro. Pues muchísimas gracias, Alex. Quizás por concluir la sesión de hoy, yo creo que yo personalmente me llevo 3 ideas conmigo. La primera, pues creo que hay que ser valiente como fuiste tú a la hora de dejar pues la oferta de una gran compañía para irte a una startup, valiente para tomar decisiones desde un proyecto hasta crecer una compañía. La primera. La segunda, que en esas tomas de decisiones es importante y valioso elegir los aliados apropiados y que estos aliados a veces no te ayudan solo con el producto, sino que te ayudan también a través de su marca, la seguridad y la confianza que estábamos hablando, te pueden ayudar a expandirte a otros países en los que tú quizás no estás tan presente, no conoces los países, así que en un proyecto de crecimiento cuenta con aliados. Y la tercera con respecto al BNPL, ¿no? que la verdad es que decimos, oye, qué suerte que podemos, por un lado, ayudar al cliente a comprar lo que quiere, cuando lo quiere, sin un coste adicional. Por otro lado, ayudar al comercio a vender más, con un ticket medio superior y con una conversión mejor. Nuevamente, PayPal, comercio, cliente. Y lo tercero, además, podemos contribuir a un mundo más sostenible, porque la gente va a comprar lo que verdaderamente quiere y, por lo tanto, lo va a tener más tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great conversation. We are going to move on to talk about failure. And well, as you perhaps noticed, it was my failure to forget to mention that the last panel was going to be in Spanish. However, this failure really pales in comparison to the failures that the next panel is going to talk about. And here we have 3 entrepreneurs that are going to talk about their biggest mistakes, their biggest failures, and how this actually turned out to be something that was really good for their business in the end. Because, after all, they say fail often, fail early, right? And so here, to moderate this panel, I would like to introduce the Head of Alliances and Investment at the High Commissioner Spain Entrepreneurial Nation. And it is my pleasure to welcome on stage Maria González Picatoste. Maria, there you are. Wonderful. Maria, it is your stage.
I'd like to welcome on stage Johanna Gallo. She's the CEO and co-founder of A-Planet. Alberto Martinez, CEO and co-founder of Streamloots, and Enrique Penichet, the founding partner of Draper V1. Thank you for being here. The first thing we're going to do is watch a short clip of a short documentary that Draper V1 participated on, Failure and Mistakes.
Okay.
Do we have the clip?
It was so hard to record it. I
Right.
hope they have it.
You will see that Alberto participated. Actually, Enrique did too.
Yeah, well, I was not in the hard part. the
No.
montage.
He was in the production part.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, only the interview part.
Yeah, exactly.
Convincing
But
entrepreneurs.
I went there just to,
Give them moral
emotional
support.
yeah,
support.
more support. So I actually went to the top of the mountain. So.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Well, anyway, to give you a quick overview of what we are going to discuss before the clip is on, we're obviously going to see something that is a key part of entrepreneurship, a key part of the entrepreneur's journey, which is failing up, making mistakes, fucking up, basically overcoming things that happen along the way and that, well, nobody had it in mind, right? Nobody had planned for those. So I think that we're ready to watch the video.
okay. Here.
Fue un fallo muy gordo.
No fuimos capaces de vender nada.
Habíamos creado algo que nadie quería, ¿no?
Ha sido una pelea constante.
Cuando empiezas, no sabes dónde vas.
Ahí estuvimos trabajando sin descanso y la verdad que no fuimos capaces de generar ni un solo euro.
No tenía ningún conocimiento de criptomonedas, no soy financiero, no soy desarrollador de software.
Nosotros fuimos directamente a los venture capital más importantes sin tener absolutamente nada de documentación preparada.
Estuvimos como 4 meses desarrollando la aplicación, lanzamos, nos quedamos así mirando pues, la página de analítica en la que venían los usuarios y yo creo que no entró ni mi padre.
Mi mayor error creo que fue lanzar un producto al mercado sin saber si realmente había alguien interesado en él.
No calibrar bien tus compañeros de viaje.
Llegar tarde a entregas, no desarrollar en tiempo lo que pensábamos desarrollar, no ofrecer a los clientes lo que queríamos ofrecerles.
Con Draper nos decían, oye, pero antes de lanzar un producto, intenta entender qué quiere el usuario, ¿no? Y nosotros con nuestra mente de programador era, no, lanzamos esta plataforma que es la leche, lo va a petar, y pues nos pasó eso, ¿no? Y fue por nuestro primer encontronazo con, oye, no, esta plataforma no la está utilizando nadie. Yo recuerdo bastante duro, porque era un proceso en el que nosotros todos los días dedicábamos muchísimas horas a intentar que funcionase y que no veíamos cómo el modelo estaba funcionando. Y además, claro, en ese momento te entra como muchísimo miedo a fracasar.
Mi mayor error ha sido no dejarme aconsejar.
El primer error creo que sería no cuidar más a tu equipo, que es el alma del proyecto. El segundo error te diría que puede ser escuchar demasiado a los demás. Mi padre es psicólogo, ¿no? Y cuando decidí dejarlo todo el mundo de la arquitectura, para empezar a arrancar en el mundo de las criptomonedas, me pidió si por favor podía ir a un amigo suyo que era psicólogo. Yo accedí, obviamente, para que mi padre no se pensara que estaba loco. Y bueno, básicamente acabó comprando criptomonedas, ¿no? Creo que el fracaso es un tema tabú en España. Si miramos Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, es todo lo contrario. Parece que cuantas más veces hayas fracasado, más interesante eres como perfil.
Draper no tiene miedo al fracaso y es el primero que te anima a hacer apuestas, a tomar riesgos, para poder mejorar y seguir creciendo.
Esto no deja de ser como el método científico. O sea, tú haces la hipótesis, la pruebas y sale bien o sale mal, y entonces recoges los datos y reformulas una nueva hipótesis que la vuelves a probar, ¿no?
Cuando nadie creía en nosotros, ellos fueron los que realmente apostaron por nuestro proyecto y han estado siempre al pie del cañón con nosotros.
Mi mejor error es equivocarme cada día probando cosas nuevas porque creo que ese es el camino para aprender.
All right, now that we know what we're talking about, I would like to start asking Kike, Why did Draper V1 decided to participate in this project? Why is it relevant to talk about mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is this is just a teaser, so it's a short version of the short.
Actually, you can scan the QR and access the whole document.
Because the thing is that the production, that is Microfilms, approached us because they wanted to do a short film about entrepreneurship. And as we have many companies, invested a lot of entrepreneurs in our portfolio, and so on, we said, okay, why not? And look really interesting. For them, it was a project that they went them to cinema festivals and tried to distribute and everything. And so it was kind of like, yeah, and for us, might be also good exposure, so why not? But then when the production came and started asking questions to the people, is when they started to think about what was going to be the theme and the argument. And so that's when they came and said, we want to talk about failure. And we said, what? Failure? And they say, yeah, because looks like you talk about failure, like really easy, it's just part of the process and so on, but we come from another part of the social life and the culture where failure is look like, okay, you are a loser, right?
Right.
And so that's why, that's how this started and was focusing on failure. That actually for us in the lab, we started as an accelerator in 2009, and then we became venture capital. But in the accelerator, and we work with Streamloots there, it was all about it. I mean, it was all about trying new things and then improve and try another time new things.
Well, I think that it's pretty clear for absolutely everyone in here that when you want to drive innovation and generate new ideas and new businesses, failure is going to happen. Why do you think that it's relevant to discuss mistakes openly?
I think that's something that I've learned probably at BoostVC, that in order to create a safe environment for people to try, you need to empower, encourage mistakes. Actually, it's rewarding mistake. It's not that you reward people for making mistakes, but you reward people for sharing the mistake. In Streamloots, actually, we have something we call the F Awards, and we award every year the biggest mistake done that year. I've won it twice already.
Can you tell us for why each time? Why?
Yes, one time I make a mistake with a discount coupon, so we lost like $10K in 1 hour.
Okay. Pretty
yes,
mistake.
And the previous mistake was that the marketing team was preparing like a marketing campaign for like a whole month, and I tweeted about it the day before it because I thought it was it was already released. So the whole marketing team was like trying to push me out of the company. Yeah, but I think something we've done in Streamloots is that we make mistake a team theme. So inside your team, inside your squad, as an individual, if you make a mistake, you take responsibility, you try to learn from the mistake.
Right.
But outside that team, that was a team mistake. So no one knows who is the individual that committed the mistake. So you feel safe to innovate, and you feel safe to try new things that have never been tried before.
That's actually a good thing to take out of here. We are a team, even though somebody may make a mistake, as a team, we accept it as part of our job.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Interesting. I don't know if you guys have read the recent Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report here in Spain. It says that 42% of entrepreneurs say that fear of failure is actually something that has inhibited them from starting up before or starting up with the will and the motivation that they wanted. Have you guys suffered that? Is fear of failure something that has stopped you along the way?
Yes, sometimes, because you feel the pressure, what will happen, and not only with you, is you have a team with you and you have many persons with you, so you feel this pressure, of course.
Extra pressure for
Yeah, but if you work as a team, and also you have to think how, if this failure will impact many people or not, and give it a try. And always, like, if you have the passion to do something, so this fear will disappear.
Also, it's like failure doesn't even exist. If you are on social media and you follow startups, you only see success. Like you only see investment round, recruitments, acquisitions, but you never see someone talking, hey, I had to lay off part of my company and I spent the whole week crying.
Right.
Or I woke up in the night because I had to tell the investors that they are going to lose money. You don't see that. And then you feel really lonely. I believe everyone building a startup has always gone through those difficult situations, but it looks like they doesn't exist because because people don't talk about them.
Sharing is important, no? Because everybody will know
yeah,
what
definitely.
is happening. Yeah, and sometimes they share, but it's like with a positive thing.
Yeah.
After that, it's like, oh, I have this problem, but now we are doing great. It's not, we have this problem, this failure, and that's it.
And in fact,
Yeah, and that's it.
no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really hard for the CEOs sometimes because those are the things that
Right.
they have to actually eat by themselves, sleep by themselves, and at the same time, I mean, you realize that it's part of the process. You have to try, you fail, you have to try, but at the same time, it's part of fighting your self-esteem. Like, okay, I really thought this was going to work. We have all this team, all these hours, all this effort. What did I did wrong this time, right?
Yeah, I guess that being humble is a key part of accepting that you made a mistake. You have to openly discuss it in order to learn something and take something positive out of that experience. Do you feel that being the CEO and the co-founders and CEO in both of your cases is actually something that you feel extra?
Yeah, because you have your team with you, and sometimes you feel alone sometimes.
Right.
It's like, with who should I share this pressure that I have, or this feeling of advice from somebody? It's like, if I fuck this up, it's like, all will come to me. But yeah, I think the thing that you have to do is to share, to find somebody to share what you are thinking, what are you going to do, to get advice, and to feel that you are part of something, that you are not alone.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like you don't want to share. Let's say you are talking with investors and you have a lot of no's, and you don't want to share those news with the team because you feel that the team is going to be sad and things like that. So you keep everything for yourself. And sometimes it's like you feel lonely or you spend a lot of money in a therapist. But I've learned that in my case, I have other co-founders, so I've learned that sharing my pain with other co-founders actually help, and they feel also you show vulnerable to the team, and then the team feel all the appreciation back to you.
Yeah, at the same time that I'm at the other part of the phone,
Right.
It's kind of like, as we are really early stage investor, when things go a little bit farther, our companies know that we are not actually going to allocate more money because we are not late stage investors, but we are still in the cap table and we have a really nice relation. So sometimes we became kind of like this, guy to call when you have a problem and you don't know who else to talk with. Because, I mean, they are not selling to us because we are not going to do a new follow-on anyway. So it's kind of like, part of like priest, therapist, or whatever you might call it.
Enrique called me after every board meeting because in the board I left the investor to talk. I say, hey, do you know what they say about you, about streaming? So he's like my confidant after
Exactly,
the board
it's like
meeting.
insider trading in the...
We make jokes about double agents.
Makes sense. And actually, I think that each one of you mentioned a different type of support. You mentioned your team, your co-founder, being on the investor side. Obviously, you are invested in the company, even though the follow-up investment is not going to be something for you. But it's interesting to see how each one of us looks for support in wherever we can find it.
Yeah, it's important. I have a co-founder as well, so yeah, it's like we feel that we can discuss together the things and be more open. But also with the team, it's important to be humble and to recognize that, okay, I did this error and we are human and we learn from it. The important thing is the message, no? It's not like it's something negative, it's something to learn and to apply in the future and to do it better.
Do you think that that's something that you want your company's culture to be impregnated with, that wants to be part of how everyone behaves in the company?
Yeah, for sure. We are very open to this, and also we make it a team thing. It's like we are all together into this, and we have the same objective, so we have to share with each other, yes.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm thinking just loud, right? When you have this trouble that you thought and you get the pressure, the things are not going like they should be, and then you get all that pressure on you. Sometimes I feel that if you pass and share that pressure with the team, you ended up putting the team under pressure that you didn't want the team to be in that position, in that right moment.
Right. I guess that you have to build that type of relationship and culture where exactly people accept and don't feel the extra pressure.
It's the exact amount of pressure.
Exactly. How to balance that.
Yeah, sometimes you also have to keep things for yourself because to keep this balance is difficult. Yeah.
Alberto, you mentioned before about how on social media and communications, basically everybody tells only speaks about success, not failures. And I was thinking about the Instagramization of life, right? Everybody's so handsome on their social media, things like that. And I wanted to ask you, the three of you actually, do you think that now that we're starting to see a lot of down rounds, large companies laying off a big amount of employees, do you think that this is going to help open up the conversation around not only failure, but also hard times that every company faces?
Probably. Actually, there are a few organizations already, like ANCLA in Spain, that are talking about the path to become an entrepreneur, and people is actually explaining their path without like the extra flavor of a pink side. And I think that's gonna be positive for eliminating the taboo about failure. I believe something that happened, especially here in Spain, is that we associate failure with failure in a project with a personal failure. Like you are a failure yourself. And I see now that when we went to Boost VC, it was the other way around. Like investors were asking, like, but have you ever tried to build a company before? Have you ever failed before? And it was actually a positive thing to have, like something in your CV. Yes, I failed and I burned 8 million. And I was like, really? He's saying that in the pitch? And and investors were actually rewarding those people because like you failed, so now you have better tools and better skills to put my money into work. So I believe it is going to change, probably not only because the downturn, but because founders are starting to talk more openly about that.
And do you guys think that here in Spain we are starting to see that culture shift, that we are finally more able to discuss openly about mistakes? Is it something that you guys are noticing or not yet?
I think, no, I mean, you just mentioned that, you know, social networks, everyone is kind of like putting this.
Bragging,
this other life, right? Not the real life.
Right.
And I think even so also in the entrepreneurship world, it's happening kind of like that way. The people only shows to the world the good thing, the best things on the company, and try to project an image that is not actually the real image that is happening inside the company. But that happens also in the US. When you talk to when you talk to some US founders, looks like, wow, what a company. And then you get the numbers and you say, wow, I have like this, like 20 in my portfolio, much better than this one, right? So I think it's something that is impacting generally in the culture, just to give your best face picture, right?
Present yourself in the best way possible to the world. But do you think that, since we have just agreed that that culture shift is not happening yet in Spain, what can we do? What can each one of us do to actually help promote it, put it into motion?
I think sharing, because we all have mistakes.
Speaking up, right?
Yeah. So it's like be open and share what happened, and when you share your failures, don't say, but then at the end, no, it's like, that was a failure and that's it.
fucked up.
And this is what I learned from it, and that's it. So we have this, we have to share what happened with us, and also share inside the team, outside, in bigger forums. So yeah, this is our responsibility also.
So being outspoken about it, it's... Alberto, what do you
think? In my case, I would say that also take it with humor, like because it helps you calibrate how important the mistake is. Sometimes when you make the mistake, you feel it's going to have horrible consequences. But the truth is that you can solve the mistake in 99% of the cases in 1 hour, and 2 weeks later, you won't even remember that mistake. So if you share it with humor, like we have the F awards and things like that, then people calibrate. And also, if you are a founder or a CEO, your actions create culture. So if people in your team see that you are actually sharing with humor, like, hey, I made the mistake, I lost 10K, people is like, okay, I'm gonna do it again. So if you take it with humor, I think it's gonna be easier to share.
Yeah, I will add, like, I hate actually the culture of fake it until you make it.
Right.
Okay? Because this ended up in big lies, like small lie, big lie, and some people even ended in jail because of that. So, so it's kind of like, okay, just try to actually be sincere and have your real face to everyone, and so you can improve of the feedback of everyone.
So being outspoken with humor, and then being humble, being open about...
Don't live in a lie.
Exactly. Don't live a lie, for sure. I wanted to ask the entrepreneur side of the panel, Is there any advice, anything that if an aspiring entrepreneur or somebody in a very, very early stage development of their companies came to you and asked you for advice, what would you say? What would be your recommendation?
I will repeat the humor thing. I think actually one of our values is that we take humor seriously. And I think because humor helps you so vulnerable to the team. And when you show vulnerabilities to the team, they feel close to you, so they come to you to tell you to talk about their problems, their mistakes. I think something worse than a mistake is that you make a mistake and no one knows, and then shout up somehow, and the mistake is way bigger. If you show vulnerability to the team, then your team is going to go to you and feel free to speak, to tell them, hey, I make this mistake, how can I solve that mistake? So I believe that's the best thing, the best recommendation.
So in our case, some advice that we give is that you are going to fail. It's
accepted,
natural.
exactly.
So you are human, and this will happen. You are not perfect, and this will happen at any time. But the thing that you have to do, and it's similar that you say, is like calibrate. No, it's like there are like smaller mistakes that they will have small consequences. So just do it, because if you are with fear, like I will commit this mistake, no, it's like you will be paralyzed somehow. So it's like just do it, but then be able to identify also the mistakes that will have bigger consequences, and for this is like talk, speak with people, get some advice, also read, and have some plan B, C, D to be prepared in case you fail. And then just do it and assume you have these plans to support you, but do it anyway. But if you are worried about everything at the same scale, the smallest mistake and the biggest mistake, you won't be doing anything at the end of the day.
Definitely.
Yeah. I would say, like, find people that is been there, done that, because then if you start talking to them, you will realize that most of your problems, mistakes, and challenges that you have, many other people have it.
Right. So. I think that actually that's something that in Spain we are lacking a little bit. We are lagging behind, and it's the role model effect. Have people who are definitely known for having been through hard times with their companies, with their startups and their projects, and being able to access those people and share your doubts, share your concerns, and anything that is on your mind. That's the type I wanted to ask you specifically. Being an investor, you're on the other side of the conversation. When an entrepreneur comes to you, for example, with like Alberto you mentioned before, what type of advice do you offer them?
I mean, the thing is that if they are transparent and sincere, you can actually try to help them.
Right.
And try to find those people that actually been there, done that, so they can talk and share those thoughts and try to look forward for the next step. And with the inputs that you have now, then make a better future with all that knowledge that you already have. But if they actually treat the investor as a client that they don't want to know anything that is actually happening inside the company, then, I mean, you only realize that things are not going well when you go to bankrupt directly.
Right.
It's like, okay, I thought the company was doing great. You told me it was doing great. And now we are filing a bankrupt. So it's, I think that's the thing. It's kind of like, okay, try to open, try to actually be transparent.
And the entrepreneurs also, the companies, we are losing an opportunity because we have a good advisor in business, and so, yeah.
Definitely. Is it something that you guys have experienced? Sorry, I know that you guys all have experienced failure, but I wanted to actually just be closing the session and asking you, is it only a mistake when we don't learn anything from it? How would you describe a mistake now that you've been through it so many times and that you have actually taken something out of the process?
I think that even calling mistakes is actually a mistake, because at the end, when you are making a decision, you make the best decision with the information that you have at that moment. Later, maybe that decision have a bad outcome, but it's not a mistake, it's actually a decision with a bad outcome. I believe that you should always try to learn from the mistakes, but maybe sometimes you cannot learn, and that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be trying and be open for mistakes. Even if you try something that doesn't work and you don't learn anything from that, you at least are learning that didn't work, so you don't replicate it again. So I would say that you don't need to be like obcecated on looking for the learning. Just be open to commit mistake. If you are able to extract the learning, the better.
Yeah, I agree. We learn from everything that we do, the bad things, good things, everything. And also in A Planet, we are always learning of everything. And also my personal life is every opportunity is for you to learn. So it's not a mistake, it's not only learning or no, also the good things. But I think that the bad part of this, is do it again and again.
Right.
You have to internalize what has happened and do better the next time.
Yeah, I think you learn much more about the problems and the mistakes than actually the things that just went well in the first try. I remember when Streamloots was like growing like crazy during the COVID, and it's kind of like we didn't even know why we were growing.
Right.
And you shouldn't be telling this. There are investors here. We knew exactly the growth level.
But then, when all this push of the market went out, then we actually learned the growth levers to keep that growth going. So it's kind of like, yeah, when you actually see problems, things not going as they were or as they should, is when you put the effort, you try to understand all the outputs, and then you can actually make a new path.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that at least I am taking a few good notes to take home and reflect upon. So thank you for your insights.
Thanks to you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. And as we heard, we need role models, and I think we've already seen a couple of role models here on stage. And if you also want to be a role model, well, perhaps think about what mistake did you do that you can communicate about and show others that we need to talk more about our mistakes. If you want to make it public, you might want to use the hashtag SouthSummit22. Don't be shy. Go ahead and tell us about your biggest and your best mistakes. And let's take humor seriously. I really like that as well. I could be hearing about failure all day long, but our next panel is not going to talk about failure, but we are going to put on our policy lens. And we are going to look into how can, from a policy side, we use national measures in Spain and Portugal, and what is happening there, and how are they influencing what's happening at an EU level? And here to moderate a fantastic panel, we have someone who has to know because he is the head of digital entrepreneurship at the Secretary of State for Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence. It's a pleasure to welcome here on stage Álvaro Hernando.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. Welcome everybody to this amazing panel. Today we'll be talking about the new measures Spain and Portugal are putting in place to boost our Iberian tech ecosystems. And here with me are Marisol, the Chief Open Innovation Officer at South Summit. Welcome, Marisol. Also, Antonio, who is the Executive Director of Startup Portugal. Welcome, Antonio. Good morning. Arthur, who is the advisor for the Portuguese Secretary of State of Digitalization. Morning, Arthur. And last but not least, Luis. She is CEO and founder of Uperit, a startup of Spain. Welcome, Luis.
Thank you.
Well, as I told you, Spain and Portugal are putting in place new measures and also are leading the European ecosystems with new initiatives at European level. In Spain, there are two main measures, the Startup Law and the Next Tech Fund of Funds. The Startup Law is, we did last year, the draft text of the future Startup Law came to light. And came to light at the end last year, and the Next Tech Fund of Funds was also launched and has already been done to operations. And the Startup Law will comprises a set of fiscal, administrative, and labor measures that will remove hurdles to make life easier and simpler for tech entrepreneurs, and specifically will provide fiscal incentives for those startups and business angels, new stock options tax scheme, a new visa for tech digital nomads. There's also an expat tax scheme broadened for other direct family members to come to Spain and stay here with the digital nomad, and also incentives to charity interests. So there's a number of initiatives, number of measures put in place to attract talent, attract investors to Spain, and promote the Spanish ecosystem. The Next Tech Fund of Funds is the other measure in Spain. Is a public-private partnership that will raise more than 4 billion euros money in investment for deep tech scale-ups based in Spain, which means that will generate job opportunities, will attract and retain those tech talents, those talents who are so difficult to...
We hope so.
Of course we'll do. And generate a more powerful venture capital ecosystem here in Spain. As I told you, it has already closed 2 operations with more than 170 million compromise in those 2 operations. Also at European level, together with Portugal, we are involved in several initiatives leading other member states. Last year, Portugal, Austria, and Spain launched the Europe Startup Nation Alliance, which is a platform to facilitate the development of new startups across Europe. Also, we are participating in a new initiative coordinated and managed by the European Investment Fund that will enable the future European tech champions to keep their headquarters in Europe, not to move to United States or Asia. So this is, I think, it's quite important. In Spain, we have already 9 unicorns, and this number will be doubled by 2030, according to the target of Europe's digital decade.
Woohoo!
And so a lot of measures. So I would like Arthur to tell us about which main measures do you have deployed, or you are to be deployed in Portugal?
Sure, Alberto. Thank you. Let me just by thanking the invitation to the Spanish government to participate and share a little bit what's going on back in Portugal, and also to congratulate South Summit on this amazing event. And well, greet my fellow colleagues from the panel as well. Going to what's happening in Portugal, well, there's no doubt definitely that more and more in a global perspectives that the governments are looking in their economic strategy specifically to startups as the way to go, in a sense that we're having so specific characteristics of this type of companies in terms of their business models, on how they can truly incorporate technology and leading to competitiveness to the economies they have usually normally very high skilled people working in their ranks, and their level to contribute to more innovation and to more competitiveness to the economy is absolutely clear. And Spain and Portugal are no exception in that. So in Portugal, we consider ourselves a startup nation, and like startups that have different maturity stages, we want to evolve to scale up and then to a unicorn nation in that sense. Although we already have 7, that puts us in a very good position in terms of per capita comparison. But going specifically to the measures that we're developing in Portugal, I would highlight 2 of them right now. The first one is completely directed to the national budget law, which is to state there the definition of what it is a startup. And that's crucial and critical for public policy making, to define exactly what are the support and the measures that we need to design conjointly with the ecosystem for them. That's the first thing, which will make them eligible for all the measures and initiatives that we put forward. And one of those measures are the very hot topic that's been going on for quite a while, not only in Portugal, everywhere, regarding the stock options. We want to implement this year the stock options in Portugal. The second thread would be the bet and the record bet that the Portuguese government is doing on the ecosystem with non-refundable support of 125 million directly to this ecosystem, which will split through first green and digital transition projects and business models that startups have, and with vouchers, regardless of their maturity stage, it's not only for the seed or pre-seed, it's for all stages. It could be for the entire company, it could be just for a specific project. So we want to have that bet in combination with all the SDGs and obviously also the digital compass of objectives of the European Union. And secondly, to upgrade our network of incubators through their upskill. For us, is definitely and Startup Portugal is taking care of this very carefully. We don't want to share an indicator of how much incubators we have to have a large number. Unlike many startups is a good thing and investment is a good thing. Incubators, we want to have them in terms of quality.
Quality in terms of
precisely,
quantity.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great. So this is a good overview of the national measures, but I think you are also leading at the European level. Last year, during the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union, you promoted the creation of the ESNA, as I told you. Indeed, you are the interim CEO. And Spain also was founding the member and is fully supporting this initiative. Could you tell us the main objectives or activities that ESNA is putting in place or is prepared to launch?
Yeah, sure. Just to correct you, I'm not the interim CEO. I'm supporting the interim management team that is on place. Okay. So if my wife heard, she would ask for the paycheck that it's not happening. So basically, let me go through the process of what happened in ESNA. So in a nutshell, Portugal was taking the presidency of the European Council back in January 2021. And prior to that, we had multiple conversations with the Commission, and to look deeply on startup ecosystem, we inherited a declaration that were the Startup Nation standards that lists 8 best practices in terms of public policy making for countries to become startup-friendly countries. We're talking about fast-track creation of a company, stock options, like I mentioned before. We're talking about access to funding, which we'll talk a little bit more later on, and digital first matters regarding gender equality and so on. So we inherited that declaration, and at the same time we did an exhaustive diagnosis of the ecosystem. And the main highlights that we point out are, first, we're definitely lagging behind in terms of main indicators comparing to other leading regions. We're talking about number of startups, investment, number of workers working for this ecosystem, and unicorns. We also found that having spread it around multiple concepts of what is a startup, I know that that's a never-ending discussion. It should evolve, but at the same time, for public policy makings, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. We can evolve also, but we need to stabilize and harmonize this concept. And that will feed also the data that we consume around this ecosystem. Because the feeling, I'm sure that everyone looks into indicators on this ecosystem, always have the sense that we're comparing sometimes apples to pears. And we want to also to work on that direction. And last but not least, the fragmentation that we see in Europe regarding initiatives, organizations, associations that are trying to go to different directions, sometimes at different same directions, but they're wasting resources. And in that sense, ESNA comes to first monitor this Startup Nations Declaration, support governments to implement this public policy, construct this common platform and data platform as a tool for the entire ecosystems and for all member states, work on a distinctive brand that represents Europe here and abroad, and also on the internationalization part to help our startups and to attract more talents. We built a governance model that is 360 in the sense that incorporates everyone from the ecosystem, from decision-making and policy-making governments to the founder, to unicorns, to incubators, to university and research and development centers, to associations from member states that somehow represent their ecosystem. And right now, we announced it, like you mentioned, Portugal, Spain, and Austria as founding members. 3 just got in, France, Czech Republic, and Slovenia. And others will come later on. And now we're up to roll up their sleeves and truly implement what I just mentioned.
So as now we'll get larger and larger.
Yes, yes.
So, okay, thank you very much. Definitely and surely that together we'll succeed in
hopefully
this.
I'm counting on you as well.
And right after this overview of the key elements, the new tools that at legislative and national level and European levels will be shaping the future startup policy, I would like to know the opinion of the ecosystem representatives from both countries. I don't know, Marisol, how have these measures, these governmental or institutional initiatives translated to the ecosystems? I mean, how the stakeholders have received them?
Thank you very much, Alvaro. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. First of all, let me tell you that we are so happy at South Summit of being celebrating this 10th anniversary of South Summit. And you know, besides everything that you can see in the stages or wherever you're in the marketplace, this energy, you can feel it. But this is something that has been building for 10 years, of course, no? And now we think that it's a good moment, no, to have legislations and regulations helping the ecosystems to go forward and to continue building over all these initiatives that are part of the ecosystem maturity as we see it. No? For us, we know that nobody can do it alone. No? We have like a tremendous task ahead of us, go forward in innovation position in a way that we can extract all the good qualities that we have as countries, like talent, technology, innovation, much more besides the sun and heat that we are enjoying these days. No? And of course, for us, the combination is investors, startups, and corporations. It's the perfect mix because startups are the innovation lab of the world, corporations have the infrastructure, the relationship with the regulators, they have the access to the market, and of course, investors inject the energy, no, and the money to the system. And this is perfect, but all this is also supported upon universities and government and regulations. And this is the scaffolding that we need to grow and to nurture. The startup law is really good news. We've been working in that as an ecosystem as well for a long time, as you all know, and we are happy that we have this news. And for us, it's just the way to keep attracting all this talent from everywhere. You can see that today we have people from more than 120 countries. No, we are in the 3 days we're expecting for around 30,000 or something, or maybe even more, guests from all over the world. And this is the way to attract. Then we keep continuing in the day-to-day, building and trusting and connecting the ecosystem. Evidences that we have is increase in investment. I have some figures here. Is that in Spain, in general, investment has grown a lot. Of course, I didn't have at hand the numbers of Portugal, but it's the same case. And that's all good news for everyone. No? In particular, Spain has an interesting thing that we are not as centralized as maybe other countries in Europe. We have, besides Barcelona and Madrid, Bilbao, Valencia, Malaga as interesting regions to grow. We have investment in Madrid has grown 64% in the last year. Right now we are around 12,500 million euros in investment. We have our 9 unicorns, which we are proud of, and these incentives to bring in startups and digital nomads to have the stock options regulation will only foster that. So we are part of an ecosystem, and we need to have all these working in a good balance.
Okay, great. And initiatives like these, that are promoted by South Summit, boost and facilitates life and connections and networking to the ecosystem. No, how is your organization dealing with it? What other measures are put in? I know you make a map of the ecosystem map every year.
Yes, one of the beauty, I think that you are enjoying that as well during the conference, but one of the beauties of South Summit is that we have all sectors represented here. No? So if you are in banking, you can also have inspiration from the health industry or the infrastructure industry. That is critical and key for new business creation. Innovation comes from going beyond your own sector and your own bias. Here right now, and if you go with your ears aimed to it, you can hear conversations that are happening, no? Creating new business at this moment, new projects, new interactions, new connections. We actively connect the dots, so one of the roles of the ecosystem players is to be the neutral place where everybody wants to meet and where we shake these connections and try to connect the dots. We have this ecosystem orchestration role. And from this, if we have all the infrastructure ready, things can fly. No? So for us, this is the role. We have, as you were saying, we have our ecosystem map analysis every year. We know the sectors that are both growing and top at every moment. And even I like that this year we embraced complexity, talking about this mix of sectors. So we have lots of health, as you can see in the region, besides, of course, the magnificent engineering talent that we have in the country. We have good knowledge in fintech, in health, in e-commerce, in tourism, and of course, banking and all the security and cyber transversalities that are there. And we have the ingredients to create magic, people. So let's keep creating magic, no?
So Spain is doing a good job right now.
Of course.
A good evolution of the ecosystem.
And we are a natural bridge with many ecosystems as well. We are, of course, a natural bridge with Latin America. Yeah, and this is a great opportunity both for Latin America and us. And this is still the objective of let's connect and do business together.
Thank you. And Antonio, how about Portugal? How did you see the measures that Arthur talked just us about?
Well, with great enthusiasm in Portugal, but let me just start by thanking you the invitation and congratulations to South Summit. It's a magnificent event, better than last year, always growing, so congratulations. Well, I see it in a most enthusiastic way because we need those measures. We need public policies in order to create the conditions. I think we should not over-regulate, but we have to regulate something in order to ecosystems to grow and to develop and to be well-positioned in a competitive world. We are in a competitive world. We have some challenges. When I'm talking about Europe, we have some important challenges to overcome. We are seeing a lot of scale-ups when growing and wanting to go to IPOs and pre-IPOs round, still have to go abroad, still have to go to the United States, still have to go to other regions or ecosystems that better support them or have higher power of investment or something, and we have to do something about it. So maybe I can give you a good perspective on what Portugal is doing, and obviously we have heard of what Spain is doing. So it's a positive thing, but we have challenges. So I would like to notice and to take to your attention that there are still many things to do. We don't want to over-regulate, as I told you, but we have to do something in public policies to deal with European gaps in what relates to entrepreneurship, to ecosystem support, and to growing scale-up of our startups. In Portugal, we have some excellent indicators. For instance, I can point you, besides what Arthur just said, that among our top 15 companies in the country, 7 of them are tech-based. This is amazing because we are closer to the profile that the United States, for instance, have, and we are stepping away from a more traditional economy where the biggest companies are typically the industrial ones, utilities, telecoms, and others. So in the 15 top companies in Portugal, 7 of them are tech-based. This is a huge difference, and it happened some few years ago. We started to look to entrepreneurship and to the ecosystem in an integrated way. We can talk about startup ecosystem in Portugal since 2000, but maybe since 2016, we have looked to it in an integrated and strategic way. Startup Portugal was created. We are a non-profit organization funded by public capital, and that is equidistant from all the actors in the ecosystem. And what was our main mission? To hear and to give voice to the most relevant actors in the ecosystem. Because maybe in Spain the same, but some years ago in Portugal we heard a lot of SMEs, of big companies, of industrial companies, and startups and tech companies, tech-based companies didn't have the attention they deserve. So we started by listening to the ecosystem, listening to the founders, listening to the entrepreneurs, to the universities, to the hubs of innovation that we have all over the country. And for that, it was very important to have a network of incubators. As Arthur said, we have a lot of incubators. We have 169 incubators coordinated centrally by Startup Portugal. For you to know, for instance, France has 200 incubators, so maybe 169, we don't need so much, but it's very important to have this local knowledge of what is being done in each region. Because nowadays, when an investor or an entrepreneur wants to settle up in a country, the last thing or the last important thing that he thinks as a criteria is the region, the number of kilometers, if it's in the center, or if it's... No, he thinks about market, talent, the most important thing, and then the technology does the rest. We can work remotely. So it's important to have that local knowledge, to put it available for external investors and entrepreneurs, for them to know where are the best resources they can use to start up, to have new ventures, and to start a company. So the National Network of Incubators is a good example of this knowledge and this capability to hear the ecosystem locally and try with what we see locally, try to influence and make lobby to general public policies that then follow the specific necessities of the ecosystem. Obviously that we brought Web Summit to Portugal. It's also a good flag, and it will be in Lisbon until 2028. So it helps us to be seen as a startup nation. So we are the center of the world of entrepreneurship and tech and technology once a year in November, first week of November. And that is very positive. It's a good argument also to go. The third thing that I'd like to point is that for a Portuguese company, for a Portuguese startup, it's very important to start from inception to think abroad. Because of the size of our economy, we have to start up the companies always from the beginning thinking of internationalization. And we at Startup Portugal, every year we take dozens of company startups to go to several conferences and several geographies in order to connect them with different investors, partners, clients, and markets. This year, we are taking 70 startups to several initiatives like South Summit, like Vivatech in Paris, like Hannover Messe in Germany, like Collision in Toronto, Canada. And so that's an important part of our development is always thinking abroad, always thinking about internationalization, because the local market, it's not enough. Finally, one last thing. Sorry. I think ESNA is one of the most important issues that we have in hand, because we cannot treat European market as one, and Americans can treat their local market as one, so they have more than 200 million people considered to be their home market. Brazilians also have a gigantic home market, and we in Europe, with more than 400 million people, we are several different smaller markets that still don't communicate and still have a lot of barriers.
We all know that Startup Portugal is playing a more than relevant role there, so congrats, Antonio. And Luis, you are CEO and founder of a startup. Antonio said that we must give visibility, give voice to the startups. Can you tell us about your company? Can you introduce your company, please?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think every startup and entrepreneur should have this opportunity, a voice, to be heard. Aperit is the first digital platform connecting business diners with a marketplace of corporate restaurants, high-quality restaurants. So I'm going to be very quick, and I'm not going to be very hard on you, because I know this next question.
And do you think the measures explained both by Spain and Portugal would help your startup to succeed?
I think there are many good ideas, actually. I think one good idea that I really liked is that the period of a newly created company is now extended from now, I hope, from 3 years to 5 years, which is really nice for investors and their deductions. Then what about the notary fees? We pay a lot of notary fees, so let's see if this is a good opportunity for us not to pay them, but not only creating the company, always, closing the round, for example, and then also for those entrepreneurs that are also working for somebody else, they will not have to pay double for the social security, which is really nice. And there are many good ideas. By the way, we paid 3,000 euro for making a company, building a company, and now you can build a company with €1. So I could have 3,000 companies at the same price. So this is a great opportunity for us. I'm thinking about it, actually. But then I think I missed things. He's the one who is writing it, so this is a good moment to communicate it. For example, if I want an investor, an international investor, to invest in a company here in Spain, they need lots of paper. I mean, they need to go to the notary in the other country, and then they need to sign up here as a new society, a new company, which is very, very a long trip to close the round, or for example, what about the autonomous quote? Yes. This is a big thing, and that could be a big change. By the way, I forgot to tell you, congratulations, because you're joining forces. And I think Iberia, we are so much along together, we get so along. So congratulations for that. And what else I was going to say, because I forgot it now.
Well, we keep trying.
I have many things.
And keep working in the
by the way,
measures.
A pool of serious investors. The government choosing serious investors, because in the beginning, when you are starting, you don't know who is serious or who is not, So, yeah.
And what are the main challenges that you had to face as an entrepreneur? And I don't know if you could give the audience some tips to overcome those difficulties.
The challenges, imagine how it's to work with restaurants. So one challenge is that the restaurants are not digitalized. Also, they need a little bit of I don't want to call it education, but a little bit of higher level of professionalization. And then, of course, when you are starting, because you are talking a lot about scale-ups. What about those early stage startups? these are the ones who need the help because they are not known. So we need visibility, promotion. We need to be there and we need to be heard. So the early stage, I think you should help a lot to them.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm running out of time, so thank you very much for your collaboration. Thank you for your attention. Have a really nice day and a nice summit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this brilliant panel. That was really wonderful to see how much is already happening in the public sector and how this is actually going to affect entrepreneurs who are working on the ground. So wonderful. And we've heard one sentence on stage that nobody can do it alone. And I thought that is a really good motto here for South Summit, because what are we here for after all, if not for meeting and connecting with other people? So please, while you're heading out to other stages, don't forget to network, connect, talk with each other, and see what interesting connections you can make. In our next session, we are going to talk about something entirely different, and we are going to move into the question whether founders should become investors. Is that a good idea, or is that just a distraction? We actually have two investors with us here on stage today who are going to share their perspective on whether that is actually something they support, or whether they think their founders that they invested in, they should kind of stay clear and continue focusing on growing the business. We also will hear from one entrepreneur who has raised funding from 5 other unicorn founders. So I'm sure he will also have a very interesting perspective on this. And here to moderate all of this is from TechCrunch. Please give a warm welcome to Anna Heim. Anna. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Okay, please join me. So yes, to discuss this topic, I have here many investors, but the trick is that a lot of them were also entrepreneurs before. So I have Miguel Arias from K-Fund, but who also founded Carto. I have José del Barrio from Samaripata, but who also founded La Nevera Roja. We have Christophe Primo from Elaya, but also from GetUp. And then on the entrepreneur side, we have Pablo Darguilla, who's the entrepreneur that Daniel was referring to, who raised funding from 5 unicorn founders. Mm-hmm. And just to go straight into our topic, I would like to ask each of them their perception on whether it's a good thing for founders to invest while they are running a startup. So Miguel, I think you spelled it with a tweet because you said, I think TLDR, yes.
Yeah. I mean, the key thing that we have as VCs is the challenge of access to the best entrepreneurs, right? And actually founders are the ones who have the network, who understand other founders, who can help them to cry on their shoulders if needed. So for us as a VC, it's great to have our network of funders being able to do relations, invest. I'm calling this a very expensive hobby they have. Right? I don't think should not be a lifestyle for them. It should be something that they like to do because they have the passion to help. It should not take a lot of their time. And it wouldn't actually. But I think that for VCs, it's a very relevant source of deal flow, so we are totally in favor of that, yeah.
Uh-huh. So to spice things up, I'm going to go straight to Christophe because I think you disagree.
Yes and no. So I think it's a question of timing. So okay. If I look at myself, when I was a founder, I had no money first, so I couldn't invest, and no bandwidth. And I was extremely focused on my business, and frankly, I was not even thinking about investing at that time. Then, as your company is growing and you set up an operating team, that can do stuff for you, you probably, want to look around and get inspired by other entrepreneurs, inspire other entrepreneurs. Probably you've done a little bit of secondary, so you've got a bit of money to invest, and then it's probably a good time. Yeah. Once you've exited your company, then it's definitely a yes. I mean, I think the value you can bring to other entrepreneurs is huge. You will always take a slightly different point of view than financial investors. So combining your force with the one of a financial investor is of a lot of help, to founders. So no at the very beginning, and yes moving forward.
We agree.
Jose, who do you agree with? You need to choose.
I would say I'm more aligned with Christophe on this one. I think there's a lot has a lot to do with timing of even on the lifetime of the founder. So is a successful founder already, has sold the company, etc. And also the stage of the company, that is very different. So in my experience, when I was a founder, at the very beginning, early stage, pre-Series A, you don't have management, you don't have leadership, you need to be on top of everything, and that's a very tough moment. Apart from that, you don't have money to invest, by the way. But then once you have a leadership team, once you have some strong product market fit, etc., and you maybe have done some secondary, as Christophe said, then it's it's great, actually, as a source of inspiration, and so on. From a VC perspective, it's awesome. So I would say all founders to invest, because it's an amazing source of deal flow, and we usually invite founders to our rounds because we acknowledge the value they can bring in terms of network, experience, and everything. But I'm answering maybe the question more as an advice to founders, or as a first-time founder, pre-Series A, should they get distracted by investing? From my experience, my perspective, I think it's not a good idea for them. For us as a source of deal flow, is amazing. So it depends very much on where are you in your professional or entrepreneurial career, and where the company, in what stage the company is at. I would say that those are the main two drivers, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And just following on the value that they can add, Pablo, I think you know this firsthand, so why is it not a good idea to have fellow entrepreneurs as investors?
Yeah, hi everyone. In our case, the company I'm building is called Sensei Node, which is blockchain infrastructure in Latin America. So we deploy the nodes of the main protocols like Ethereum, Avalanche, Polkadot. So our only hypothesis is, if we believe that blockchain and Web3 is going to grow, they definitely will need nodes. So we are like the fiber optic of the blockchain. Who here thinks that blockchain is going to grow? Okay, most of them, great. So when we structured the round, as this company is, we are focused in Latin America, so we decided that it would be super important to have entrepreneurs that already built amazing companies from the region to the world, or in the region. So we decide, so for entrepreneurs that are here, like, you have to decide how to structure your round, your financial round, because they're going to go with you in all the journey together. So in our case, we decided, our dream investors would be, in this case, we invite to participate in this company to Marcos Galperin, the founder of Mercado Libre, Martin Migoya, the founder of Globant, both listed, one in NASDAQ and the other in New York Stock Exchange. And then we also invited Mike Santos, founder of Technisys, which is a financial software for banking software. And again, at the end of the day, crypto has a lot to do with money, or the Internet of Value, or transfer value. So from a financial standpoint, he knows the technology around finance. Then we invite Matthias Wolowski, who is the founder of OutZero, acquired last year at 6.5 billion. And Pato Yutar from Mural, also a $2 billion company. So surprisingly, they all say yes, and it was really such an honor. And what is great for having this kind of investors is that they are constantly helping and showing us the path, the roadmap. They are super committed, because they already have been through all this journey. So They share a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. Also, we have another investor that probably is also a unicorn, but as it's a crypto company, the price of their tokens is more, the market cap is more than 1 billion, which is the founder of Decentraland, which is the metaverse in the blockchain ecosystem on Ethereum. So yes, the thing is have people in crypto, have people who know of finance, have people who know of deep software. So that combination helped us a lot to keep on growing the company.
May I add
Yeah, go ahead.
2 comments? One, we can all see who is entrepreneur, right? He pitched the company, name-dropping everything in the answer. That's amazing, Pablo. I want to invest in your company after this. Really good.
Thank you, Miguel.
The second thing I mean, of course, it's great to have amazing names like Pablo was mentioning. It's an interesting effect that is happening now with these unicorn founders. They have enough money to almost cover the seed or pre-seed rounds themselves, right? In the past, the founders would just put, I don't know, 50K, 100K. They would just an addition to the round, nice, not taking a stake from the VCs. Now, in early stages, we have an effect where all these great names are pushing out the pre-seed and seed funds because they could cover the whole round, right? So I mean, I think that's an interesting second effect on that, which is not so good for the early stage funds, but good for the, well, I don't know how good it is for the founders, but it's happening a lot, I would say. Yeah.
Well, going back to Jose's comment on deal flow, does it help then if those founders are from your fund? Do they say, okay, I want to co-invest with such and such fund? Is it what you see happening?
Yeah, I think that's very frequently, and it's becoming more and more frequent, especially in developed ecosystems. The more developed the ecosystem, the more you see founders, successful founders, reinvesting in the ecosystem, not just money, but also knowledge and network. It's important. So the 3 things, I would say even for these people, money is even the least important thing. It's more about the network they can open up to the entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Maybe that's I would say the second list, and the number 1 is probably the knowledge they bring and the validation, the social proof, let's say. So and that is really important, and that's one of the reasons why we are trying to develop this network of like super successful, highly qualified group of entrepreneurs that help us not just sourcing the deals, but also discussing the deals with them. Because we cannot be experts in every single field we analyze, so we leverage on these, we call them operating partners, to analyze, and typically are founders, and the best are successful founders. So I think it's a critical piece of the ecosystem. When I started La Nevera Roja 10 years ago, I think that was like, well, Miguel was already around for a few years back then, but there was scarcity, let's say, or more scarcity, and now we see that becoming more frequent, not only in Spain, but in the rest of the markets. And also, another interesting trend probably is like crossover type of trend, like people from other countries, like as well with the rise of remote, etc. So you don't necessarily need to leverage on local founders. You can also leverage on founders from France, Germany, UK, and that's also a very powerful trend, I think. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And just going back to the value add of fellow founders, Christophe, when we were talking before this panel, I think you mentioned empathy as a.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have a story to tell on that, or?
So I think the value, and now I'm positioning myself as an ex-entrepreneur moving to investing. I think the value for the fund is when you're really going after a competitive deal, showing up, with at least one of the investors being an ex-founder. It gives a lot of reinsurance, for the founder, and say, okay, at least these guys maybe will not try, to screw me or something like that. But at least he knows that if the deal is done, he will get, the level of support and empathy that he can expect, from another founder. And I think it's very interesting, from the VC fund, to go to all deals, but specifically the competitive deal, with an entrepreneur, because it can basically help you win. And we've had some experiences of that, where entrepreneurs really liked Elia. By the way, Elia is a B2B tech fund doing seed to Series B, in case someone in the room is interested.
We're pitching now to everybody's pitching.
Yeah, but Pablo has been very good at pitching, so I had to do it.
Very good.
And we are pretty good fun. So we got into these situations where clearly the guy said, well, but I've got choice between different term sheets. The terms are exactly the same, but this guy is an entrepreneur and I want to work with him. Okay, alongside the other partners, the financial partners of the fund. So that's the first thing. And then when you're supporting the company, during the investment period, sometimes you've got some scenes where you see the founders, looking at you with these eyes saying, say something, you understand me, help me. And it creates really a connection that is pretty unique and that can help, especially in difficult moments. When the situation is difficult and we don't agree on things, I think it will naturally come more to the one with the entrepreneur hat, because he believes rightly that he will have more understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So empathy is important.
So about empathy, that you're the only one who hasn't pitched yet. You're allowed a 15-second pitch. And after that, please tell me about founders transitioning into becoming investors. Do you think doing it early, in late stage of the company, is the way to prepare for your second act as an entrepreneur, for instance?
Yeah, I will do. I have to pitch. I pitch very quickly.
Just stage.
So fun. He did so good. I cannot do the same thing. If you're looking for money, talk to all the three of us, and that's good, right? We can talk later on.
Yeah, we can even invest together.
We can invest together. Yeah, we are very friendly. Exactly. No, to what you said. I think investing as an angel gives you an inning in what it means to invest, but when you're an angel and you're an ex-founder, you invest a lot about learning things you don't know about. It's expensive MBAs you're doing outside, or you invest because there's some personal connections, an emotional connection. So, and as a VC, it's a bit different, right? So I'm not sure it's exactly the path because I've just been VC for 9 months, and I'm suffering badly because it's not exactly the same thing, right? So I'm not sure. What I do see more and more now is some entrepreneurs becoming also LPs in funds, right? Because they can add a ticket into the fund, they learn how the funds work, the structure, the dynamics, and that prepares you much more for becoming a VC than anything else, right? Because you see how these things work from inside. And we are racing, and that is my pitch.
Well, it just was at an LP event, and it's true, it's a big learning experience.
It is,
for sure.
it is indeed. Yeah.
So, Jose, I wanted to ask you about sector expertise. Do you think founders should invest in things they know about, or not necessarily?
Well, my view is that they're going to be better at what they know, generally speaking. But I think it's access is a very important thing. So it's not only about picking. So in our business you have access and picking, more or less. Like you can, summarize everything into those two things. So access into opportunities and then picking the right ones, right? And most times the first one is even more important than the second one. So even if they don't know about something, if they are successful entrepreneurs and they have something to add to the community, or they are well connected, they are going to have privileged access to these opportunities, even if they are beyond their field of expertise. And that has a lot of value for them to capture part of their value, and for us VCs as a source also of opportunities and partner with them, co-investing, etc. So I think in both cases, obviously, their opinion on certain topics are going to be much more valid than others. That's something that is also important to have in mind as an entrepreneur, for sure.
Mm-hmm. If I may add just something very briefly on...
I'm not pitching. Eh?
No, you did very well not pitching. No, I was thinking about this great face that you put at this entrepreneur looking at the former founder, like, oh, give me the truth. I need the truth, right? It's a dangerous situation because you see everything as an ex-founder from the lenses of your former failures and successes, and you are then almost patronizing, telling them what they should be doing because you know for sure what's happening. And every situation is different. So my advice to founders is don't take everything an ex-founder tells you for granted because they might be wrong. So take your own decisions. It's good that you hear things, but they are so biased by their own story, and they will always tell you, 10 years ago we did this thing. It doesn't matter. doesn't matter anymore. Right?
No, it's true, and the same goes as an investor. I mean, you need to refrain yourself from patronizing entrepreneurs because obviously you got only one single point of view, and you may be wrong, and you're probably wrong actually. So, yeah.
So, Pablo, how do you do that? I mean, because when there are huge success stories, it must be intimidating to tell them, okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
A little bit, but no. What is great is to have also a very. We have our own WhatsApp group with all the investors. Like we are constantly every day or every week talking to each other. Some investors live in Silicon Valley, some in Miami, some in Europe, some in Latin America. So we can have a broad perspective of the market, of the challenges we're facing. So yeah, but it's a very informal way of communication, and some add more value in from different perspectives. One in the fundraising, the other one in product, the other one in growth. But also, I would like to say that for entrepreneurs becoming investors, it depends if you join as an investor for a good reason or the good reasons. Because I have also seen some successful entrepreneurs that once they do their exit, they invest like 50% of their money in 15 startups, and they lose it all. You know, it's like with no thesis, or if it's just because of friendship, or how if you don't have the skills to analyze, or maybe you invest for FOMO. So it's super dangerous to be an investor if you are only an entrepreneur, if you don't have experience. So it's a good idea what Miguel said. So I will help Miguel to sell his fund, to invest through a fund already created and join as LPs.
Thank you, mate.
You're welcome.
Maybe following up on also Miguel's comment, I think actually that's one of the biggest risks. So a successful entrepreneur can bring a lot of value, and most of the time will bring a lot of value. But if I had to say one risk, and it's a very relevant risk, is as an early stage founder, you look at a founder of a unicorn, multi-billion-dollar company, and you will tend to think that he has the answers for, or she has the answer for every question. And especially if that person thinks that there is only one way to do things, or that can create a very difficult or dangerous situation. I think it is really, really key to really build your own opinions based on different inputs, different feedback, and don't get it for granted, because as we said before, every situation is different, regardless of how successful that person is. And especially when, in the case of successful people that are not founders, that's even more risky, let's say. And I think that's also, I found recently that that's a really important topic to be aware of.
Pablo, you mentioned friendship, but Christophe, do you think that entrepreneurs who are late stage, the one you're okay with seeing invest, do you think they should look at deal flow like a VC does, or just do inbound? Do they need to look at cold pitches?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it depends, like case by case a lot. But most of them are inbound, as you mentioned. They just invest in the companies that reach them, and they think it's a good opportunity. Friendship is also important for them. But yes, I think probably some of them also invest in different funds as LP too. So I think it's a mix, different ways and different reasons why they invest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the entrepreneurs get naturally network of trusted peers, right? Or in an ecosystem, these kind of things happen at the time where there was nobody doing these kind of things, right? I mean, and we are both members of that. We launched Chambéry Valley to get the people in Madrid together who didn't know what to do, and they were the consolidated tech entrepreneurs, right? So we did the calculation. If we would have invested 100K at every entrepreneur of the Chambéry Valley group, the day they joined, not the day the day they joined the group, that would be a 5x fund return, right? So network of trusted peers generate a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is more likely to be successful. So I think as a founder, the people you know and that are growing with you are the ones you should invest in.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you. And if you you're part of an ecosystem that is kind of organized. So I live in Barcelona, and in Barcelona I'm part of an ecosystem called Seed Rocket, one of the old, incubator kind of ecosystem. But what they do is that they bring together ex-entrepreneurs, existing entrepreneurs and investors, and it's very informal. And these guys get together and give an opinion, talk about new investment opportunities, and it's extremely rich, for the entrepreneur, especially the young entrepreneur, because they get different point of views and from people with very different experiences. So when it's structured, first you've got less risk to lose everything, as you said, and then I think you also add more value to the entrepreneur. So I will encourage ex-entrepreneurs that are willing to invest first, to be part, of such organized ecosystem because it's a good learning curve, and you add value.
And Jose has the final word. Any advice for founders who want to invest, where they should start?
How to get started? I think, I would co-invest, maybe, with other experienced business angels.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for this brilliant panel. The room was really packed because I think there are a lot of founders in here who want to understand if they should also switch sides and become investors. So I hope you found some good answers to that, and that you can start on your journey to become an investor yourself. As you heard, co-invest with someone else, connect with someone else, and that is what it's really all about here at South Summit. So we are almost ready for lunch. We have one more session for you, and please, if you want to connect, if you want to talk with other people, if you want to connect digitally, don't forget the hashtag SouthSummit22. And for our next session, we are going to continue talking about investment, but we're going to talk about it a little bit from the other side, and we're going to look at why should founders ignore all of the people, except for Anna, that have just been on stage, and instead actually go for the people and raise their money from the crowd. And for that, I have the pleasure to have a chat with someone who has to know about this, because he is the co-founder and former CEO of Crowdcube Spain, and since 2020, he's the VP International and CEO of Crowdcube Europe. And like me, he's also based in Europe. Please welcome on stage Pepe Borrell. Pepe.
How are you? Should we sit?
I think that's yours, yes.
Okay. Hi, thanks for coming.
Nice to have you. Pepe.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, good to have you here. Thanks. Let's get right into it. I mean, Crowdcube.
Yeah.
Can you give us a couple of examples of how that works?
Sure. Well, for those who don't know Crowdcube, we are an equity crowdfunding platform. We were established in 2011. So it's been a ride. Obviously, we're the first generation of fintech companies working with other companies to raise finance from the crowd. So we were born to help startups in seed and early stage, raising money from not only angels and VC investors, but also from the crowd, from the public, from people like us, average or everyday investors, like we like to say. So in these almost 11 years, we've raised over 1 billion euros for 1,200 businesses already, startups, some big names that I will talk about, like you said, great success cases. And at the moment we have like 1.2 million members registered on Crowdcube, and now we're expanding across Europe because we are in a regulated sector that needs to be approved by regulators. The activity we do is heavily regulated now, and it's becoming cross-border as well. And my role, as you said, has been expanding Crowdcube across Europe, and now focused again on making things happen in South Europe. So case studies, and those are the ones that we like to talk about because those give confidence.
Exactly, numbers are numbers, but
exactly.
Give us a name.
At the beginning, we struggled to get proper good founders to use Crowdcube because it was not a very known place to raise money. It was more sexy to raise money from venture capital firms and angel and big names. But some companies saw a benefit of raising from the crowd, and the crowd is not everyone, it's just mainly their customers. So they saw a potential to engage further with their customers by turning them into shareholders, which is, today it's a very strong wave coming from the US, actually, which is make your customers co-owners. That's the next level of engagement for your customers. And the first company who did that was Revolut, actually. In the very early stage, in the Series A, I think it was, Index Ventures was investing in Revolut, but the founders decided to allocate 1 million of the total amount, which was around 15 million, for the customers. So people was crazy, and they were waiting for it a lot. So it was a waiting list of thousands of people waiting for investing. And the day of the investment, I mean, it flew. Like, not even a minute. Our platform crashed because everyone wanted to invest. And it was not easy to invest as well, because you had to be a Revolut user. So that's where they tried to engage more with their customers. Like, if you bring 10 or 20 new users, you'll be able to buy shares of Revolut. That's not very democratic, by the way, but it was a good exercise. And I think that showed to the startup and tech ecosystem and environment, and also investors who have been educated alongside these businesses in the last years, especially venture capitals, that this is more inclusive. This should be part of some, not all, but some businesses who want to build communities around them, especially direct-to-consumer, B2C businesses. Food and beverage is a big sector, but fintech is also a very big sector in our portfolio. And since then, so everything changed, obviously. We started to talk more with growth and later stage businesses, and crowdfunding has now evolved. And we are more a marketplace for later stage businesses than seed stage businesses. It's difficult for a seed stage company or startup to raise money from the community if you don't have a community yet. So there are very specific cases where we see traction on seed and early stage companies raising on Crowdtube, but the majority of them that we work with are Series A+. Some of the case studies that I really liked to explain here in Barcelona, I'm still in Barcelona. In Spain, it's Eura Foods, for example. It's not probably you know them, but they are plant-based meat. Spanish Beyond Meat, let's say, they are like 140 employees at the moment, but when we raised for them a year ago, they were only 50. They're growing very fast. They've been attracted and they've been approached by many, many investors all across the world. Now there's no borders, so a lot of foreign investors are investing in Spain, in South Europe, in many places, so it's very, very international. They decided that for every capital raise they do, or every fundraising they do, they will allocate a portion for the community of customers. And they call them the Good Rebels. And these Good Rebels is becoming quite an army of people who believe in plant-based proteins and who believe in change and environment. So they're turning their customers into co-owners, but also into salespeople, into ambassadors. Every time they open a job offer, the first ones applying are the shareholders of Eura. So they now have about 8,500 shareholders, everything managed properly from our legal team, amazing legal team, obviously. And they will do and will keep doing this in order to turn their customers as a community. I think these two cases are very, very impressive, in my opinion. For seed stage companies, as I said, there's some exceptionalities, like, for example, Nothing Tech, company built by Carl Pei, founder of OnePlus. They were in seed or MVP, not even had a product, but they were like building up momentum. And before they launched the first product, they opened an allocation on Crowdtube of 1 million as part of a seed raise with Google Ventures leading the round. Who couldn't say, no, I'm not going to co-invest with Google Ventures? Right. That's how we created this kind of alternative investment method or alternative investment asset class for the ordinary people, which basically is you can buy shares alongside venture capital firms and high net worth individuals. And 10 years ago, it was almost impossible if you were not well connected and working in a VC.
Wonderful. I'm glad you mentioned Eura, because I think Mark is also speaking here on another stage today. So it's very nice to see the ecosystem coming together here. So you already mentioned it a little bit, but could you go a bit deeper into if, like, the companies out there, if they're thinking about it, what are the advantages of really raising with you rather than going to another VC?
Of course, it has changed with time. We come from a crisis, so we are anti-cyclical quite much. So now, for example, in growth stage fundraising, there is a kind of there's worry, right, in the market, because there's more difficult to raise big amounts at big valuations. So we're there for those companies as well. There will be a lot of bridge rounds and extensions of other rounds. But the main reason is to diversify your cap table. When you raise from venture capital and angel investors, you want to have more options for the future to raise more capital. So you have a more diversified cap table. It's also because they want to have more control of their cap table, the board, so they don't need so many people in the board. They can just have a passive investor representing thousands of individuals. Some companies even go farther, and they appoint one of the shareholders to be the voice of the crowd. And they are an observer on the board meeting. That's another cool reason. And at the beginning, in the early days, it was a lot about PR and visibility. So you do a crowd round, it's a very public exercise, so it's becoming very similar to an IPO. So it's actually a public offering, but the difference is that when you buy shares into a startup on Crowdcube, you cannot sell them the day after on the stock market to other investors. So it's not speculative. Actually, we don't want that to happen, because we want companies to keep their crowd investors engaged in the long term. If they are able to sell the shares in days, months, then they will lose some brand ambassadors, and that's not what they want. They can do other kind of funding for that reason, for that specific reason. Yeah.
That's wonderful that you're really helping companies that are going for the long term, and also the investors who are not going to sell tomorrow.
Exactly.
You know, if it goes up 10%. Good. And for like the companies out there that are wondering, how does it work? Like, what kind of steps do I need to, take? Obviously, you talked about the PR part, but what is kind of like on the backstage? What do I need to do with my company?
Yeah, it's not an easy process. It requires focus, first of all. It's an exercise that it takes in between 2 and 4 months, depending on the stage and the business and the capacity you have. So we are very honest, so we are very approachable, first of all, very easy to speak with our fundraising team. But we always say the truth, which is you're going to be focused on this for 3 months. And if you do it properly. If not, please don't waste your time. Go for other sources of investments. And it's basically a process of 3 stages. The preparation stage, which is mainly preparing the narrative. You're going to go to the public and the crowd with a narrative that they need to understand. If you work for a deep tech or clean tech company with a highly technological specifications or highly not easy to understand, you need to prepare the 3 bullet points to make ordinary people understand your business. That's easier with Eura, right? But not with some other clean tech businesses or deep tech businesses we work with. So basically, first month, prepare, which is the assets, the assets, the deck, the video, the imagery, etc. Second month is actually the campaign. Everything is ready. Everything goes live after our compliance team approves, so you go through a due diligence. And it's not the kind of due diligence you will get from a venture capital or angel investor, which is mainly persons, right? When you invest in a seed or early stage, you go after the team, you invest in that team and the market, the scalability, all of that. Here, what we do is making sure that everything that the crowd has access as part of the financial promotion is fair, clear, not misleading. Which basically means, if you say you studied at Stanford, our compliance team will chase you to show your certificate of Stanford. If you say you have 1,000 customers, we will verify you have 1,000 customers. So similar to fact check in the press and the media, which is something not everybody does, but we have to do it because we're regulated. So all of that is part of the preparation. When you go live, it's basically the show starts. You go live, you tell to your customers, hey, you can now register interest to invest in the business and become a shareholder. There's usually 2 stages, private and public. Private is for the customers and the people who already know the brand and the business. That's what, for example, Revolut didn't go public because it was no allocation for the public. It was everything invested by their own customers. And actually, they had 10,000 people waiting in the waiting list, and only 1,000 of them could invest. Lucky them. And then after that is the closing. Closing is basically completion's boring process of know your customer for every investor. So we need to verify that every investor is who they say they are in the register process on Crowdcube. Send in the money, and then do the capital raise with lawyers. So it's 3 months, barely, more or less. And it's becoming, as I said, more and more similar to an IPO. When companies IPO, they announce it 12 months before. And then people start thinking about, well, I'm going to buy shares, maybe yes, no. You go to the broker and you buy the shares. So this is in the private stage, an IPO in private stage, I would say.
And so that's why also companies then come to you to do the KYC and take care of all of those?
Yeah, sometimes we have companies not public on the platform. Actually, more and more. We have companies raising in private. They want to use our technology and regulated environment and compliance checks in order to make sure they have a clean cap tables, only one shareholder representing all the investors, and also making sure that nobody is laundering money through investing in startups, which could be a big news media.
That wouldn't be good for anyone involved.
Not here at all.
Yeah, so, well, we've been talking about all the positive sides, but I have to ask, like, what are kind of the difficulties? Like, who's this not for? Are there any companies that you would say, no, you better go with a traditional VC, and I know someone?
I think it's less and less happening that because founders are more educated than public about funding and failing, especially in Spain. It was 10 years ago in Spain, nobody wanted to fail. If you failed, you were pointed and you had to leave. And don't start another business again here because you're not going to raise money. But I think we've brought a lot of education, but there's still some founders who doesn't fit because they whether don't buy into the idea of getting customers as shareholders, which is fine, it's not for everyone. Also, I think very heavy companies who need a lot of cash, a lot of money to, for example, biotech companies. Those, I mean, they go through stages, right? Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need specialized investors to help you getting also into the pharmaceuticals and all of that. We don't provide that kind of support or help or mentoring to the businesses. We have 1,200 businesses. We couldn't mentor half of them if we wanted. So you indeed need strategic investors giving you advice and helping you through the way, especially with experience in your sector if you need. But we don't do that. And so, and for those, we are very, very frank and very clear. We can't. Obviously, if you don't, by the way, the basics is if you don't have a limited company established, you cannot raise on crowd because you cannot sell shares. So that's obviously the first cut we do. And then on the other side, on the investor side, is for people who is not willing to lose money, this is not for them. So when you are investing through any crowdfunding platform, actually, equity crowdfunding platform, I think you have to do kind of a couple of tests, like NIFI test when you invest in the stock market through your broker. It's more and more scary, but I think people like to be in a process which is scary. The more you say don't do it, people, I mean, we want to do it more and more. It's like a challenge, right?
Especially the rebels.
Exactly. So yeah, for those investors, sometimes we have to block some investments because people don't really understand the nature of this investment, which is capital at risk. It's a high risk. It's 90% chances you will lose money in your investment. So diversify, don't put all your money into one, do what VCs and savvy angels as the one that we had here before do, which is spread your money in between at least 10, 20, 50 companies. You can do that now by investing 100, 500 or 1,000 euros in a super diversified portfolio. You asked about difficulties as well, right?
Yeah.
Regulation is a difficulty. We are still a bit startup, not anymore. We're 150 people in the business, but regulation is a nightmare. So the team that is growing the most is compliance and legal. It's becoming more heavily regulated because we work with larger businesses. Larger businesses have more legacy, more debt, more complex company structures, more subsidiaries and liability. So it becomes a challenge because those companies could IPO, could go to the public markets, but the trend now for private companies is to stay private longer. And if you stay private longer, you want to raise money from the public, what do? You go to the crowd. Recently, Elon Musk, when he said he wanted to turn Twitter private, he said he wanted to crowdfund Twitter with the users. So the shareholders who hold the shares on the broker that will lose, I mean, we'll need to sell the shares now to Elon. He will give them the chance to buy shares again through crowdfunding platforms, which would be amazing because it would boost our sector, obviously. But regulation is indeed a challenge. And finally, education. We are an Anglo-Saxon business, very UK-rooted, but now expanding across Europe. But cultures in Europe is a very fragmented continent. It needs to change in every market. In Spain, Spanish investor risk averse is completely different to the British or the US or to the French or to the German, super focused on real estate, like here, right? So we need to educate a lot, and that's a challenge, and it takes a lot of time, and first, especially for the first ones.
And well, looking into the future then, where do you see those challenges going? Where do you see the market going? What's the future of equity crowdfunding?
I think we're ready. I mean, we've moved very, very fast in the last 2 years, and I would say future is cross-border and very international investments and fundraising for businesses. We already seen the US regulating the sector, and Europe now is harmonized in November 2021. A new regulation framework came in place. Promoted by the European Commission, which is great because we need to go to each regulator in each country. That's for sure cross-border and harmonization of the sectors. And liquidity will be also part of this. I think liquidity is the big challenge for angel investors, but it's not that cool as people think it is. I mean, we've done some tests. So for example, we've asked Crowdtube has 3 shareholders who are venture capital firms, Balderton, Molten, and Circle, a corporate investor from the US, and also we have 10,000 shareholders, individuals. Obviously, we crowdfund ourselves. We asked them in the last raise, we raised recently 15 million or 12 million fresh cash at a price valuation. And we asked some of our shareholders if they wanted to sell into secondaries, actually all of them. Well, less than 15% wanted to sell. So you can build an amazing tool for secondaries and to sell shares, but people don't want to sell shares in a business that is going like that. And people doesn't want to buy shares in a business that is not going well.
Right.
So secondaries will be challenging, and there is a different approach of secondaries in the market, in the industry, and it will become a big part of that. But I think it's going to become a proper stock market, challenging the stock markets and the alternative investment market for giving companies more chances to raise finance from the public.
Wonderful. Pepe, I could keep
already
on talking.
20 minutes on.
Yeah, that's already it. It's usually my job to kick off the moderator off stage, so now, I'll have to do some gymnastics, but unfortunately, that's our 20 minutes,
Okay.
but I'm sure you'll be available to anyone who has further questions,
I'm around.
out the door.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Pepe.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And well, this was the morning here on the Growth Stage, day 2 at South Summit. Please enjoy your lunch, have a wonderful time here. Connect with some people, do some networking. Don't forget the hashtag SouthSummit22. My name is Daniel, and it was a pleasure to be your host. Buen provecho. Good afternoon and welcome back to South Summit 2022. It is day 2 and you are on the growth stage. And we've been talking about fintech and finance a lot today, and it's not going to stop. That's actually what we're going to continue with. Namely, we are going to talk about central bank digital currencies. And we have a real expert here with us today. He's a fintech expert at the World Bank and a professor at IE University. Can I please welcome on stage Luis Maldonado? Luis, thank you very much. And to host this conversation, we have someone who really knows this topic in and out because he is the Vice President Finance at IE University. And not only that, he's the Chairman of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at IE. Please give a warm welcome to Juan José Güemes.
Thank you very much. I think that whenever we talk about cryptocurrencies or digital currencies or central banks, we have first to disclaim if we work for a central bank. Do you?
I don't.
We don't, any of us. And have you ever invested in cryptocurrencies?
Well, anecdotally I have. Probably not as early as I would have liked, probably not as much as I would have liked, but yes, I have.
Okay, I haven't, because I have to recognize that I never fully understood what's going on with cryptocurrencies, so it is not the kind of assets I usually invest in. It seems that cryptocurrencies are not in its best moment, and nobody knows what is coming in the next future. But at least I would say that cryptocurrencies have the virtue of having exposed some of the mistakes made by central banks. So, Luis, I have to say that I'm going to try to be a little bit provocative about my questions to Luis.
Absolutely.
This is more conservative, but this is 3:30 in the afternoon, and time for siesta in Spain, and I guess that you all have had lunch in the last minutes ago, and we need to wake up the conversation. Okay, so are central bank digital money, digital currencies, an attempt to compete with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies?
Well, I would say at least that has been the reaction from the part of central banks to a wave that has been coming for some time now. So it all started, we could say, 2008, but it's been really over the past, I would say, 3 years. If I have to place a moment where I think central banks reacted, it was 2019, where Facebook launched their Libra project. That really got central bankers nervous, because all of a sudden you could have a 2-point-something billion use case immediately. And I think that was a moment where actually that triggered a big reaction, both on the regulatory side and at the same time on the so-called CBDCs projects, which currently we have quite a lot of on stage. Yeah.
Right, because I mean, we have to remember maybe that issuing money is a monopoly run by central banks since 100 and some.
Yep.
Indeed, in Spain, the Bank of Spain, the Central Bank of Spain and the peseta, the currency that most of you have not ever experienced because you are too young, but it was a private currency when it was born in the late 19th century. We heard a lot about China, so now they are probably fighting for their monopoly back, right? With the rising of these cryptocurrencies. We heard a lot about China and how they're developing a digital currency and also about a potential digital euro. I have two questions regarding this situation, this attempt of central banks to create their own digital currencies. First is why should we emulate China? I mean, in the free world.
Okay, that's a good one. Well, I wouldn't say we're emulating or copying them. There are currently 105 live projects from central banks on digital currencies. They're not following the Chinese model to start with. And I would say the social contract with citizens is not the same everywhere. Currently, we accept already in China that with players like Alipay and WeChat Pay, all those transactions are monitored by the government currently, today. Those are private companies. We couldn't even imagine a situation where private players would share information and public authorities would actually oversee that information with such a control as in China. So we could develop eventually features for digital currencies where not necessarily would have this big brother notion where actually the government would be looking at all transactions. So I wouldn't say we are following the Chinese model on digital currencies overall.
Are you sure about the social contract? Because
well,
we come from an age in which in the free world we have accepted any kind of instructions from governments in the middle of the pandemic, including the suppression of fundamental rights. I mean, well, do you think that we would never accept a precise track of what we do on our transactions from central banks if it finally implement the digital currencies?
Okay, you know what economists say, and I'm an economist, when we need to change our mind? We usually say it's a new paradigm. So I wouldn't rule out the fact that we go into a new paradigm at any point.
Right, and do you have an explanation of why, whenever officials from the European Central Bank support the idea of creating a digital currency, they do it by highlighting the risk of Bitcoin?
Okay, you started by saying that central bankers are prudent people. And I agree. I mean, the role of a central bank, the main mandate has to do with financial stability, with the integrity of financial markets, and that is something that is at the core of a central bank mandate. So it is a very natural process of thinking whenever thinking about a new project, giving the cons immediately and putting the challenges immediately and trying to balance the risk of any measure taken. So I'm not surprised that a central bank, when launching something new, makes a balance and actually weights a lot potential risks being taken when developing these kind of products, and especially with new technologies and things that are not already in production are embedded. So not surprising for me that actually risks are really waiting on just presenting, front-loading, and actually even accepting and taking the risk of producing a new wave and shape of money like is digital currencies.
Because you think that we don't take any risk when we invest in fiat money?
Well, we've seen countries actually, and we see now countries that unfortunately have currencies which is not the preferred asset in the country. I'm just thinking about Venezuela. Money might kind of burns in the hands of people. Everyone that moves into a more stable currency, like could be the dollar, is just an example, but that is something that has happened in countries where there is a problem with the credibility of the authority issuing the money. So that is something that has happened with currencies as well. So it's not ruled out the fact that actually fiat currency could actually have problems of acceptance even on the broad public. Yeah.
Okay, but let us nice to central bankers. I mean, help them to explain the benefits of digital currencies to these audience.
Okay, so yeah, we've been talking a lot about that, and maybe we should have started by the fundamentals, right? What is a digital currency? We live in a world where the representation of money is already digital in many shapes, because we transfer just a note on our bank. The main difference with a digital currency is that we would have a direct noting with our central bank, so that actually the bank issues a digital representation of money the same way it issues a banknote with a reference, it's unique, etc. So this digital money would be a representation on a digital shape, in a token shape, of an asset, from a sovereign asset. And coming to the benefits, I would say that brings immediate transactions, could happen seamlessly. It is a good element, a good feature actually for financial inclusion as well. I would say cross-border payments would be facilitated significantly as well. And maybe even something that we've lived over the past 2 years with COVID-19. Access to individuals would be immediate. So think about a measure being taken, for instance, during the pandemic in COVID-19, where you wanted to give a subsidized to people. You have kind of a processes until the money is withdrawn to people. So with a digital currency, you could have a direct flow of money to targeted beneficiaries immediately. So I would say all those features are among the main elements that would make for a big change in terms of a digital representation of money issued by a sovereign authority.
And what about the risk?
Okay, yeah, we're talking about central bankers. We should also think about the risk. I think we have to consider several important challenges. And some of them have to do basically with the monetary policy and with how the transmission of monetary policy changes. We live in a context where fiduciary money is in the hands of commercial banks, and they share it between citizens with an interest rate bearing on lending. That is the transmission mechanism. The moment we see the ECB, for instance, changing interest rates, it is the role of commercial banks to transmit these changes in the price of money to citizens. That is the way monetary policy has been working since we know it. Now, this transmission mechanism would change.
Well, since Bretton Woods, fundamentally.
Okay, I accepted. Yeah, well, in the past, probably in the world, all in this room we know, right? But absolutely.
They were not born.
but definitely that's something that might change. The moment you have a direct representation of money of the central bank, there's a big challenge on how you define the technical characteristics of that, because that would make for differences in the transmission mechanism of monetary policy. And that is one very important challenge. And the other one is what role remains for commercial banks? And that is another big question mark. This is a financial disintermediary in our societies that we cannot just avoid and we cannot just get rid of. It's an important role that they play. And there is a need to actually see how, partly by issuing a digital currency to commercial banks and then distribute and different technical means, we need to preserve that role. And that is a technical feature with a high complexity that brings big challenges on board.
A lot of challenges.
Have I persuaded you of any of those?
I don't know. It's challenging. I mean, I like to think about the transmission mechanisms of monetary policy. That I guess that it would be possible, and I'm sure that whenever they design from central banks, which other role is precisely to guarantee the solvency of the banking system, they will make sure that the commercial banks take their piece of the cake somehow.
Yeah.
And the way to do it is facilitating them, and making them be part of the policy making, monetary policy making.
Yeah.
So, Luis, I mean, you're younger than me, but we both studied economy many years ago, and we were taught that there are two key fundamental things, in policy making. One of them is that inflation is basically, fundamentally, a monetary phenomenon. And the other one is the importance of antitrust policies. How important is competition, not only to keep prices, in a pace of growth, a moderate pace of growth, but also to foster competitiveness and innovation. And we seem to have forgotten these two fundamental principles in the last years. And these principles have been important for macroeconomic policies and stability, macroeconomic stability in the last 40 years, and also for this amazing explosion of innovation that has taken place in the last 4 decades. So now we see that central banks a couple of years ago forgot that there is a relationship between the size of their balance sheets and inflation, yep. Sooner or later, right? And we have allowed growing to the infinite to certain companies that now have certainly made monopolies in many industries. Do you think that in the design of these digital currencies issued by central banks, do you think that they would be willing to correct some of the mistakes they have made and to publish an algorithm and to communicate a constant pace of growth of money so people can have an idea of how to keep the value of their money?
Oh, that's
Are they
going
going
way
to
far.
give up the machine of printing money?
Okay, that's a very challenging question. I don't think so. I don't think they're ready for
I
that.
don't think either.
I don't think they're ready for that. And I don't think they should do that either, because one of the things that we have seen in the last few years is that black swans exist, and that we cannot forecast everything. Part of the price increases, we live in a current big wave of inflation. Yeah, it's a monetary phenomenon, but would we have foreseen the problems strangling the world logistics happening now, the war in Ukraine, as factors triggering price increases in several markets? I mean, if you had just a rule that we have to abide to in terms of growth of money, we could definitely not be easily facing shocks of this sort, increases in oil prices. So I don't think we can define just an automatic rule, a self-enforcement contract, a smart contract that allows for the growth of mass of money in circulation with the rule without just incorporating complex things that happen in the economy. So I think they're far from ready, and I really myself have really strong problems on thinking that we can and should do that.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to keep trying to put you in trouble with the one last question, right? So, I mean, the fall of empires, you know, if you look at history, occurs always when they give up the value of their monetary systems, you know, and we have witnessed how the European Central Bank and the Federal Reserve seem to feel very comfortable with the massive deterioration of the purchasing power of their citizens, the ones they have protected from inflation. And at the same time, we see Putin fixing the price of the ruble to the gold. I mean, what do you think about that, and what could be the consequences in the medium and the long term?
Of fixing the value of the...
Yeah, and the two sides of the coin. And I'm feeling comfortable with the massive deterioration of the purchasing power.
Yeah, I feel we have a big problem of inequality indeed, exiting from the current global situation, where actually we're seeing definitely a loss of purchasing power, especially damaging a certain basket of population. And I feel that's a big challenge, that of course governments should just not stay on the comfort of, okay, we exited from COVID with very high debt, and the real value of my debt goes down as I accept inflation. Well, we've exited in that way from all wars.
Is that the trade-off?
Well, and that's something
I mean,
that I don't feel too comfortable with that, but I feel that's partly a balance we are going to be living for a while with a higher acceptance to inflation. That is something I feel that's going to be coming. Coming to price intervention, even if it's a currency price intervention, I think in the end it only brings problems. So this linking to other asset of currencies, I feel in the end markets are quite smart, and it will just create an imbalance that one way or another sometime will come to reality, and that's something that...
I mean, to clarify what Luis just has said, right? You know how the dynamics of the ratio public debt GDP works. I mean, it depends basically on two things: nominal GDP and real interest rates. So if you have a huge nominal GDP, not because you are growing like crazy, but because inflation, and you have negative interest rates, then the public debt, you know, tends to come down, the ratio, public debt and GDP. But they have the mandate of fighting inflation, not reducing that ratio. And still they prefer to help governments then protect citizens from massive deterioration of the value of their money? Well, that's scary, isn't it? Okay, we have 1 more second for one question. Whoever of you likes to ask something. Yes, you told me 45 minutes and then you change it suddenly, you know, and reduce it to 20. So I have the right to 1 more question. Coming from there, right. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm really interested about what you said, how CBDCs can support forcibly displaced people, refugees. So really interested in your thoughts about how this can help us around financial inclusion, financial and health. Thanks so much.
Okay. 1 more?
Can you do it in 30 seconds?
Yes, one more? Right there, right.
Yes, one thing that's possible with these that you can't do with normal fiat is that you can. I was reading an article in I think it was a British newspaper talking about the benefits of CBDCs and that you could potentially stop an alcoholic from using his money at a liquor store, for example. So I mean, it's kind of referring back to the China model, I guess. In light of that, why would anyone hold CBDCs versus Bitcoin or something else?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Well, I'm really sorry,
That's a very
but
good question.
we're
Come
over
on.
time already.
I don't know what's coming next, but that deserves an answer.
Okay, just 1 second question. Financial inclusion, it is bringing the opportunity to people to hold money directly with the central bank, and that is allowing in great parts of the world for financial inclusion. The other question, although I could skip it because of time, just one headline. I feel really we're not on a big brother society in that sense. Of course, I think we can even develop features that allow for anonymity on CBDC. So I don't think we're going to go for that model in most parts of the world. So thank you very much.
A big hand for Luis, please.
I'm very sorry, but if you have more questions for Luis, I'm sure he will be around for another few minutes. You can catch him probably outside. I'm very sorry, but we have a full schedule today, and we have to be moving on. Good. Here. All right, well, we have been talking a lot about fintech here on the growth stage all day long. And well, when I think about more and more of my money going digital, I want to know how secure is all of this. And so we've also already been talking about cybersecurity today, and we're going to pick up that thread on cybersecurity because we have a real expert here with us today. We are going to hear from the Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute in Thebe about their experience with entrepreneurship programs. And I would like to welcome on stage a woman that has shaped entrepreneurship for 25 years through banking, consulting, and public administration. Please welcome on stage Maria del Pilar de Cos González Taladriz.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for us to be here today in order to explain you what's in Thebe and what we're going to do for the next years. After my presentation, we'll have a roundtable with 3 startups from the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures. Okay, we have here the presentation. Just 1 second.
The camera needs you more in the center.
Yes. What's in Thebe? Which is our experience in cybersecurity entrepreneurship and what we are going to do for the next years. Well, in Thebe is the Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute. We operate under the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation. And we are the entity of reference for the development of cybersecurity in minors and citizens. We have our operations center in León, and we have also offices in Madrid. How we do it? In Thebe has a strategic plan for the next years. This plan is aligned with the Spanish National Strategic Security Framework and also is aligned with the Spanish Digital 2025 agenda. We have 3 important goals for the next years. The first one is strengthening the cybersecurity capabilities between minors and private companies. The second one is boosting the cybersecurity ecosystem here in Spain. And the third one is promoting Spain as an international node of cybersecurity. How are we going to do it? With European money. We are going to get next generation funds for the next years. Sorry, I didn't move the slides. We are going to get fund generations for the next years through the 15th component of the Spanish Recovery, Transformation and Resilient Plan. We are going to get 564 million euros for the next years until 2026. I would like to highlight, before I talk about our programs, I would like to highlight the importance of entrepreneurship and cybersecurity, but also the importance of cybersecurity and entrepreneurship. Do you know that 60% of the small and medium enterprises that suffer a cyber attack has to close down in less than 6 months? That means that entrepreneurs should consider cybersecurity from the beginning of their projects. INCIBE has a holistic approach of the entrepreneurial process. We give support to entrepreneurs, cyber entrepreneurs, throughout all their process, from the beginning, from the idea, with our program INCIBE Inspira, through the incubation of the idea, with our program INCIBE Emprende, and into the acceleration with our program Cybersecurity Ventures. We've been pioneers here in Spain in accelerating cybersecurity startups. In 2015, we had our first edition, the pilot edition, and so far we have celebrated 4 editions of Cybersecurity Ventures, 2 editions of Cyber Emprende, and also Inspirational Days. All of those editions have been celebrated in León, because as I said at the beginning, we have our operational center in León. All the editions were celebrated in León, and we have participants from all over the country, the Spanish country. 14 autonomous communities were represented in our programs. As a result of all of that, we have built a strong community with important successful cases. From the pilot edition of Cybersecurity Ventures, we have 2 relevant cases, Aerurisk and Countercraft, who have raised so far an important amount of money and who have penetrated in the USA market. Also, today, we have 3 startups of the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures. We have Cygnus, FraudScore, and ENCEC. After my presentation, we'll have a roundtable with them, and they will tell us their experience in the program. So results so far, we have accelerated 35 startups. We have incubated so far 57 projects, and we have given in cash prizes more than 1 million euros. The average grade of our programs have been very good. In the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures, we got an 8.7 out of 10. We also have detected a gender gap. 25% of our participants are females, and 33% of our winners are females. So we have got a successful model with cash prizes, with aid in kind. We give mentoring adapted to the state of the maturity of the startup. We give training, and we also do networking with all the ecosystem. investors, corporates, institutions. The thing, we are verticalized just security, cybersecurity projects. And we have, the most important thing, we have no equity. And we, as I said before, have built a strong community. So where are we going? Which are our next steps? Our successful model is our program INCIBE Emprende. We cover, as we said before, all the entrepreneurial process, from the ideation through the incubation to the acceleration. We are going to have 191 million euros from Europe to spend the next years until 2026. So we are going to replicate our successful model in each one of the 17 countries here in Spain. In all of them, we are going to do calls each year until June 2026. And we are going to celebrate editions in each one at the same time in each one of the autonomous communities at the same time. There are a lot of editions at the same time. So that's the project for the next years. We try to break the region gap and also the gender gap. We try to build a strong ecosystem, to boost the ecosystem. Which are the difference between the incubation program Ciberemprende and the acceleration program Cybersecurity Ventures? Well, in the incubation program, we incubate an idea, a project. We are focused on individuals or teams of persons, no more than 4 persons for team. And we validate the business model, and also we try to get an MVP. The incubation will last no more than 3 months, and we'll have cash prizes and in kind, and up to 10 projects in each edition. We give training, 45 hours. We give mentoring, 25 hours. We give also advice, legal advice, accounting advice, and so on. And we have at Emote, the 3 best projects will get cash prizes. And what about the acceleration program? Well, in the acceleration program, we are focused on startups, young or new startups, no older than 5 years old. That's important. And they should be resident here in Spain. They should be located in Spain with registered offices. That doesn't mean that foreign capital come here, but should create a startup here in Spain in order to participate in the programs. Up to 10 startups will be accelerating in each edition, and each edition will last no more than 4 months. We'll give important cash prizes. The next logical step after acceleration would be the internationalization. We have a collaboration with ICEX here in Spain, and as a result of that, we do 3 activities. We go to international events. This week we are in RSA San Francisco with 14 Spanish companies. 4 of those 14 Spanish companies are for the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures. Also, we do direct trade missions and reverse trade missions. We bring foreigner buyers here to Spain in the International Business Forum in León in October to buy Spanish solutions. We wouldn't like to finish this presentation without inviting you to the next events we have this year in León. The 4th of July, we celebrate the journey of early demand map of our public procurement innovation. And you shouldn't miss up also the international meeting on information security that will take place in León from 19 to 20 of October. All the ecosystem will be there. Investors, corporates, startups, international buyers, So we'd love you, all of you, to be there and to know this event that takes place each year in León on October. So thank you very much for your time. And now we are going to have a round table with 3 participants, 3 startups of the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures. Here we have a Maria Rojo from Entec with its solution Cartos. We have a Daniel Hernandez from Signus with its solution Hasvalet. And we have a Dmitry Isakov, he is from Russia, with its solution FraudScore. So they are going to tell us their experience in the program, and they are going to tell us about their solution. Maria, with Entec, was the winner of the last edition of Cybersecurity Ventures. So Maria, now you are in the RSA, your company, your startups. Your startups is in the RSA right now, so the internationalization is important for you. How does Cybersecurity Ventures help you in the internationalization of your startup? And what are you going to do? Which are your next steps?
For us was really important because when we go outside of Spain, it happens inside of Spain, so imagine outside, the people say, hey, who are you? Who are you? What's your references, okay? When we win or participate in the INCIBE program, when we go out and to the different countries, we say, hey, we are one company from the INCIBE program, and it changed everything. From South America and Mexico, for example, these kind of countries, INCIBE is a complete reference. They really want to have programs like all the programs that you said, okay, and to say, hey, we came from the INCIBE program for us was really, really cool. Now we have a lot of clients, so.
Great, great. Next steps in internationalization, USA, RSI?
We try. We are in the RSA nowadays. We are looking for partnership because we sell by channel, so we need partners around the different countries when we want to grow. And nowadays we are growing in the States, we are growing in Mexico, we are growing in Chile, and of course in Spain.
Great. Thank you very much, Maria. And Daniel, well, with Daniel, it's a special case because he participated in Ciberemprende, the incubator, and also he participated in the accelerator. He had the second position in the accelerator and the first position in the incubation. So could you tell us, give us headlines about the difference of the programs, so what they mean to you?
Yeah.
Do they mean to you?
So I was in the first program in 2020, start of 2020. Well, it ended in 2020, but it started in 2019 before COVID. So at this stage, our company was only an idea. We had some part of the team with us, but we tried to validate the idea that we had. And another important thing for us was to also to have the recognition in the market, because we needed to work with very big companies to manufacture the devices that we do. We do cybersecurity for blockchains. So yeah, when you speak about security is very difficult to assess. So recognition and reputation is very important. So this was the first stage. And second stage, then we went through the program of cybersecurity ventures, and this was the way to scale the company, so to have the tools to scale the company after that. So I think it will more or less say.
Great, Daniel. And here we have a foreign startup located here in Madrid. And Dimitri, why did you choose Spain, and what was the most important thing you get from Cybersecurity Ventures?
Since we are working, FraudScore is a company working worldwide, so it's about online advertising. It's not attached to some specific country. So we, for some years, been working with international clients, and we see that for some reasons, a lot of companies from marketing world are located in Spain. They have been, they came out of, they were born in Spain, they have branches in Spain, they are targeted to the Spanish market, to Latin American market, to European market. So, and a lot of events happening in Spain, like in Barcelona Mobile World Congress, affiliate summits, and a lot of other events specifically in Spain. So once we were selected, we became the winners of Rising Startup Spain program in 2019. We decided, yeah, we should go, and we had a lot of help with from ISEX, with ISEX, not sure how you call it. So they helped us with lending, with establishing a branch, and like that. And once I've heard about INCIBE for the first time, it was such a big surprise for me that in Spain, government institutions are taking the cybersecurity topics so seriously, and it's so well developed. So I came from the side of marketing and online advertising, but securing marketing budgets for advertisers, and it was for me a surprise. So we were happy to join the program in INCIBE program in 2021. So, and the program, my recommendations, it's really one of the top programs in terms acceleration programs that I've met. So it's very knowledge, deep actual knowledge, up to date. So, and a lot of direct contacts and mass media contacts. So my recommendations.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Well, we begin talking about the program. Now, I think that we should talk about your solution in order that the public could understand much better the startups and solutions, cybersecurity problems. So, Maria, let's begin with you. What about
Kartos? Kartos has an army of hundreds of robots, okay, that are looking continuously and automatically in internet, deep web and dark web, all the leaked information from the companies, okay? Information that could miss a risk in cybersecurity, reputational, and competitive risk in these three areas.
And, well, you've been working, I think that your startup was created in 2019, so you have grown very fast, I guess, because you're now in the national market. So I think that you are doing great. And thank you.
Yes, we are growing a lot, and in 2 or 3 years only. And nowadays we have an open funding. Okay, so investors, hello. We are here, and we need to grow day by day. And in an international way, it means more money for more investing, marketing, to make a branding and grow day by day. Not only technology. Not all is only technology.
That's right. It's a business, and you have to.
Yes, this is what I learned in the program. Yeah. Not only is technology, there are a lot of different parts inside a company.
You need training, you need mentoring, and that helps you. Okay, great. And Daniel, what about Hasvalid?
Well, I will start with the problem, and then I will go to the solution. So I'm in the blockchain industry, so it's a very early stage industry, and there's a lot of fraud. We have last year about $12 billion that were stolen. And every day, there are about 1,500 Bitcoins that are lost. And that's the due of the complexity of the technology and the responsibility of the users, or the ones providing the services for the users. So Hash Wallet started being only one device, a device in a credit card form factor, with a display, secure element. So the idea behind this is that you have a very secure device where you can store your keys, your wallets, and you can sign a transaction in a secure way. And then from there, we moved to a family of products. We saw the opportunity because there are different kind of users and there are different kind of companies, and the approach of centralizing all the keys in one place is not a very good idea. So that's why we came with other solutions to provide normal cards where you can store the keys and have a very similar user experience from a normal credit card. So any bank, fintech, exchange can issue those cards for their customers, decentralize the risk, secure their customers, and give them a better user experience.
Great, great. And Dimitri?
As for the fraud score, so we are independent anti-fraud solution for online advertising. So in general, the problem is that every third click, online advertising click in the world is fraudulent. For example, according to our statistics in European Union this year, we see around 34% of fraudulent clicks, and that means that around every third dollar from marketing budgets of the direct advertisers is lost. And it is expected that something like $150 billion the industry will become by the end of 2025. And it's easy to understand. The more money is coming into the industry, and it will be because we are moving into the online advertising. Everything is moving to online. So the more money is moving into online, the more intention for the fraudsters to steal this money. So there is a lot of work for the companies like FraudScore here to detect these fraudulent activities, and definitely here, like I don't know, I think every third device here is infected with some malware apps that is watching ads right now, clicking the ads, and you just don't know that. So that's what we fight with.
Great, and just to close the round table, I would like you, in a couple of words, or words, whatever you wish, tell us something that defines your feelings about, Maria, I will ask you about being a female in the entrepreneur in the field of cybersecurity, entrepreneurship in the field of cybersecurity.
The word is work. There is no ages, there is no gender, the word is work. That's it. That's the point.
Doesn't matter the gender. The
work
is the same for all of them.
If you don't work, whenever you are, doesn't matter. Work, work and work. That's it.
That's the key. Success key. Great. Great. And what about you, Daniel? Perhaps because you had a bachelor degree in business administration, you have a postgraduate in blockchains, big data, but you are working in the cybersecurity field. So, in a couple of words, what are your feelings about working in cybersecurity industry?
I would say that it's a great opportunity for everyone. That's the resume. It doesn't matter if you are from the technical side of knowledge, experience, you can provide value in this sector. So it's a great opportunity.
So we need talent from different
for sure.
areas.
It's not only a question of how good the technical solution is, it's also a question of how to provide value to the end user and how the users will use your solution. So.
Great. So we need a lot of professionals, not only in the field of cybersecurity, to work on cybersecurity. Great.
Yeah.
And Dimitri, well, I think that's the logical question because your point of view is different. And what do you think about the Spanish entrepreneur ecosystem?
Oh, to my mind, so traveling a lot, being in different, working with companies from other countries. 3 to 5 years ago, I would say that European Union and in general and Spain in particular, IT ecosystem, IT projects, IT the solutions was not so developed in comparison to, for example, the United States. So we were seeing like, and we still see some banks' apps are awful. And we're missing a lot of solutions that, like, in USA they have. So that is what I say, we have an opportunity, right? So that is why I see that today, I see here a lot of corporates, a lot of investors, a lot of government institutions like INCIBE, and in cooperation, so investors see this opportunity, and in cooperation, I see that we are doing very strong right steps, and during the last 2-3 years, I see so many changes. You can see, I don't know, in Madrid, like so many electric ride-sharing services, food delivery services. Now banking is on the boom. So this looks like everything is going in the right way. And
okay. So we could conclude that Spain is really a land of opportunities.
Yeah, so this year showed you had a gap, and that is why you get an opportunity. So I mean Spain. So that is why it's a right place to run and launch these services today in cybersecurity field also, and not only in cybersecurity field. So it's the right place to run business today. And also because it's Spain.
That's great. So I think that is just the right final of this roundtable. Your experience, your different point of view, and Spain like a land of opportunities in cybersecurity, and in CIBE with 191 million euros to spend the next years until 2026 to accelerate 1,000 startups and to incubate more than 3,000 ideas or projects in the cybersecurity field. So thank you very much to everyone, and especially for you. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much to you, Maria, for moderating this fantastic panel. I don't need it. Thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. That was very nice. Daniel, I really like their solution. I mean, I bought Ethereum under 10 euro, and then like it's all locked up in some wallet. So I would have needed you back then. But yeah, good. Well, moving on. We are going to kind of move the area, leave the area of cybersecurity and move into growth, because after all, we are on the growth stage. And the question that is coming up for our next panel is, can we hack the growth in a product-led business? And here to moderate a fantastic panel of experts is the partner at Notion VC, who have more than 450 million euros under management. Please welcome on stage Ichazo del Palacio. Ichazo.
Hi.
Your stage.
Hello, everyone. I think we are going to maybe wait 30 seconds until everyone sits down so they can hear, in fact, who else is in the panel? Yeah, I think that's it, probably. Cool. So I have three. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? How was the day? Hot, right? It's great. So I have. I live in London, so I'm very pleased with the weather. I have no complaints about it. But I have three amazing speakers with me. Alex from Paddle. Maybe you can start joining me on the stage. Laura from the Venture City, and Rob from Cledara. Join me. Woo! Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you for joining me here today. Some of you came, in fact, from abroad, which is amazing to have you here on the stage. But just before we start, obviously, I know everyone in the panel pretty well. I invited them because I do think, in fact, they are probably the best people in this ecosystem to be talking about product-led growth. So, but I would like you maybe to introduce yourselves. But you are going to do a much better job than me. Sure. So, Alex, why don't you start talking? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex Wilson. I run a lot of commercial strategy at Paddle. We are a SaaS and payments infrastructure company. So everything from checkout, invoicing, we do all tax and compliance, and we work with tons of PLG companies. So hopefully know a little bit about what I'm talking about tonight.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Laura González de Stefani, I'm the founder and CEO of the Venture City. We're a venture capital fund based out in Miami, but in Madrid as well, I have to say. We have almost 200 million under management, 70% is SaaS, and everything is almost, it is product-led growth. We have, I don't know, maybe 50 companies we've invested in Spain in the past 5 years. In Europe, sorry, not in Spain. In the past 5 years, and I'm very excited about having fun with you guys here on stage today.
All right.
Soy madrileña, by the way. That's a product hack.
Hi, I'm Rob Glickman. I'm the CMO of Cledata, and we are a company that helps businesses probably like yours to discover, buy, manage, and cancel all the software that you use to run your business. I am not a madrileño, but I lived in Madrid many years ago. I used to be at eBay many years ago, PayPal, Symantec, SAP, so I've had a career in marketing both at startups and at large enterprises. And I live in Valencia, Spain. So.
Excellent, good. So thank you for the introduction. We are going to be talking about PLG. And so I know that some of the people in the audience might be here trying to better understand, in fact, what PLG is, right? I think it's really in fashion. Everyone is like, oh, I'm doing PLG, but really, what is PLG and what does it apply to, right? So maybe we can talk a little bit more about that. Rob, do you want to do a quick introduction of what is, in fact, PLG? What do we mean with PLG?
I'll start it off, and then I'll hand it off.
Uh-huh.
So the way to think about PLG, the first thing I'll say is there's always a new acronym for something. And as I get grayer hair, I realize we've done this before, but maybe it's a new name. So the way to think about PLG fundamentally is how do companies use the actual product that the customers are using as a vehicle for acquisition, activation, retention, and loyalty. So it's the actual experience that they're having which is the generator of everything that you're trying to do in the business, as opposed to the old days where you have, there's still companies that do marketing-led and sales-led, but typically those are different silos. Marketing is trying to get users at all costs, maybe not thinking about what they do once they register.
Give us an example, and maybe we can sit a little bit
Oh,
easier.
my goodness. Why don't you have some good
For
examples.
example, Typeform in Spain,
Typeform.
Barcelona-based company is very much embracing product-led growth. Marketplaces, I don't know.
Why is Typeform?
Because in order for them to grow in terms of new users, you basically get the email, hey, Laura, are you invited to this place? Just fill in the form. If you've never used Typeform before, you have to register yourself. Then you do it, and then pop,
And before Typeform, the grandfather was SurveyMonkey. So back in 2000, if you received a survey, you answered it, and then the splash screen, which was the most valuable piece of real estate on the internet in 2000, was, thank you for filling out the survey. Why don't you launch a survey?
And obviously, those are very clear examples of companies or softwares that we go and we start using them from scratch without having anybody calling me to ask me whether I want to buy, in fact, SurveyMonkey to send a survey to my friends.
Right.
But PLG is not for everyone, right? Because it is not very much, all those products are not very much obvious to be used, and they don't need integration. So when do we use PLG? Maybe you can talk a little bit more about that, Alex. When do we use PLG and not?
I think, in short, to the question, is PLG for everyone? No. I think it could be, or maybe later on in like a cycle. At Paddle 7 or so years ago, we had a decision to make. We sell into software companies, which is obviously a huge market, which is really well suited for PLG because you can basically just drive tons and tons of traffic to somewhere and just capture that revenue. What we found was because the market itself wasn't particularly well informed about basically the status quo we were trying to disrupt. Typically, if you're trying to get paid as a software company, you put Stripe together, PayPal, you use a tax tool like Avalara, maybe a subscription, we call it piecemeal setup. And that was the pure status quo which we had to disrupt. And if you just try and put on advertising and bet on searches, people aren't looking for it. So
because people didn't know even that existed. This is what we call our new product category, right?
Exactly. How can you buy something which you don't know exists? And so that's where probably more of a sales-led motion works better. So what we did was took a really precise, laser-focused view on this is our real ideal customer type, targeted them, and then what happened was over time you build a sort of inflection point of companies, logos that you can put on your website for some social proof. And obviously that they can then start educating the market. And then fast forward a few years later, once you've built that brand and that sort of ability to prove that there's a different way of doing things, that's when you can go down a PLG motion, or probably more so for a complex product like payments, where you need to rip out certain things versus probably something a little bit more straightforward, like a SurveyMonkey.
Yeah, I think Alex has been a little bit more, let's say, a couple of years forward, because I don't know if you know, but 2 weeks ago they became a unicorn, so a Paddle, so which is I think it's is obviously they did pretty well on the sales mode and moving to PLG afterwards. But I know Paddle is one of my portfolio in the company, one company in my portfolio. I'm a SaaS investor too, and Cledera is also a company.
I am not.
Not yet, Laura. And Cledera is too.
We go invest together. Let's say
exactly. We have invested together for sure.
There's always time.
But Cledera is an earlier stage, and now you are starting to do that, right? And so, what would you say to this audience who is in fact now doing sales-led, and they want to start testing a little bit of PLG? What would you say are the strategies to move to that?
Yeah. Should you go?
Yes. So the first thing I'll say is PLG is almost a mindset. So you have to understand, so the category is very important. If it's an established category, so my category is not established. There are not many companies who help you discover, buy, manage, and cancel your software. There's companies that give you credit cards to spend. There are companies that do many other things. So for us, PLG at the beginning wasn't the most efficient model. It was sales-led. We needed to inform the market. So with category creation, you are defining the point of view, you're defining the narrative, and you're getting it out there, but you're looking for those pain points that are already in the market. So you're reaching out to people with a pain that you know exists, but it doesn't have a clear definition yet. So if you're thinking of PLG, and the way to get into it is, what are the things that you know customers are already aware of as a problem or a jobs to be done, things that they're trying to do that you feel you can solve? And how can you get them to that faster? And it can be very specific. It doesn't even have to be your whole product. It can be a certain feature or one thing that you do well. How can you drive people to that one thing and then use that as a flywheel mechanism to get them to do something else?
So basically, when you have the product-led growth framework implemented in your company, you're making your users work. So your users are going to be the ones helping you grow. Let's say WhatsApp, right? So they didn't invest a dime on marketing or sales. It's a software-based company where if you were not using WhatsApp back in the day, you would get kind of like an SMS or something from a friend, hey, join WhatsApp. It wasn't WhatsApp sending it was your friend that was already in WhatsApp that somehow wanted to interact with you at WhatsApp. If you are, for example, in a marketplace, e-commerce, as you were saying, there are features that can be product-led, but it's basically marketing-led. So the whole growth of the marketplace is based on how many dollars in marketing are you going to be spending to really guarantee a demand that is going to kind of like support the users, the buyers, or whatever, right? So being very practical, as Itzaza was saying, they're different. We're not saying that product-led growth is the way to go. We're just saying, be smart, that you can use your own product to grow it. And that can save you a ton of money, especially these days, to really kind of like get to the growth metrics that you're looking for. And talking about the metrics that you said, you know, when we think about acquisition, activation, activity, virality, that framework, that kind of questioning in your flows, in your product when you're building it, is the way, you know, to really make a very smart vehicle, kind of like flywheel to grow.
In fact, I want to get a little bit deeper on those metrics. Laura and I, we both are investors, and we look at opportunities in the SaaS space. And many of you are probably building SaaS products, and traditionally, also at Notion, Notion is investor in companies like GoCarless or Currency Cloud, Tradeshift, those companies which are traditionally selling to bigger corporations, and so they have higher ACVs and very low churn, right? Because people adopt the product, pay a subscription, and that's we love SaaS because of that, because they pay subscription, they stay for a long time. And suddenly we have those companies that are much more product-led, which come to us, they have a very good logo velocity, but at the same time, they have very tiny ACVs. When you get to Zoom, whatever you pay with your credit card, it's very tiny. And so the ACV from each of the, let's say, prosumers, somebody who is a consumer is using this mainly for business, right? A prosumer is paying very tiny, so the ACV is very low, and the churn is very high, right? So what do you do, or what is your recommendation, Laura, when you have founders pitching to you and you want to help them, in fact, be attractive to some investors who would not understand very high churn and very small ACVs, for example?
So ACV stands for average contract value, just so that you, one super important thing to understand if your company's product-led growth or not is how much you're relying on your own data to build the business. So talking about metrics, okay, you can measure, but of course you need to have dashboards and different tools in the company to really see what's going on. So depending on the stage of the company, we talk about GAAP accounting, but also we talk about growth accounting. And what does growth accounting mean, right? It's acquisition, acquisition, activation, activity, retention, churn. We talk about quick ratios, which is basically, it's a formula, very boring. You Google it, quick ratio. But anyway, it's a good way to see efficiency in growth in the business. So to your point, a lot of times founders come to us and say, hey, we're growing double-digit month over month, and this is how the chart are looking, etc. But then when you drill down into it, you're seeing that they're spending maybe a lot, or they're doing a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, the flywheel, the retention rates are very low, right? So retention matters as hell. It's not just the growth, is how many of those users actually keep being with you month after month. How many of those contracts do you retain in SaaS for enterprise or SaaS for mid-market that after 6 to 9 months are still not only paying you, but also using the product and even growing their engagement metrics, right? So this is basically for us one of the key things.
The interesting thing there, back to the Zoom example, if you think of Zoom, let's say you've never heard of Zoom, somebody sends you a Zoom, you have the meeting, it's done. You, as somebody who is never aware of the product, you've experienced it fully already, from lack of awareness to full experience. And so these companies, same thing with PayPal, you can go down the line, Typeform. So these are like the gold standard of product-led. So for a company that's not product-led, one of the things, so Cledata is sales-led. We are in a market that needs definition, so we have a wonderful sales team that really understands the ICP, the ideal customer profile. We do a lot of research. We use Jobs to be Done framework, which is an amazing framework. I suggest everybody look it up. It's typically a design and product framework, Jobs to be Done, and it basically gets into the mind of your consumer, of your prospect, and you're trying to figure out what is the job that they need to be done for coming to your site. Has nothing to do with your brand, has nothing to do with your product. It has to do with they need to find an invoice. They need to add a subscription. So by doing that, then you can get closer to understanding what PLG motion you could maybe have on your, in your business. And then you can test it. I'm
going to ask a couple of other questions, and then I'm going to open to the public, because I know there might be some questions. But just very quickly, Alex, I know you come from a growth background. You've been doing growth for many different companies. You are launching a new product and growing it through Paddle now, which is great. What would you say is one or two key things you would say to someone who is starting in PLG to basically hack that growth that is the topic of the panel?
Yeah, it's a good question, and a huge fan of Jobs to be Done theory. I think that's kind of hitting the nail on the head. You need to think about, okay, what is the progress that these folks who you're targeting in the market are trying to make? And it's not just trying to make when they're using your product, but we're huge at Paddle around content strategy. We've invested so heavily into it. We recently acquired a company called Profitwell. After the acquisition, as part of the acquisition, it wasn't us just getting lavish with our spending, but they're a fantastic media beast where they churn out fantastic content. Yeah. And it's, for anyone who's interested in behavioral psychology, there's kind of a theory around reciprocity. And if you're delivering good quality content without really asking anything in advance, doesn't matter if they're going to convert a day later or 2 years later. There's kind of that idea that these folks have got my back, and I think it's probably not a short-term fix, but I would invest in content because it will reap the rewards further down the line.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any other tips or any other points that you guys want to? Rob is saying yes.
I think
He has some
I
ideas.
think the one thing that I would say is try to understand what your number one value metric is in your company. What is that one thing that you think is the most valuable thing that a customer can do? So for us, for example, the biggest value metric is when somebody adds a new application with one of our credit cards. That means that they will probably then start being active, they'll start spending on that card, and they'll start seeing the value, etc. At eBay, when I was at eBay, the number one value metric, it was called Bid24. If somebody came to the site and registered and bid in the first 24 hours, that was the biggest predictor of activity on the platform. It wasn't registration, it was. And we would eventually pay our partners on Bid24. We were the first kind of company that could do that because we were so confident that if that metric happened, then a lot of other things would happen. So find your value metric.
I would add 2 things there. So growth is not linear. Growth is like stairs. You grow, plateau. You grow, plateau. You grow, plateau, right? So when you're plateauing, somehow, you need to find what is going to be the next tactic that I'm going to put in place to keep growing, right? One thing beautiful that happens in SaaS is that the growth is very captive if you're doing things right? If you're keeping your customers happy, it's very unlikely that they may leave you, right? So being very much focused in continuous feedback from those users is the best way to get kind of like understanding if your product-led growth strategies are working or not. Normally, the bigger the company gets, the farther away you get from understanding the customer. And it should be the other way around, because the bigger the company gets, the more important those customers become for you. So that would be one of the tactics.
And just one more question before we go to the public. We know that Cledara and Paddle, both of them are using a combination of sales-led and product-led. What do you think is that balance within both of them? How can you make it work? What do you think are the critical points for this to work? Because it doesn't always work, right? Yeah. Why does it work, and why do you think this wouldn't work? Or when did you see it not working?
So one thing I'll say is we need to go to product-led, because you can't just go with if you want to be a profitable company that's worth and has great multiples, you can't just be sales-led because the multiples are not there. For sales to continue growing, you have to hire human beings. You can automate, you can have technology, but it's very dependent on hiring. So you need to find another way to accelerate your growth, to complement your sales model. So one of the things is make sure you segment your customers really well. Understand who is it you're targeting. And if you do that, then you can understand for a certain segment, a product-led growth mechanism would be the right one. Get them in, get them happy, loyal, delight them, and then move them up to where maybe you'll need a sales-led motion. So I think that understanding, it's kind of the old stuff, understanding your customer extremely well, understanding why they need you, and segmenting those customers extremely well. And then you can channel experiments. The other thing is it's constant experimentation. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. And you have to have buy-in for PLG. It can't just be something the marketing team's going to do or the product team to do. It has to be something where there's a marketer, there's a product person, there's an engineer, and to run experiments.
Yeah. So, speaking personally from our experience at Paddle, we've just launched a new product, and it's really interesting. For those who are typically smaller, we're talking kind of 1- and 2-man bands, maybe they're just getting a startup off the ground, pre-revenue, they're happy to check out via a product-led growth model, just self-serve on board. Typically when it's getting into buying committees, it's a mid-market or a strategic company, that's when you may well have the need for selling. There may well also be those old school folks who always want to speak to somebody. There may well be the new school folks, and I think especially as more and more millennials get into, making the buying decisions at companies, right? That's the way technology is going. If you look at the stats, people would rather research independently and actually trial something out. And so I think, you can probably find a nice hybrid. There's probably also a hybrid to sales-led growth, which is if you work in a high-tech product, use a sandbox environment, let them test it out, get it into their hands and play around, and then there's a potential for you to upsell and get them off the ground. Yeah.
Perfect. Is there any question? Anyone? Excellent. What's the question here? Just, you can shoot out.
Wow, I have a couple.
What is your most memorable aha moment? Yes, we found that, right? We got it, yeah.
I'm going to go with one. So I was a very early employee at Facebook. And back in the day, our aha moment, we realized that if you found 10 friends in the platform, your growth would explode, your engagement with the platform. I remember that at WhatsApp, which is a company that we acquired back in the day, it was, I think the viral ratio was 4:1, meaning that every single individual that would use WhatsApp would bring along extra 4 that would become as engaged as they. I am not in a position to share any aha moments from any of my companies because that's confidential. but I think that those two, are very, in SaaS, and let me tell you, SaaS mid-market, the moment, so we have companies that do have trial periods of like 2 weeks. The moment that someone uses a product more than 4 days in a week, that is going to be an amazing paying customer. So you need to really build a product that as much as possible send you reminders to use the product at least 4 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
So those are like...
Perfect, great example. Very quickly.
When I worked at eBay, we would joke around internally that the eBay page was a disaster. And even now, the Amazon is a disaster. If you actually go into Amazon and you click around, it's like shocking.
Yeah.
But it's there for a reason. And so it's just shocking to see how users would just dig through the inefficiency to get what they needed. And so in that digging, you find all these friction points. And I was out of graduate school, I didn't know anything, and just working with the product and engineering teams, how they figured out these little points of friction where people could get to bid quicker, understand the item quicker, was just fascinating. But seeing that incredible spike in eBay, irrespective of the product design, made me really develop empathy for the final user to understand really that it's all about the empathy and the job that user's trying to figure out, and they will figure it out, versus a beautiful design that will not work. So it's very, it all comes back to the research you do on your customer and what they're really looking for.
Excellent. Do you have anything to add? Or
I'm not sure I've had the aha moment yet.
Okay.
That's good.
That's great. There are a couple of questions, so I want to just take them. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My name is Gonzalo. If we are talking about retention and acquisition, do you think that there is one that is better than the other, that we have to put more focus in one of them?
Completely depends.
Yeah.
It completely depends. So retaining customers is critical. Acquiring customers is critical. But if you can retain customers, then they can be a flywheel for NRR expansion, so that customer can start expanding use with you and buying more and upgrading and doing all of that. Plus, then there's the viral loops and word of mouth and bringing in new customers. So it really depends.
So are you a founder? I don't see you, Gonzalo. Can you wake up or show you up your... Okay. Are you a founder, Gonzalo?
Yeah.
What stage?
In finding product market fit.
Finding product market fit. Okay. So
finding product market fit. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. If I were you, this is what I would do. I would run different experiments where you not only track the acquisition in the different channels. I don't know if you're product-led growth or if you are marketing-led or sales-led, but I would kind of like run different experiments with different acquisition tactics, and then I would follow the whole flow until retention rates. You're going to need at least 3 months to take decisions, right? If at the end of the day, the acquisition tactics or channels that you use don't retain, what type of industry?
It's networking worldwide.
Networking, so it's social.
Yeah, so.
Okay, if you don't return 70%, if you don't retain 70% of the people, focus on something else.
70, that's a high bar. 70.
For social is a number.
Wow.
It's a social product.
She worked for
Social
Facebook
product.
for 9 years, so I think you should talk to her right after. But yeah.
I think just to add to that, I think retention is way more critical than a lot of people give credit for. I think you've got to think about kind of output metrics as well as input metrics. I think everyone likes to give everyone a pat on the back for these, like, oh, we've acquired X amount of customers, but if you've lost half of them, or 70%, or all of them, then you don't have product market fit there. You've got what looks like product market fit on the surface, but you probably need to do a bit more product work there. So if you've effectively look at it as a bucket and you've got a big hole in the bottom, you need to patch up that bucket before you put more water in there, and that hopefully creates more of a sustainable business.
And acquisition is painfully expensive, especially now.
Absolutely. Is there any other question? No? One very quick one. We have 2 minutes.
Say your name, your industry, and your stage if you're a founder, please.
No, I'm Pablo.
Pablo.
I would like to know, because in the growth stage, some startups used to implement the role of the product marketing manager. So I would like to know what's the role in this kind of startups, and it's more focused on retention, acquisition, and how the marketing product join or have different synergies with the main product.
So we have time for one of you to respond, so I think we need to go to the point. Yeah.
Speed answer. So I agree that a product marketer is probably one of the most critical hires before an activation, before paid marketing, anything else, because the product marketer is going to do the research to understand who the customer is. What's the positioning? The positioning is so important to get right. Before you do messaging, you have to understand what's the space in the brain of the prospect that you want to occupy, and positioning is extremely time-consuming. So that's the number one thing the product marketer needs to do. After that, and that flows to, okay, I understand the positioning, that means I understand the customer, I understand the jobs to be done, I understand all this stuff, I've spoken to customers. Then you work on the messaging that eventually will be the ads in Google and all that. So I will take a product marketer any day over a demand gen person.
Amazing. Great answer. Thank you, Rob, Laura, Alex, for joining me here. I hope you learned some pointers. We wanted to make it very practical, and I hope it was. So thank you so much. And if you have any other questions, we will be around too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. Yes, how practical was that? So if you're not hitting 70%, you might want to do something else. Very interesting. 4 days a week also is what I need to get people to engage with my product. I'll keep that one in mind. That is it for the Growth Stage on day 2 here at South Summit 2022. Thank you very much for being with us. We are going to have a partner event with the Comunidad de Madrid coming in 20 minutes. We're going to change the stage a little bit. So thank you very much for being with us. We're going to take a little break and see you in a few minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special partner event hosted by the Comunidad de Madrid. You are in for a treat. Yeah, that's right, you're in for a treat because you will have some of the most important people of the Madrid ecosystem today here on this stage in just a few seconds. And I do not want to waste your time. I would just like to introduce for some welcoming remarks the viceconsejero de Universidades, Ciencia y Innovación de la Comunidad de Madrid, Fidel Rodríguez Pataya, and the director de la Fundación para el Conocimiento Madrid Más D, Federico Morán Abad.
Hola.
Gentlemen.
Buenas.
And they will speak in Spanish.
Buenas, muy buenas tardes y nada, bienvenidos a este panel donde desde la Administración regional, desde las consejerías más implicadas en innovación y emprendimiento, pues vamos a tener el testimonio que las administraciones tenemos y en la responsabilidad que tenemos. Es el primer punto que me gustaría destacar, la innovación y la competitividad y el impulso para que haya startups, etcétera, las administraciones tenemos una responsabilidad. Todo el sistema se nutre de mucho, se nutre de talento, pero el talento hay que saber atraerlo, hay que saber formarlo y hay que saber sobre todo retenerlo. Y yo creo que en Madrid se cumple este ecosistema del que hemos hablado y tenemos esta capacidad de crecimiento y de engordar el sistema. Entonces, atraemos el talento y la administración, que es lo que vamos a ver en este panel, pues tenemos responsabilidad sobre esto y tenemos programas, que es lo que vamos a contar ahora. Entonces, os dejo con el viceconsejero Fidel Rodríguez, que bueno, pues nos va a contar qué estamos haciendo, ¿no? Desde la consejería y desde la Comunidad de Madrid, desde el Gobierno regional.
Muchísimas gracias, Federico. Buenas tardes a todos. La verdad es que es un placer poder venir al South Summit, que yo creo que es la gran fiesta de las startups y de la innovación en el sur de Europa. Tenemos la fortuna, yo creo que ayer la presidenta Ayuso con la comisaria Gabriel presentaron la estrategia de startup y de innovación para los 3 próximos años de la Comunidad de Madrid, que tendrá el nombre de Madrid Kilómetro Cero, entendiendo que desde el kilómetro cero de España surgen al final muchas cosas, y desde la Puerta del Sol todos hemos estado alguna vez con los sueños de un emprendedor, esos sueños que pensamos que desde ahí se puede conseguir todo. Madrid es al final esa ciudad, esa región que nos permite a todos los que queremos ser madrileños pues serlo, sentirnos así, pero también es una región, como siempre decimos, de libertad en el sentido de que somos libres realmente para poder llegar a hacer todo lo que nuestros sueños y al final nuestra ambición y el sacrificio, que es el peaje que tienes que pagar por conseguir cosas, pues ese sacrificio, el esfuerzo, el trabajo, lo puedes hacer. La estrategia tiene 6 ejes de forma muy rápida. Fundamentalmente lo que hemos presentado es que vamos a tener en unos días un portal web donde pongamos toda la información que hay de las startups. Ya estamos trabajando desde hace años, tanto desde el área de emprendimiento, tengo aquí al director general de emprendimiento, como tanto de la Fundación Madrid +D en este tema, lo potenciaremos. Un segundo eje fundamentalmente sobre temas de formación. Ayer os contamos que vamos a lanzar lo que se llama la mochila Startup universitaria para que todos los universitarios, grados, posgrados y doctorado puedan estudiar en la universidad, además de sus carreras, puedan estudiar metodologías Lean Startup o metodologías al final innovadoras y emprendedoras para que pueda todo el mundo tener esa capacidad. Vamos a potenciar el GC Start, que es el programa que lleva la Fundación Madrid +D de emprendimiento en tecnología biomédica, es el programa con la European Space Agency, con la Comunidad de Madrid, el ESABIC, con tema de tecnologías del espacio, y otro programa que pronto os contaremos también de temas de Deep Tech. Hay otra línea que es hacer de Madrid un gran foro, ¿no?, de inversores, un gran foro también de startup y de ecosistema, un poco más pequeño obviamente que el South Summit, pero en los sectores que nos vamos a centrar, en Deep Tech, en digital y en Biotech, que entendemos que son las 3 grandes tecnologías que podemos explotar de una forma muy potente. También tenemos otro eje importante, que es crear el Consejo Asesor Consultivo Internacional de Startups, Scale-Ups, unicornios, fondos, aceleradoras, que lo gestionará la Consejería de Economía, y la verdad es que yo creo que va a ser muy fuerte. También podremos seguir desarrollando el quinto eje, los foros, estos que ya vais, muchos de vosotros vais viendo alguna cara y ya vais participando en ellos, lo que son los Innodays Madrid, donde tenemos cada mes un vertical temático. Ya hemos tenido uno de FoodTech, otro de FinTech, hemos tenido otro de Biotech, Biomed, y luego lo que son los Innovar Madrid, que los hacemos en un bar, justamente para también de forma distendida empezar a trabajar. Hemos tenido uno en Las Rozas, pero 2 veces al mes tendremos actividad de networking, ecosistema startupero y de inversores, porque realmente queremos. Y luego ayer la comisaria Gabriel nos pidió hace 2 meses que España y la Comunidad de Madrid se sumara al proyecto de la Unión Europea de Startup Village, para que intentar ser una región realmente de startups, de emprendedora, innovadora, pues necesitamos que todos los municipios de la Comunidad de Madrid poco a poco se vayan incorporando a lo que ya está pasando en Madrid, ¿no? Y también posiblemente en las 10-12 grandes ciudades de la Comunidad de Madrid. Pero todavía quedan unos 160 pueblos en la Comunidad de Madrid que queremos que también tengan posibilidades para aquellos que decidáis o decidan irse a trabajar también a los pueblos. Y por eso, tanto Caraballa como Berzosa de Lozoya ayer se consiguieron el sello de la Unión Europea para ser los primeros Startup Village de la Comunidad de Madrid, y en total España, con 3 municipios, actualmente hay 15 en toda la Unión Europea, vamos a ser líderes también en esta línea. Simplemente deciros, por ser muy breve, que la Comunidad de Madrid apuesta por sus startups, apuesta por su innovación y realmente yo creo que tenemos un gobierno muy comprometido para poder hacer esto. Y yo creo que prueba de ello es que todo el gobierno, pero concretamente 3 consejerías, y me gustaría destacarlo, tanto la de Economía, ahora va a hablar, como ha dicho mi compañero, el director general de Emprendimiento, también la de Digitalización y Administración Local, va a hablar el director general de Política Digital posteriormente, y también la nuestra de Educación, Universidad de Ciencia y Portavocía, y va a hablar el subdirector general de Innovación de la Comunidad de Madrid y la Fundación Madrid Marre, que la representa aquí Federico y todo el equipo que está. Yo creo que, no sé si por primera vez, pero al menos yo sí lo vivo como que en esta vez sí que la Comunidad de Madrid no va a dejar pasar el tren de realmente ser una locomotora mundial y europea, por supuesto, sobre el tema de las startups y la innovación, y tenemos la suerte de tener a la presidenta Isabel Díaz Ayuso, que la habéis podido ver esta mañana, totalmente comprometida con este proyecto, y eso nos ayuda mucho para que la región siga de forma muy fuerte en el tema de las startups. Pues muchas gracias.
Pues nada, muy bien, muchas gracias. Well,
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for these welcoming remarks. I think we are going to continue now with a panel of who is who in the ecosystem. So we're going to bring some more people on stage. We are going to bring on stage Alberto González, who is the Director General de Autónomos y Emprendimiento. We have Alberto Retana, the Director General de Política Digital. And we have Vicente Parras, who is the Deputy Director General de Innovación Tecnológico of Madrid. And moderating this panel will also be Federico en castellano.
Bueno, continuamos en castellano. Muchas gracias por la introducción. Y voy a hacer una primera pregunta a cada uno de los 3 y luego una pregunta a los 3 para terminar y no extendernos mucho. Presento a Alberto González, es director general, como han dicho, de Autónomos y Emprendimiento en la Consejería de Economía, Hacienda y Empleo. Alberto, a lo largo de su carrera profesional, ha intercalado la gestión pública con diversos proyectos de emprendimiento. En este ámbito hay que destacar la dirección de un programa internacional de fomento del emprendimiento en el que han participado pues, miles de jóvenes de todo el mundo, como ejemplo. Alberto, la Comunidad de Madrid atrae cada vez más inversores, así como empresas de todo tipo que quieren instalarse en nuestra región. Y mucho de esto tiene su base en las políticas que se están impulsando para reducir la burocracia y los impuestos. ¿Podrías hablarnos de las más destacadas de estas políticas, Alberto?
Sí, muchísimas gracias, Federico. Muchas gracias a todos. Efectivamente, esta mañana la presidenta que ha estado por aquí ha dicho que Madrid es libertad y que es sinónimo de oportunidades, ¿no? Bueno, pues las políticas de la Comunidad de Madrid es seguir trabajando para que Madrid siga siendo una región de oportunidades, ¿no? Una región de oportunidades para las startups, para las inversiones, ¿no? Y para el talento, ¿no? Y en eso estamos trabajando en estas 2 líneas o 3 líneas, si podemos hablar, ¿no? La parte regulatoria, lo que estamos haciendo sobre todo es trabajar en la colaboración público-privada para que las administraciones, en este caso la Administración regional, no se convierta en un problema a la hora de poder invertir, a la hora de poder desarrollar cualquier proyecto, ¿no? Y por eso estamos trabajando...
Sea más la solución que el problema.
Efectivamente, no poner... Y con eso nos conformamos muchas veces, ¿no? En poder ayudar a todo aquel que quiere poner en marcha un proyecto, ¿no? Y por eso tenemos en marcha, hemos abierto una línea, lo que se llama la línea abierta contra la hiperregulación, que estamos poniendo además al servicio de las empresas, de los inversores, de los emprendedores, ¿no? Que todas aquellas medidas, todas aquellas normas o regulación que estén impidiendo o estén haciendo más difícil el poder poner en marcha estos proyectos, bueno, pues que poder trabajar con ellos de la mano para poder ayudar a eliminarlas o cambiarlas, ¿no? Y puedo poner un ejemplo además muy claro, ¿no? Hablando de proyectos innovadores o de la economía colaborativa, ¿no? Ahora mismo en septiembre el Gobierno obliga a hacer una regulación de todo el tema de las VTCs. Bueno, pues la Comunidad de Madrid se ve obligada a tener que regular y, bueno, pues a través de la colaboración con la empresa privada, en este caso, hemos conseguido poder hacer una regulación que va a permitir que en Madrid sigan operando, sigan trabajando operadores como Cabify, Uber, ¿no? Que son tan importantes para esta ciudad, ¿no? De la misma manera, vamos a poner en marcha una novedosa ley que es la Ley de Mercado Abierto. ¿Qué significa eso? Que cualquier proyecto que esté funcionando en cualquier otra región de España, en Madrid, si tienen ya una licencia de trabajo, si tienen una licencia o estén reguladas en otra comunidad autónoma, puedan hacer ese trabajo en Madrid. Y esto es muy importante, ¿no? Porque muchas veces este tipo de trabas y este tipo de problemas regulatorios hacía que tuviesen que cumplir doble normativa, ¿no? Bueno, pues en Madrid ya va a ser posible, es una ley bastante novedosa y eso va a ser que a lo mejor en muchísimas materias todo aquel que esté operando en Valencia pueda venir libremente a Madrid y sin ningún tipo de traba burocrática poder trabajar también en Madrid. Y, por supuesto, la parte impositiva, ¿no? La parte fiscal, ¿no? Que es muy importante, ¿no? Trasladaros a los emprendedores, a todo aquel que quiere venir aquí a invertir, la importancia de los objetivos de las políticas de la Comunidad de Madrid, de las políticas de la presidenta Díaz Ayuso, que es dar absoluta seguridad de que no va a haber ningún tipo de subida fiscal, de que estamos trabajando además en poder bajar aún más los impuestos. Somos, por ejemplo, la única región de España que tiene bonificado al 100% el impuesto de patrimonio y, ojo, porque eso es muy importante a la hora de traer inversión, ¿no? Y hay veces que se nos acusa de que estamos haciendo una política, bueno, pues como se nos está acusando, ¿no? De que estamos haciendo una política fiscal. Lo que estamos haciendo básicamente es hacer una política fiscal europea, ¿no? Porque lo raro realmente es lo que está pasando en España, ¿no? Que en otras comunidades se esté pagando un impuesto que ya no se paga en ninguna parte de España, ¿no? Y eso es importante. O lanzar un mensaje también a inversores, a emprendedores, de que hemos eliminado todos los impuestos propios, ¿vale? Y no es... Que eran pocos, en Madrid eran 3, ¿no? Pero es que hay otras comunidades autónomas en las que, por ejemplo, hay 18, ¿no? Y eso es muy importante a tener en cuenta, ¿no? Sobre todo lanzar el mensaje de que, ojo, aquí hemos eliminado los impuestos, pero es que no solamente eliminamos los impuestos, sino que tenéis la seguridad de que no se van a crear ningún impuesto más. Y eso es sobre todo para trasladar la seguridad jurídica, ¿no? Que es la tercera pata de este proyecto, ¿no? Que es un poco las certezas, ¿no? El generar escenarios de confianza para que todo aquel que quiera venir a invertir a Madrid, todo aquel que quiera poner en marcha su proyecto en Madrid, tiene una comunidad autónoma que, bueno, básicamente es alfombra roja, ¿no? Como suele decir nuestro consejero.
Pues muy bien. Muchas gracias, Alberto, director. Es lo que decíamos antes, es que la Administración, si no se implica, si no hace esto, pues las regiones pues no favorecen el emprendimiento, ni la inversión, ni la creación de nuevas empresas. Alberto Retana, de la Fuente, es director general de Política Digital en la Consejería de Administración Local y Digitalización. Es de formación informático, es un profesional con más de 30 años de trayectoria en el sector de las telecomunicaciones y de las tecnologías de la información y las comunicaciones, y con experiencia ejecutiva en áreas de innovación y generación de negocio, tanto del sector público como privado. Directivo con visión y pensamiento estratégico y experto en la elaboración y ejecución de planes de acción comercial y en el uso de metodologías para alcanzar el máximo en el diseño de soluciones. O sea que tenemos al mejor en ese puesto, Alberto. Todas las facilidades en lo relativo a la parte económica, que nos ha comentado el director general, el otro Alberto, atraen inversión y empresas a nuestra región, pero las iniciativas que una región pone a disposición de sus ciudadanos también son clave, no solo para la atracción de empresas, sino también para su permanencia. ¿Nos podías destacar en este punto, en lo referente a digitalización, las iniciativas que estáis llevando a cabo?
Sí, claro que sí, un placer. Buenas tardes a todos, un placer estar aquí con vosotros. Bueno, voy a enganchar un poquito, si acaso la palabra ideal sería hacer sostenible lo que estamos creando, lo que ha comentado Alberto, lo que voy a comentar yo, lo que va a comentar Vicente de alguna manera. Cuando un inversor viene a la Comunidad de Madrid a invertir, o cuando un emprendedor viene a emprender a la Comunidad de Madrid, o está en la Comunidad de Madrid y decide emprender, puede tener diferentes consideraciones en cuenta para embarcarse en un proyecto de estas características. Lo primero que hace si viene de fuera o si está aquí, oye, Madrid, ¿por qué no? El objetivo que trata la Comunidad de Madrid es que cuando alguien quiere venir, que lo primero que haga sea pensar en la Comunidad de Madrid, pensar en Madrid para venir aquí y no en otro sitio. ¿Eso cómo se consigue? Pues se consigue generalmente pues que cuando viene el talento, además hay que retenerlo, las personas emprenden o trabajan en una empresa y lo que tienen que tener es, cuando salen de trabajar o llega el fin de semana, tienen que tener una excelente calidad de vida y eso es lo que la Comunidad de Madrid ofrece. Esto no tiene nada que ver con digitalización, pero es colateral y sí que se tiene muy en cuenta. lo que hacemos es colaborar con el resto de las consejerías para que haya ocio, se desarrolle digitalmente la gastronomía, se desarrolle digitalmente el deporte, etcétera, etcétera. Y que las personas, cuando vienen aquí, disfruten y tengan una calidad de vida que les hagan ser felices más allá del trabajo. La segunda, eso aproximadamente puede ser como un 1,8, un 2% del Producto Interior Bruto en incremento. Parece una tontería, pero es así. El estar de moda, digamos de alguna manera. Un segundo elemento a tener en cuenta sería lo que ha comentado hace un momentito Alberto. Sería una reducción de la presión fiscal hasta límites al respecto de los cuales, cuando se compare la Comunidad de Madrid con otras comunidades autónomas y se vea la cuenta de resultados, sea tan tremendamente significativo que merezca la pena invertir en Madrid. No porque haya una diferencia mínima, que a lo mejor dice, mira, es que casi desplazarme allí y crear toda la infraestructura y la logística no me merece la pena, no. Tiene que ser muy significativo y la reducción fiscal o la disminución de los impuestos son determinantes. Esto llevado por los expertos al impacto en el Producto Interior Bruto, pues estamos hablando aproximadamente de un 4 o un 5%. Y es muy importante incrementar un 4 o 5% del PIB en una región. Pero ¿qué es lo que hace realmente o lo que invita a inversores o lo que invita a emprendedores a invertir en la Comunidad de Madrid y a desarrollar su estrategia profesional? La estrategia. La estrategia profesional tiene que ser la que invite a las personas a decir, voy aquí porque la Comunidad de Madrid tiene también una estrategia. Saben a dónde van. Cuando tú diseñas una estrategia y en el ecosistema de la digitalización, por ejemplo, se da el contexto adecuado para que se pueda desarrollar una empresa convenientemente, ahí realmente haces un proyecto tremendamente sostenible. Eso es el futuro. Y hay otro elemento también muy importante y es que haya liderazgo. Es decir, que no sea algo que crea, por ejemplo, la Consejería de Administración Local y Digitalización o la Consejería de Economía y Hacienda. Tiene que ser algo que esté liderado desde arriba, desde el máximo. Y la presidenta Isabel Díaz Ayuso es quien lidera todo este proyecto. Por lo tanto, sostenibilidad y liderazgo son los que hacen, estrategia y liderazgo son los que hacen un proyecto sostenible. Además de eso, muy rapidito, comentar que lo que tienen que darse también son herramientas en el contexto que permitan el desarrollo digital de las empresas, que cuando vengan no tengan que empezar de cero, que cuando vengan tengan el impulso de la Administración en materia de análisis, estudios y casos de uso que les permitan desarrollar su labor profesional. Eso serían principalmente.
Pues nada, muchas gracias, director. La tercera consejería, que está aquí representada por su subdirector general de Innovación Tecnológica, Vicente Parras, que pertenece a la Dirección General de Investigación e Innovación Tecnológica. Y esta es la Consejería de Educación, Universidades, Ciencia y Portavocía. O sea, que tenemos aquí tres consejerías implicadas que dan una imagen del compromiso de todo el Gobierno regional en estos temas. Vicente, en lo que se refiere más específicamente a la generación de nuevas startups y el desarrollo de un ecosistema de emprendimiento tecnológico adecuado para ello, ¿qué programas específicos tenemos en la Comunidad de Madrid que te gustaría destacar?
Pues tenemos bastantes. De hecho, cuando antes me lo has planteado, empecé pensando en uno, porque es una línea específica de creación de startups, pero luego revisando, la verdad es que tenemos una panoplia de líneas que yo creo que intenta cubrir toda la casuística y toda la circunstancia de la creación de empresas. Desde programas muy en el inicio, como puede ser el programa Health Start, que gestiona la Fundación Madrid +D, que es a partir de una idea, gente que tiene una idea, acompañarles para que esa idea termine o bien en una tecnología o en una empresa, siendo por algún programa de incubación, como la de SABIC, que también gestiona la Fundación, sí. Que ayuda también a esta generación, que estas ideas se plasmen ya en una empresa concreta. Y luego ya pasamos un poco al campo más clásico de las subvenciones de toda la vida, que tenemos una línea específica para startups dividida en tramos. Pues tenemos que la casuística, la problemática de las empresas, dependiendo de su edad, es distinta. Tenemos una línea para empresas de menos de un año, para generar el plan de negocio. Una línea para que ese plan de negocio se implante para empresas de 2 a 5 años. Y luego tenemos una línea para proyectos, no es específica para generación de startups, pero hay determinadas tecnologías que la maduración de las empresas y llegar al mercado es mucho más largo, mucho más complicado. Estoy pensando en el caso bio, por ejemplo. Entonces, empresas de hasta 15 años aunque no entren en la definición de startup que da la Comisión, sí que las ayudamos en sus proyectos. Y luego hay cosas que se van sofisticando cada vez más. Hay alguna línea que es un poco indirecta, que es la de apoyamos a proyectos de entidades de enlace de la innovación, que es, por ejemplo, esto que estamos haciendo hoy. De hecho, ahí están los logos. Está financiado dentro de eso. La gente que organiza el South Summit nos presentó un proyecto y lo estamos apoyando. Y de ahí surgen cosas pues como esta iniciativa de hoy, que sirve a las startups, aunque no sea dar dinero directamente, o lo que estuvimos ayer también en la presentación del GovTech Lab, que es otro proyecto que ha salido de ahí, que es la otra pata. Una vez que ya tienen las startups, lo que hagamos también, aparte de financiarlas, es importante que consigan clientes y vendan. Uno de ellos es la administración. Bueno, pues ha financiado un GovTech Lab que va a tener continuidad dentro de la fundación para poner en contacto a startups con administraciones locales. Y en toda esta tarea que Alberto la sufre todos los días de la transformación digital de las administraciones, pues que se tengan en cuenta las startups madrileñas para ello. Digamos que pasamos desde que tengo una idea, te apoyo para que lo plasmes en una empresa, a bueno, te doy dinero para que montes el plan de negocio, y ya terminan esto, que es poner en contacto con clientes. Y una línea también que tenemos sofisticada, que es financiamos también proyectos en colaboración, en el que obligamos que las grandes empresas que presenten un proyecto tienen que incluir alguna startup en su proyecto, de tal forma pues que las startups que participan en ese programa tienen asegurado el acceso a un mercado porque va de la mano de una gran empresa. Tenemos en concreto ahí algún ejemplo de esto, de una empresa del sector aeronáutico que empezó, dos hermanos, con una idea, que recibieron mentorización a través también de la red de mentores vuestra y de la ESABIC. Se generó una startup en Madrid a través de la ESABIC, les dimos una ayuda para que implementara su plan de negocio y ahora mismo están en un gran proyecto con Airbus, con lo cual pues, el mercado lo tienen seguro porque van de la mano de Airbus. Entonces, intentamos cubrir toda la casuística y alguna cosa más como los doctorados industriales, que es una cosa un poco tangencial, pero igual las empresas de este tipo pueden acoger a doctorandos en su seno para desarrollar tecnología y cubrirlos, apoyamos con esto.
En fin,
y yo creo que no me dejo nada
no
más,
tenemos,
pero yo creo que
no tenemos tiempo para contarlas todas las ayudas, pero bueno,
cubrimos todo el espectro. O sea,
alguna empresa está aquí hoy que ha sido ayudada, ya se ha pasado por estos programas, que incluso ha sido galardonada y tiene algún premio. O sea, que quiero decir, estos programas funcionan. Bueno, ya para terminar, que tenemos 2 minutos, mirando al futuro, ¿qué os gustaría destacar como proyectos de futuro de la Comunidad de Madrid para continuar creciendo y atrayendo este talento innovador y emprendedor, así como inversores? Rápidamente.
Muy rápido, en la parte de nuestra consejería, bueno, nosotros sabéis, pues toda la parte del emprendimiento que es muy transversal y lo decía el viceconsejero antes, fundamental la conexión, fundamental el trabajar conjuntamente, el poder poner en marcha proyectos que nos busquen sinergias con todas las otras consejerías para llegar a estos proyectos. Nosotros somos Región Europea Emprendedora de Europa desde el año 2021 y 2022 y, por lo tanto, seguimos con los proyectos que tenemos en marcha y que queremos, sobre todo, potenciar más, ¿no? Fomento del emprendimiento, muy importante. Queremos hacer una apuesta muy importante por fomentar el emprendimiento en edades tempranas. Queremos llegar a los más jóvenes, queremos crear esa cultura emprendedora. Conexión con el ecosistema. Kilómetro Cero es un ejemplo también de ello. Es muy importante para nosotros que desde la Comunidad de Madrid podamos conectar a todos los ecosistemas. Desde los municipios de la Comunidad de Madrid se están haciendo grandísimas cosas en materia de emprendimiento y de innovación. Tenemos el ejemplo del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, Las Rozas, Alcobendas, ¿no? Fantásticos municipios que están haciendo un montón por la emprendimiento y la innovación. Hay que conectarlos a todos. Tenemos que darle facilidades a todo aquel que llega y eso es fundamental. Y termino muy rápido. Una cosa muy importante para nosotros. Estamos trabajando en un plan bastante importante a la hora de la formación también para los startups y para emprendedores, ¿no? Un programa de formación muy importante que queremos llegar porque estamos viendo que hay una demanda sobre todo de formación executive para ellos.
Muy bien. Tenéis 1 minuto cada uno, medio minuto cada uno.
Yo he tratado de ser sucinto antes, no sé si a Vicente le voy a dejar tiempo. Bueno, muy rapidito. El mayor proyecto que tenemos en marcha es transformar digitalmente la región. Ese es el proyecto que tiene esta dirección general. Y la región la compone la administración pública propiamente dicha, es decir, que será el proyecto de transformar digitalmente la administración que le presta servicio al ciudadano y a las empresas también, evidentemente. Hay que transformar digitalmente la sociedad civil, hay que transformar digitalmente el tejido empresarial y hay que transformar digitalmente al ciudadano. En el caso del ciudadano tiene que interiorizarlo. Por lo tanto, proyectos interesantes pueden ser la propia transformación digital, hacer los planes para que todo esto sea un entorno seguro y con la recién creada agencia de ciberseguridad, que todo el mundo se sienta seguro interactuando con la Administración. Es el momento de poner en marcha como proyecto los clústeres digitales en conceptos disruptivos para que puedan de alguna manera ser la herramienta que impulse esa transformación digital de la región. Es el momento de capacitar a toda la ciudadanía. Se produciría sin una segunda brecha. La primera nace prácticamente sola, pero la segunda, si la Comunidad de Madrid avanza a toda velocidad, coge velocidad de crucero y sigue hacia adelante y no capacitamos al ciudadano en lo que está ocurriendo, la brecha va a ser doble y tremendamente complicada de resolver. Esos son los proyectos principales.
Muchas gracias, Vicente. 2 palabras.
Integrar. Yo creo que en Madrid hay cantidad enorme de iniciativas públicas, privadas, propias, ajenas, nacionales, internacionales, y lo que nos queda es poner en contacto unos con otros. Este panel es una muestra de ello, que incluso dentro de la Administración cada uno teníamos nuestro corralito y nos ponía de acuerdo, y yo creo que es el reto que nos queda ahora, es integrarlo todo y poner a todo el mundo a trabajar en la misma dirección.
Pues nada, muchas gracias a los 3 y pasamos al siguiente panel. Muchas gracias. Un aplauso.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, señores, por el panel, para estar con nosotros. We'll switch back to English for the next part, because talking about the future, we're going to come back a little bit and talk about the present. Because every year, Madrid Más-D is publishing a startup radar. And the recent one has just been published, and here to present everything that is there to know about the Madrid ecosystem is the head of unit entrepreneurship from the Fundación de Conocimiento Madrid Más-D. Give it up for Eduardo Díaz.
Yes, very good. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here to present the Startup Radar report. We update it every year. And this year you will find, well, it's based on information from a public platform called Dealroom, but it's also based on the work of the Fundación Madrid Más-D on other platforms like Crunchbase or other. We are going to talk about the startup ecosystem metrics. We are going to compare Madrid with other regions in Europe, about jobs, venture capital, and the tech support ecosystem. Madrid concentrates most of the companies in the region, the city of Madrid. But many of them are distributed all over the geography of the region. Mainly, for example, deep tech is concentrated in the metropolitan area. I mean, for example, the science parks, technology parks have a lot of deep tech startups. So it's very important to take into account all the region when talking about this. And 3 key features of Madrid in 2022 are, for example, the first one, Madrid is the 4th region in Europe and stands out for the quality of the support ecosystem, the size of the support ecosystem. We also found that it had the highest increase in venture capital and investment growth in 2021, and it also has one of the most promising prospects for, let me check, yes, for technology and innovation investment. We have checked, for example, why is Madrid a bridge between Europe and Latin America? And we found that it's real. Madrid is the region in Europe that has most companies, more startups in Latin America, and vice versa. There is the region in Europe that has more Latin American startups in Europe. So it's real that we are a bridge, and we have many points of contact with Latin America. Okay. Then let's talk about the metrics. Let's compare the region with other regions. Madrid is fifth in Europe in number of startups, and also the startups funded in the last 10 years, and in number of unicorns and future unicorns is the 8th. You have a list of scale-ups that we have found looking in many databases, but all of them have been filtered, taking into account the funding rounds and the value. So it's a very interesting list of scale-ups that you're going to find in the report. You can download the report from the Startup Radar website at any time. It's from today, you can download it. So it's the old version is not available now, so it's only the new one. Talking about scale-ups, unicorns, This year, we have 4 unicorns with headquarters in Madrid. Last year, it was 3, now it's 4. And we have other 3 unicorns which are, have the headquarters in a different country, in the United States, but have been founded in Madrid. So in total, we have 7 unicorns. You know, unicorn is a company with a value of more than $1 billion. We are using euros in this case. And the future unicorns, last year we had 10 future unicorns between 200 million euros and 1 billion euros. And this year we have 2 more. We have 12 future. Now, fast-growing scale-ups all over the landscape. We have in all over the verticals, we have many, many companies which are growing a lot. Well, concerning the ecosystem, it's, as I said before, it's the number 4 in Europe by the number of entities supporting startups, and it's also number 7th by number of employees by the working for the scale for the startups. The value is growing a lot also, so it's a very promising landscape that we have in Madrid. Well, also the youngest companies concentrate a growing percentage of the number of companies, the value, and also the jobs. And especially those created before 2016 are growing a lot. If you compare this with the results last year, it is very different because they have grown a lot thanks to recent investments. And talking about sectors, by number of companies, by number of tech companies, health, marketing, media, fintech are the sectors with the highest number of companies, of startups. Well, let's say tech companies, not startups, because a company that is 20 years old, maybe it's not a startup in a strict sense, okay? And concerning the value, telecom, fintech, transportation, enterprise software are the sectors with the most value. On the right, you will find also more data about the age of the companies. For example, fintech, transportation, job recruitment, and real estate are the sectors with the youngest companies. Especially jobs recruitment is a very young sector. You will find much more information on the report. Okay? Let's talk about jobs. This is in this slide. Well, I'm not going to talk about this, but this is the increase in growth in the last years by startups in Madrid. By number of jobs, job recruitment and education are the sectors with the highest number of companies and also with the highest growth. So these are very remarkable sectors. But other sectors like telecom, fintech, health, marketing are also growing very fast. So all of them should be taken into account. And, well, I'm not going to talk about all this data because it's too much for one session like this, but you will also find in the report a lot of information about technologies, the main technologies, and employment associated with these technologies, like deep tech, artificial intelligence, mobile apps, etc., by sub-industries, also by income streams, by delivery method, by revenue model, and by client focus. So if you want to get which companies or what's the impact of any of these models or the business types, you will find it in the report. Yeah, concerning the 48,000 employments created by these startups, all the companies, all the grown-ups, contribute more to job creation individually, with an average of 44 employees per company. But the youngest ones, especially those created after 2016, contribute much more to employment growth. So with an average of 14 employees, but a 51% of job growth. And to finish this section, about 70 companies, only 70 companies concentrate, let's say, 50% of value and 50% of employees. Maybe it seems to be too much, but it's not so much. It's normal. For example, a region like Amsterdam or Zurich in Switzerland, they concentrate, a small number of companies concentrate much more value and many more jobs just because they have much more unicorns. So it's, well, when we have more, if we had more unicorns, we would see those results also. Okay, let's talk about venture capital. I'm not going to show much information because everything was published in March in our yearly report on investment, so I'm only going to show 3 slides. The first one is the global position of Madrid. Not last year, but for the last 20 years, Madrid is number 7 in Europe, both in number of funding rounds, in number of exits in Europe. And this year has been especially active, investing in the fintech, on travel. After the COVID, travel is again an objective of investors. So you can see that travel is being again important, event tech, and also a bit the real estate. It's different to the situation last year where we had enterprise software, job recruitment, fintech. Fintech is always now an objective of investors, and real estate also was very invested last year. This slide is shown in the investment report, so I put it here again, just because it's important to see how it's evolving. We have included the data of 2022, but we expect to have a similar level of investment compared to 2021 at the end of the year, because there are some possible operations very important. But as I said at the beginning, Madrid was the region in Europe with the highest increase in investment. Well, it's the truth that 2020 was not the best year, so it's, we have to see that not everything is so positive, but it was a very positive data, very positive data. And why did the investment increase so much? Because the region attracted a lot of foreign investment, and this foreign investment is mainly attracted by local venture capitals based in Madrid, which are very active attracting this foreign, especially for series C, D, E, for big series where you see that the foreign capital is especially important. So this is something that we have to take into account. And just to finish, about the support ecosystem that we have in Madrid, we said that it's very big. Of course, it's very big. We can compare it to others, and we have a lot of accelerators from the corporates. We have classified them by number of startups supported in the last years. We have a lot of private accelerators, builders. It's growing a lot, the number. And also in the public sector, universities, research organizations with more than 50 public incubators, accelerators, etc., very dynamic sector. Before finishing, I wanted to show you this slide because it's something that you will find in the report, and in case that you want to know more details about a specific sector or industry, you just have to click. You click on any of these boxes, and you will have all the information, and you can classify the startups by technologies, by income streams, by business models, etc. So you can use it. And if you want to use a much even better group of sectors, you can use this. You can click on these ones: health, fashion, education, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, B2B, deep tech, prop tech, and food tech, because these sectors have been curated by our knowledge partners. They are people that is collaborating with us for free, and they are experts in their sectors, and they know which startups are really important in each sector. So you will find very curated information on it. And other 4 functionalities that we included in the Startup Radar this year are a patent information section. You can click there, and you will see which startups have patents, investors matching tool. You will also find much more information about the funding rounds, and about there is a job board. This is very important because, as it was said in the round table before, talent is more and more important every year. And to have a place where startups can put their job offers or find job offers and look for talent outside the region is very important. And we are using Dealroom, the platform in Dealroom, to offer the startups this possibility to find talent out or in the region. So It was very, very interesting, and we have started this year with this functionality. So this is everything I wanted to tell you. Thank you again to the Knowledge Partners, and also thank you to my colleagues, Ignacio Cid, Rubén Linacero, Manuel de Carlos, and Alfonso de Vasco, who have worked a lot updating all the information so that you can use it, and it can be useful for all of you. And also thank you to all the people at the foundation, to Federico, who is supporting us all the time, and also from the Consejería, they are also supporting us. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, and thank you very much, Eduardo.
Okay, thank you.
And you've heard it. It's just updated, so go and download the report. If you want to see any of the slides, I saw some people taking pictures. You'll get a much better quality if you go to the website and download the presentation there. Yeah, so many things happening that are exciting here in Madrid, but of course, the Madrileños are going to talk about that. We are going to get a little bit of a different perspective, or maybe not, but a global perspective from two of South Summit's most beloved investors. And they come with a global perspective. They do investments between Spain and Israel. They have a very unique venture capital firm in that way. And we have here the founder and the co-founder of Swan Lab Factory. We have Yuval Avni and Marc-Eric Cavallars. Please give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Hi, everybody. So they asked us to do a fire chat, so we are waiting for the fire a bit.
Although it's hot.
It's funny, we need to talk to one another, and we are talking to one another all the time for the last almost 7 years. So we try to keep you up to date as well about what we talk. So maybe it's easier to see how we came across this operation, that we have a fund that is dedicated to Spain, but it's an Israeli-Spanish fund. So maybe we heard the side of you, Marc.
Yeah, maybe I can introduce myself. I'm Marc. Marc Cavallars is not a very Spanish name, but I was born in Madrid. So I'm a local. And we have started working together back in 2014. When we saw a great opportunity to invest in technology in Spain, and we connected to build the Spanish-Israeli team and develop first a fund investing in Spain, and after that we joined forces also to develop a new fund investing in Israel. So maybe Yuval, you can follow on that part of the story.
Yes, so I'm Yuval. I'm the co-founder of Swan Lab. I came from Israel. I'm a VC in Israel for many years. Prior to that, I even had other careers, but now my passion is around tech. And as part of my job as being a venture capitalist in Israel, we always host delegations from all over the world. And it happens to be that in the same week, I had 2 delegations from Spain. One delegation of a business delegation of business person from Spain, where I met Marc. I gave a lecture about the Israel VC ecosystem. At the end of the lecture, Marc stepped up to me and says, listen, I'm building a venture fund. I'm contemplating of building a venture fund in Spain. Maybe I can consult you. Of course, my answer was no, because I get a lot of those responses, and then usually I don't have the time. And then a few days later, I had another delegation from the Spanish government, from the Fondico, from ICO, talking about the program Fondico Global, about how to support venture capital in Spain. And then I connected the dots and I called Marc, and he said, I was waiting for you.
So it was a very, very challenging time, because Yuval and the team in Israel were running a $80 million fund with tremendous success. Some companies of that fund became public in the NASDAQ. Some companies exited with some large corporations. And I figured out, okay, how do I pitch these guys? How do I tell them that in Spain, in Madrid, there is a place where they can make money, because they like to make money, first of all, where they can expand their knowledge or their capabilities.
So it was first about telling them that in Spain and in Madrid there is innovation and that there is opportunities to invest and opportunities to generate value. And it has been a long ride because it has been 8 years so far. And I remember when you first came to South Summit, that was the second
South Summit,
event. What was it?
Actually, I was invited to speak at the first South Summit, and I went to my partners and told them, listen, I got invited to speak in Spain. What do you think? They told me, forget about it. Spain is a dead country. The time was 2013 then. 2012, just after the crisis, the financial crisis. So indeed, I listened to them, and I didn't come to the first South Summit. For the second one, I did come. I don't know how many of you remember, but the first South Summit was in the Bullfight Arena in Madrid. I said, who is doing a conference in a bullfighting arena? Doesn't sound very promising. And it even called South Summit because they grouped together. There wasn't enough startups just in Spain, so they grouped together startups from Italy, from Greece, from Portugal, even from Turkey, all across Southern Europe. That's why it's South Summit. And then it was a meaningful sum. Looking at what is happening today, it's funny because what then consider a meaningful sum, it's not even 10% of what we see here today as a magnitude. And I think that's a very interesting show of power that Madrid currently can show. And my partners asked me, okay, why Spain? So of course I don't know the answer, so I asked Mark, why Spain? I'm talking about, again, 2013, 2014. Why Spain?
Well, and why Spain and why entrepreneurship and technology in Spain at that time? It was a leap of faith. Not to say that there were no references previous to that, but I truly believe that time that there was an ecosystem in the building, in the construction. And I remember that not only I was trying to convince you in Israel that there was great opportunities to invest in Spain and that there would be lots of deal flow and lots of great teams creating companies. But even locally, I was talking to people in places like Barcelona or Malaga, and I was telling them, we are building a fund investing in B2B from Madrid. And they told me, in Madrid, there is no B2B. There is no technology in Madrid. And I said, just wait and see. And so with that conviction that even my local friends were not convinced about it, I went to Israel and I told Yuval, there is a great opportunity. There is talent. There are some ingredients that you don't even have in Israel, like the corporate ecosystem, like population size, like the opportunity that many people wanted to start creating companies. And this is a wave we need to ride. You can bring in an investment knowledge, you can bring a track record, you can bring a history. We have a local team with a lot of knowledge about how to develop companies, how to scale companies, how to internationalize companies. Let's do something together. And eventually that clicked together, and we set up Swan Lab.
Yes.
Remember, huh?
Yes, by the time that he told me that, actually I was in charge of a program we had in Israel, in my fund that I was part of at that time, to establish funds outside of Israel. And each market we addressed, I looked for certain attributes that one should have in order to develop what we called in Israel an ecosystem, a VC ecosystem. At that point in time, I was looking for certain things. First of all, government support. I heard that there is a government support. Good local talent. And I start reading about universities like IE, etc., and I see that there is good local talent, and of course, presence of multinational companies, which in Spain, what's interesting is the majority of the multinationals are actually local companies that became multinationals, like Telefonica, etc. So I see that all the building blocks were here, so I said, okay, this is a good opportunity to start with. And actually, the main challenge at that time was that because of the financial crisis, the majority of the young generation, after they finished school, they didn't have a job to go and find for a job. So they had two options. And I remember that we even put it in the first presentation that we went to raise money for the fund. The first sentence was that currently in Spain, you can either innovate or immigrate. And that was the issue. For young people, they had two options at that point in time. They can either go to Berlin, go to London, go to the US, and open something or do something there, or to start something local which was the innovation. And this is how we start pitching investors about Spaniard investors, why they should invest in a Spanish fund in Madrid just because of this sentence. And I remember that we had a newspaper article, and then later some politician even used the same phrase, they can either innovate or immigrate, out of our presentation, and it was very interesting.
Yeah, it was very challenging at that time, because on one side the question was whether there would be enough deal flow, enough quality opportunities to invest, and on the other side, and it took us two years to raise the fund, whether there would be investors, because we had a double challenge. We had the challenge to look for the right deals, and then in our investment committee with these Israeli guys that were always saying, no, this is not good enough, this is not good enough, that we could find enough good companies to build a good portfolio. Today, this is a reality, and the fund is performing fantastically. The other challenge was to persuade investors to invest in a first-time fund, investing only in B2B, whereas other funds were investing in B2C, internet, mobile, social marketplaces. So it took us 2 years. In a way, we felt what entrepreneurs feel today and in the past and will feel in the future, which is to develop a concept, to see a challenge, to raise the money, and to execute. And in 2016, we launched the fund. We started investing. Today, we have 13 companies in the portfolio. The fund is doing very well. We have actually had a very, very nice month of April and May, because in this month, 3 of our best performing companies have raised one $65 million, and 2 others have raised each $30 million. And these are companies where we invested only 3-4 years ago at valuations of 2-3 million. So we have really seen a process of scaling the companies, and this is very, very a great satisfaction. But what is probably also a great satisfaction is to look at the face of our Israeli partners, because things have changed. We get deal flow. We are scouting every year over 500 deals, and maybe you can tell a little bit about what is happening on the quality of the deals and entrepreneurs.
Exactly. I think one of the things that we were being asked to talk about is how us as a kind of foreign investors are looking at what is happening here in Madrid specifically, but in Spain as a whole. And being almost 8 years into the business here in Madrid, I can tell that there was a tremendous leap even in change of the magnitude of what you see. But first of all, by the quantity, we see a lot more opportunities. In the beginning, we had to go all across Spain just to look for interesting opportunities. We go to universities, we start talking to other funds, and there aren't any funds to talk to at that point in time, not many at least. And today, we see that both the quality and the quantity went up dramatically. And I think that a good indicator is the amount of money that is invested into startups here in Madrid from foreign investors that are truly foreign. So funds from other places in Europe and even in the US are coming, looking for opportunities here, and actually eventually investing in them. So this is the full cycle that we were envisioning 8 years ago is now actually coming to life just before our eyes in those days now. And even the companies that Mark talked about, in all of them, the one who made the large investment into those early stage companies we have invested in as a Spanish local fund were foreign funds without a local representative. They actually came looking for opportunities here and actually, in a sense, bank of what we did as investors. And today I think that you saw the list before, all the maps about what is happening here in Madrid, and you can see that the magnitude has gone twofold up in less than 5 years. I think that's the most interesting part. And another thing is that looking from the outside, I remember the first time I came to the South Summit, the one thing that struck me the most, and excuse me if somebody will be offended at what I'm going to say now, the majority of the people wear suits. And for me, it was very strange to see people in a startup conference wearing suits, because in Israel we don't wear suits. You go to the US, you don't see suits.
I had to buy you a suit.
Indeed. When we go fundraising, he bought me a suit. I didn't wear it.
Lots of money I lost.
But that was a mark that everybody wears suits. And today, if you go around and you see that at least the vast majority of the people who come here, and for sure the vast majority of the people that are part of the VC ecosystem, either as entrepreneurs, service providers, or as the fund themselves, don't wear suits no more. I guess that you won't wear t-shirts like myself. It will take some time, but button shirt, it's okay.
Bear in mind. So what is next? So one of the things that I cherish about the relationship between the Spanish and the Israeli team is that they are guiding us in a path. In a way, when I look at the Israeli ecosystem, and I've really tried to understand where everything started. Actually, the partners in Israel created a fund, the first fund in 1992. And the name of the fund was First Israeli Fund. So it's literally history over there. Is that by seeing the steps they took as a venture capital ecosystem, as an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and as a team, we try to map where we are today and what is coming. And let me give you a few ideas. If everything happens similar to what is happening in Israel, now very soon we will have a tremendous amount of second-time entrepreneurs. And that will mean that the quality, the speed, and the agility by which innovation and startups will be created will go faster. If we think about where Israel has been and was maybe 10 years before, we will see that there will be a creation of a lot more of venture capital funds, investment arms of companies, incubators, accelerators. Just for comparison purposes, Israel, with a small population and a very robust ecosystem, is still 5-10 times bigger than ours. So there is still a lot of space to grow and to develop. And thinking about what Israel is doing and what maybe we can learn from is that we make a big, big effort on education. That we, looking at what is coming, we make a big, big significant investment on technical education, business education, entrepreneurship programs, even at the school level and the university level. Because if we follow just half of the path that we have seen in Israel, and we discuss that a lot, we will have a significant shortage of talent. There will be no problem with money, I'm sure, I'm convinced. There will be no problem with people with ideas, but there will be shortage of talent, of qualified talent, technology talent, educated talent on developing new companies and growing new companies, internationalizing new companies. We are really convinced that the future is going to be great. We are a very strong ecosystem here, and when we see the path over these years, it's going to be even greater. But we need to be prepared, and this is maybe something that we discuss, and this is a message to the private and public institutions and to everybody. We need to be prepared not to spoil the opportunity that we have in our hands. I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, and I think part of it is being globalized. One of the things that were in Spain when we first entered Spain was that everything was very local, and in some cases people went to Latin America just because of the language. And you haven't seen anyone doing business outside of the Spanish-speaking world. And eventually when you confine yourself to such a limited geographical space, eventually it's very hard to grow, especially not grow fast. And when we talk about startups, those are like companies on steroids. You need to grow very fast. So you must go and conquer all of the markets at once, or at least go to the big markets, whether they are in the US or wherever they are. And another shift that I see over time, and something that I think we should continue supporting here in Spain, is the use of English, because today English is the international language of business, especially in high tech. Just to give you an example, in Israel, for instance, when I write an SMS to my friend at work and I want to ask him whether he wants to go out for a beer, I do it in English. I write in English. I write the emails in English. We teach at schools in English. Because English, this is the word to the language to use. And I see a change here in Spain. For instance, when I first came, the majority of the founders of companies didn't speak English, or even if they spoke English, they were afraid to use English in front of me because maybe they will be considered not that smart. So on the contrary, even if you don't speak English well, you still be considered better than not speaking English at all. That's something that I give as an example.
Yeah. And where are we now? Maybe to finish, I would like you to keep two ideas. Our fund in Spain is 40 million euro. We got private money from Spain and abroad, and we got also institutional support from the government and different institutions. When we started with the fund, we have invested in 13 companies. The combined headcount of these 13 companies, when we invested, was quite a little bit over 150 people. Today, these companies may be employing over 800 people. These companies received from our fund 50 million with some co-investment programs we have from us, but these companies have received in total more than 200 million so far. And out of the 200 million, over 120 million become international money, money from foreign funds, from foreign corporates. So this is a signal that the ecosystem and that venture capital, and I have to make a call about venture capital, is essential to foster the entrepreneurial ecosystem and to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the right way. This is the first message I want to tell you. And maybe a bit of publicity about ourselves, what is next. Now we are launching 2 new funds to invest in Spain. Each fund will be between 70 and 80 million euros. We are going to make the first closing of one of them very soon, and we hope that we will have the 2 funds up and running by the end of the year. One fund follows our thesis on B2B technology, investing in very early stage, late seed Series A in Spain, B2B technology, and the other one is a dedicated fund, a fund specialized in agro and food tech, with an element of technology transfer also. So our story started together in Tel Aviv. In 2014, we created a 40 million euro fund, then we launched a fund in Israel. Next year, you will be launching a new big fund in Israel, and now we are launching 2 funds in Spain, and we just started. So we hope that we can ride the wave of the Spanish and the Madrid technology ecosystem, and we hope you enjoyed our story.
Yes,
thank you very much.
And one final word, just one final word that I want to say just before, that I'm now proud being part of this VC ecosystem here, and I consider myself João Madraleño.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your perspectives. Thank you very much, Yuval, Mark. That's very nice to hear that also the investors are bullish on Madrid and on Spain. Not so bullish on the suit. I don't know, Yuval, does this still count as a suit? Am I all right for you? All right, I'll change tomorrow, just for you. Wonderful. We are moving into another topic, and that is of mentoring, because mentoring is also one of the key elements that can help this ecosystem grow. And we actually have here the 7th annual meeting on international mentoring for entrepreneurs. And here to welcome us, we have 2 very special guests for you. We have the Directora General de Investigación e Innovación Tecnológica, Ana Cremades. Let's give her a warm welcome. Hello.
Thank you.
And then I would like to welcome back on stage the Director de la Fundación para el Conocimiento Madrid Más D,
Hola.
Federico Morán Abad. Federico,
Hello.
welcome.
Hello. Hi. Okay, welcome to this 7th Business Mentor Madrid Más D, and it's the annual meeting on international mentoring for entrepreneurs. The community of Madrid, through the Madrid Foundation, Madrid Más D Foundation for Knowledge, created the mentoring network back in the 2006 to take advantage of part of this knowledge potential in this network to help other entrepreneurs, other startups, people to start companies. This network is now formed by about 450 mentors, people that offer all these services through our programs, in accelerating programs, incubation programs, and I should say that they give this help pro bono. So that's one of the main values of the civil society, that helps each others to grow up and have success in business. This is very important. Later on, in 2015, the Fundación Madrid+D created the Business Mentor certificate, what we call Business Mentor Madrid+D. So the idea was to organize all this knowledge that the different mentors with the different methodologies organize it in the same way, like a guide to follow, to help the action of mentorship. And by now we have, more than 500 mentors that have the certificate, this certification in 35 countries. And these countries are not only Latin America, as they say before, so they are all around Europe. We have mentors who have passed this accreditation from most of the countries in the European Union and not the European Union, like, I don't know, Turkey or whatever. So I think that this activity has a lot of interest, success, and we are we will have more people in this session will tell us about this. So the session today, it will be it goes three lines. We discuss about the trends and good practices in mentoring for startups, success stories of mentoring through the experience of two entrepreneurs, and international networks of mentors and innovation. So that's the third line. So I think I guess that you all, mentors, entrepreneurs, and attendees, will enjoy with this activity. And I give the word to the Director General of Science and Innovation of the community of Madrid in the regional government.
Okay, thank you very much,
Cremades.
Federico. And thank you, all of you, to be here. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting me to be on behalf of the regional government of Madrid, welcoming you at this symposium of mentoring. No? For us, it is very, very important to make from Madrid the best place, the preferential place to start your business, and to have all the facilities. We are working really very hard together with the Madrid+D Knowledge Foundation to have less bureaucracy, to facilitate every single step to begin with your ideas and to have your business in order to get your products into the market. So easy and fast and in a friendly atmosphere. And I think that Madrid had a lot of competitive advantages. Now we have seen really a very fast growth of the startups in our ecosystem. We are really proud of it, and we are working very, very hard to get the things even better for everyone who is wanting to have their dreams and to be free to create in Madrid with us. As you know, we have launched just 2 days ago our Madrid Kilometer Zero innovation and startup program. This will be a program with a lot of different possibilities and initiatives. Of course, we are going to support and to push more our calls to give some financial help for startups, but also we have a lot of different networking activities, formal networking, informal one too, and also different training possibilities. And for us, the education is also a very good point. And we want to bring this culture for entrepreneurship to the universities. We are making also an effort to get this even in the schools, and we have also some programs for the school level. But we want that all and every one of our students in Madrid, we have around 300,000 university students in Madrid from public, very well-renowned universities, also from private, very well-renowned universities and business schools. And we want that they have the opportunity to get really a good training in entrepreneurship and digital skills, and I think many things that make them more employable and that can give them also the necessary stimuli to decide to start with a business. And we want that you have Madrid in your mind when you decide where can I begin with a new business, which is the best place. Madrid is one of the best. We are now really working to make it even better, and now I think that we can compare with different things. In some of them we are very good, in others we have, of course, to improve, but we are willing to do it, and we are willing to do it with all of you, and with all your, the suggestions of our ecosystem, and of course with all the programs that the Madrid Foundation is giving you to accompany all your business. No? Mentoring is one of the very big issues that we work with. But there are many others, and if you want more information, you have here all the staff, the people from Comunidad de Madrid, from Madrid Foundation, and you can also have a word with us, or try to contact us in the program. You have all our mails and so on, because we are here as a service for the ecosystem, and this is all I want to transmit and to communicate to you, and I wish you a very productive session with mentoring and a lot of fun in Madrid for these 2 days.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So
thank you very much, Ana and Federico, for your welcoming remarks.
Bye-bye.
We are moving on directly, and we have next on stage the Mentoring Network Manager at Madrid Más D, Miguel Carretero. Miguel, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this 7th annual event where we can see the Startup Mentoring Network. My name is Miguel Carretero. I'm the network manager, the mentoring network manager. As we can see, before I start with the free panels that we have, I would like to introduce a few data from the network mentor that we are working, and to explain about the different projects that we have helped during this year, okay, and related with the different mentors that has collaborate with the different projects. Okay, so during the last 12 months, we have supported more than 50 projects from the community of Madrid. That means that our projects that have applied to our mentoring network and they are looking for mentoring support. Also, we have created or we have been managing 35 projects, 35 streams, okay? That means that our projects that have assigned a mentor with the founders of the startups, so they have been working in this project. After that, we created 9 teams from the last 2 events that we created during this year. And also, we have created 8 kickoff meetings. That means that is the first meeting between the mentors and the founders of the company, okay? Also, we had 2 events during the last 2 months, and these 2 events are mainly the calls that you create and we filter with the different startups of the community of Madrid. And also, we have the mentors on the other side, and we try to find this match. Okay? We give the opportunity to the startup to prepare or to have a pitch of the project in order to detect the different mentors that they can apply. Okay? And the last 2 ones, it was in November 2021, and in the month of March 2022, it was the last event. Okay? The next event, event between the mentors and the project will be at the end of this month, okay? Obviously, in each event, we have like 10 or 12 projects that they are integrated to the network, okay? And also, just to finish, before I start with the 3 panels that we have today, just say that we have joined to the Madrid network 10 new mentors, okay, that they support with the different projects that we create. And finally, well, I had a little presentation, but it was a problem. And I also had the picture of the different mentors that they entered they joined to the network. And finally, the 16 companies that they participate in the 2 last events, okay? So, we start with the first panel, okay? We have 3 panels. The first one will be related with the trends and good practice that in the mentoring network with the startups, okay? So we have the opportunity to introduce Silvia Perez and Alexis Garberis, okay? Okay, so the idea today, they are mentors from the network, Madrid Más D network, okay, mentoring network. And the idea is that they could share with you the main trends and good practices that mentors apply with the different startups, with the different projects. Okay, so maybe Silvia, could you start to explain the different trends that nowadays should apply? Maybe in your case, or maybe in a global sector.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Miguel, for the introduction, and well, thanks a lot for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure. So, regarding trends in mentoring, what I believe is that we can make a difference if we are talking about mentoring within a particular structure, incubation or acceleration program that needs to be covered particular objectives, and mentoring with a startup on an ad hoc basis that you just work with this startup one-to-one. Talking about the structured mentoring within an acceleration program, I've seen several trends that are quite common, follow a pattern that normally works. So first of all, having a generalist mentor and a specialist mentor. So it's something that works very good is having a generalist mentor to do a follow-up with the particular KPIs and so on, to have a global overview of the project, and then dedicated sessions with specialist mentors that deal with particular topics like a business plan, IP, or giving a pitch, or whatever. So both type of mentors can live together and should live together. It was very good because in the normal follow-up of the work with the startup, generalist mentor can identify the best moment to incorporate in the floor the specialist mentor and give this extra boost. So that's one trend. Second, another trend is also how many mentors in the mentoring session. So I've seen normally that is just one mentor is a good number, like either generalist or specialist. But there are other programs where a team of mentors with complementary expertise can also work very well. It's more complex to manage, but it can work. And finally, I also would like to mention one trend that is all over the world since the pandemic came to us, that is the virtual mentoring. So I believe that the virtual remote mentoring has started to be the normal thing, and it has opened up a lot of the possibilities for the accelerators programs to the incubators to expand the network. So they can offer much more variety to the startups to receive good mentoring.
Okay, perfect. And what's related with the good practice in your idea and your side, maybe with your own experience, okay, related with your mentor?
Yeah, so I think that Sylvia addresses a lot of good points. Specifically talking about structured mentoring, like with organizations, I think that running a methodology, I think that is a good practice at some point. But I think that it's important to understand what is a good methodology, because I think that not any methodology could fit in any startup. So at some point, it's important to understand which kind of methodology. Let me give you like an example. So when I have meetings with entrepreneurs, I try in the very beginning to set up some objectives or agenda for this meeting, and then the desirable outcome of the meeting. So at some point, I try to make some experiment, not to follow this methodology. And the results was maybe 40% of the meetings were really bad, 40% were okay, and 20% were absolutely astonishing results. My conclusion is when you have a methodology, you are setting up like a minimum product of this meeting, so you can reduce the meeting when you don't have a good result. So I think that implementing a methodology, no matter which one, and could fit with each startup, it's like a good practice for any program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Maybe what minimum conditions do you consider that are necessary to have a successful mentoring with different projects? I mean, what are the main points that you say it should be mandatory?
Well, it's a good question. So let me share another experience of mine. So I've been 5 years in Silicon Valley, starting up a company and helping some entrepreneurs. And I've been a lot of time, like I was invited to like a chat in a lot of pitch contexts. So at this point, I learned a lot because I found that when you see a team that they cannot explain the problem they try to, very clear the problem they trying to address, they cannot deliver a compelling value proposition, or even explain the solution. At some point, I feel that this team has not have a very good mentorship or a lack of mentorship. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I think that if you are a mentor, you have to work with that, and you have to, even if you are a generalist that helping the team to deliver a presentation, or you have to introduce the team for some specific person because it's your reputation that it's in place. So as a mentor, I will not introduce anyone for this team if the team has not at least the 3 things very clear.
I think that regarding this, I totally agree with Alexi in this point. But in the conditions like to perform like a successful mentoring, what I've seen that is also really important is you as a mentor play like the devil's advocate role all the time. So it's necessary that you every time you question your mentee, challenge him or her, and try to establish a lot of what-if scenarios. So try in order to make the mentee think of all the possibilities that he or she has maybe not considered, in order to be better prepared. Also, I'm talking about the team. I think that it's also very important that even if you have a methodology, like a generalist, that okay, you have a basis, you have to cover maybe some points, for example, the business plan or maybe the technology development plan or whatever. Always, you as a mentor need to pay attention to the team of the startup. It's because, as we all know, many startups fail because of team problems. So it's really important that you, in the mentoring sessions, it's an excellent opportunity to pay attention of what is the type of relationships that are in the team members, if there may be some misalignments or some conflicts that are not solved. So if you detect something like that, stop, give honest feedback to the mentees, because it can help them a lot. And also for minimum conditions also for these good mentoring sessions, what I've seen also is really works really good, is to apply some good practices from the coaching discipline. So like, for example, establishing rapport. So that means that just take 3-5 minutes at the beginning of the session, of the mentoring session, to generate confidence with the mentee. Talk about anything, but this type of rapport, this type of good atmosphere helps a lot during the mentoring session, like to deal it in a very efficient way, much more smoothly, and the results really change.
Okay, perfect. In your experience, related maybe with the advices that you could give to the mentees, to the different teams, maybe related with their relationship or something else, how are they reacting to these advices? They are agreeing, they are maybe having some changes, or maybe they are more...
Okay, so at some point I think that each startup is unique. Each entrepreneur has their own DNA, and the art of the mentorship is to understand how to add value for these specific startups. It's not one fits all. So the mentorship is not one fits all. So I think that you have to understand how to, so the entrepreneur has like a gut feeling. And it's very important, because at some point startups are chaos. And that's okay, it's not a corporation. They have to move among the chaos. But at some point as a mentor, you have to understand how to move in this chaos with your methodology, with your objectives, or whatever. But from my perspective, this is the most important, how to work with an entrepreneur and different startups.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Just to complement what Alex is saying, I totally agree, and also I've seen like very good reactions to the feedback. But something that is also important is sometimes the mentee's way that you to make decisions. So maybe you, and that's a mistake, but because you as a mentor never should make decisions. You can give a lot of information. You can maybe just, it's important the way you talk to them, like, okay, from my experience, this and this works or doesn't work, so this is a case study that you can evaluate. But sometimes they really expect that you make the decision for him or her. So this is sometimes it's difficult to explain at the beginning, but once they understand, okay, it's my responsibility, it's my accountability, then the relationship also works better, the mentorship works better. But in general, they appreciate the feedback, and they want a lot of advices, but sometimes they confuse the point between advice, okay, and a decision making.
Yeah, of course. I think that it's important that we identify the trends, the good practice, obviously, but at the end, in the practical case, we need that the mentor and obviously the mentees agree and have a connection with the mentor. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we have a problem and it's not working the mentoring. So, okay, I think that we are out of time. I'm not really sure because we start with a few. But thank you so much for your support for the panel. I hope you enjoy with this participation. And now we can move to the next panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so in the second panel, we have the opportunity to have Antonio Marin, okay, mentor from the Madrid Mentoring Network. I'm Manuel Fuentes, here from at Cisneria. Okay, it is a company that participates in one of the last editions. Okay, that we have. And Antonio was one of the mentors that integrated the team. In this case, in this team that we created, there were 3 mentors, okay? So, well, maybe talking about the different mentors, that one team or 2 or 3 mentors, in this case were 3, and I think that, well, maybe you can explain now the experience, but I think it was a good case, okay? So maybe, Manuel, we can start with a brief introduction about your company, okay? What are you doing at Cisneria, maybe in order that the attendees can understand what are you doing. And also maybe talking about the main need that you had when you entered in the mentoring network.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure. Well, Cisneria Engineering is a company which is specialized in optimization techniques and data analysis. We mainly develop software tools for supporting the decision making. In particular, we are producing software for mainly airlines for improving their planning processes and the operations management. So when we met, we were in a point where we had a main client, which was Vueling Airlines, which is quite big. So the situation was kind of special. We had a product ongoing, already under production there, but we had in that moment three main needs. The first one was to commercialize the product and to work some in the marketing. Okay, and the second one, and because of the nature of my company, was to reach international clients, because there are not so many airlines in Spain, so that was another need, to go out. And finally, we wanted to protect the intellectual property. Those were the main needs at that point, but on the ongoing of the sessions, we discovered that we had another one related to the financial advising, and that was when Antonio came.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Maybe Antonio, maybe talk about your experience. What about the mentoring process? Okay, where do you collaborate? In which part? And how do you think that it flow the process?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me also. No? Yes, well, in the case of Cisneria, when I was invited to join the team, we are 3 mentors. I was invited because I have a financial track record. No? I have worked in banks and in special financing. No? And I did some deals related to financing aircrafts and transportation. No? For this reason, I found this project very interesting, and we started talking about the equity. No? Cisneria is a special case because it's a startup that was already running. They had some customers, and they were generating revenues. And for this reason, they wanted to think in the future on how to structure better the equity. No? On this regard, what I did was to give them my knowledge, no, regarding the reasons for having a type or another of equity or subordinated debt, and which could be the implication from the tax authorities or from the investors. No?
Okay. Manuel, has it been a positive process? I suppose yes, but we are talking about successful stories, but maybe what are the main points that you consider that are more positive during these months, or maybe talking about how long you were in the process?
Yeah, it was, definitely. At the beginning, well, I have to admit that I was a little bit skeptical about the program. In fact, I was invited to apply. It was something like, well, it was nothing I was seeking for, but I gave it a chance, and it was one of the greatest things that has happened to me in this adventure for the last 3 years. So I've learned very much with all these sessions. We have had general sessions monthly, mainly, and in fact, if we have had a little bigger gaps between them, it was because of my fault, because of a lack of time, but they have been very, very, very useful. We have right now some contacts with international foreign companies, and also we have a patent pending. It's under study. We have done the English name, the capital increase, okay, after the advices of Antonio. So we are very happy about the process. In fact, I think the initial period for all decisions was like 6 months or something, but we extended the period because I asked it for you to. So I'm very happy. We have learned very much.
Yes, in fact, the part of the period is because normally when we start a project or when we create this team, normally the period are 6 months, okay, in order to collaborate each month, more or less. But when we see that the project is working fine and maybe they need more extra time, we can add more months. And in this case, I think that you finish with 9 or 10 months.
Yes.
So it was good, okay. And now, I would like also to know, what about the relationship between the entrepreneur, the mentee, and the mentor? Maybe at the beginning of the process, when you maybe don't know each other, or with the 3 mentors, and after the end of the process. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that at the beginning it was more a technical exchange of views, no? But after some meetings, no, we started a closer relationship, and well, we have talked about many things, no? I think I was more focused on giving ideas, no, about how to improve his pitches, no, because as he said, he was already selling his product to international airlines, no, and well, I thought that he could improve, adding some inputs, no, which could be very valued by international players.
From my side, from the beginning, I felt very comfortable with them, and I have to say that through these months, I've made a few more friends. So, in fact, right now, which is officially ended, the program, we still have some communication because I really enjoy updating them with the latest news from Cisneria, because they are some kind of parents, spiritual ones, you know. So.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose that it's the nice part of the mentoring process, that if it's a successful case, that your project, maybe at the end of the project, you still continue having relationship, and maybe it's easy to have some new advice or have a following up of the project. Maybe in your case, in your experience, because I suppose that you have mentored a lot of projects, have you had the opposite side? I mean, some project that maybe is not a successful case, okay? Maybe the opposite. What about the relationship in this case? You had a bad relation with the mentees, or?
You mean in other cases?
Yes, that maybe the relationship has not been.
No, the relationship in general is a question of feeling, no? And usually you can develop it or not, no? Normally I have no problems, and I try to help, no? Each case is different, and the situation of each startup is also different, no? Some people came with the idea or just half of the idea, without a business model, and then you need to start from zero. No? In other cases, they have already done something, and you need to adapt or to give some advice, no, to improve different things. No? But in general, it's a very satisfactory work. No?
Okay, perfect. Nowadays, Manuel, how is the situation of your company, of Fisneria? Okay, maybe how you have grown after the mentoring session, after the mentoring process, and how do you expect that maybe the company could be in the next few years?
Yeah. The thing is going slower than I would like to. We are focused on the air transport sector, mainly, not the only one, but mainly. And after the COVID, the situation is not very good. However, we have currently 6 engineers, all of them aerospace engineers, working in Fisneria. One of those is doing a PhD, an industrial PhD, which I am directing with another colleague from the university. So we are focusing right now, in this moment, in evolving our products after the ones based on my PhD thesis. And we strongly believe in technology transfer, so we are establishing collaborations with different universities and trying to make or build a bigger portfolio of tools while the situation gets better. However, we are currently opening to other business models just to adapt and just in case.
Okay, perfect, nice. And in your side, how do you expect that the company will grow in the next years? What will be the next stage of the company?
Well, the company has a good idea, no, and a good business model, but I think the most important thing is that they are creating a team, no? For what I have seen, no, I can say that the execution capacity of Manuel and the others is very good, no? And this is, for me, the most important key, no, to succeed, no, when you have a startup, no?
Okay.
I want to add, regarding the team, that every single engineer working for Fisneria has been previously a student of myself when I was teaching in the university.
Okay.
So I'm bringing the best to the company, so I'm very confident about that. About the future.
And just we have the last minute, so I would like to have in a few words. What advice would you like, would you share with another maybe company or startup that could be in this moment to have this mentoring part, okay, this mentoring process?
Yeah. Well, I think I have been working until some few years, no, and I started being involved with startups very recently, no. But what I think is very important to be constant, no, when you have an idea to find someone for guiding you, a mentor or an organization, and to be constant, no? To keep with your idea, to try to modulate your idea, to do it profitable.
Okay, perfect. On your side, Manuel, what advice would you like to share with another potential startup that maybe could join to the mentoring network?
Mainly thing is to believe in this, because it definitely adds value.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So quite clear. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I hope that it will be interesting for other attendees. And we move to the next panel. So
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we have to move to the next and the last panel. Okay, we need a lot of chairs because we have 4 speakers. Okay, this is the International Mentoring and Innovation Network panel. And we will have the attendance of Cristina Fanjul, Director at CIE Asturias. Okay, Concha Guerra, General Manager at Mentora Madrid. Okay, perfect. Yes, please. Sara Simón, CEO at Geo Business Spain. Okay. And last, Luisa Rubio, Head of Guaira X at Telefónica. Okay. So perfect. We had 20 minutes. I don't know. I can see 12. We will see how this.
It's not the same.
Okay. Yes. Not the same. But we try to have in 1 minute a brief pitch about what are you doing in your network, your organization, okay, related with the mentoring and these advices. Maybe
okay, I can start. As you mentioned, my name is Cristina Fanjul. I'm director of SEI Asturias, Business Innovation Center in Asturias. But today here I'm representing, because I am the proud president of EBN, which is the European Business Network. It's more than 150 business innovation centers all around Europe, providing on-the-ground services, public support services for access to finance, for modeling, for internationalization, and so on. It's important to say that we are quality certified, and our keywords are innovation, entrepreneurship, and impact.
Okay, thank you. Concha?
Hi, I'm Concha Guerra, General Manager of NetMentora Madrid since 2016. And then we are the Territorial Association of Réseau Entreprendre. It's a business international federation who helps to entrepreneurs to create jobs and create enterprise. And then the Réseau Entreprendre has been created by André Mullier in 1986. And then we support the creation of jobs by entrepreneurs. We have at this moment over 5,000 business leaders. We have created, support the creation to 150,000 enterprise and jobs. Also, we have the same mission, the same value, the same vision. Our values are the person, gratuity, reciprocity, solidarity, and benevolence. And then we work, we have a great group of business leaders who we work about 3 pillars: territory, where we work, the creation of jobs, and offer the impact that the business we have. And then for us, it's very important to create employee, and then we have same responsibility, social responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Sarah?
Hi, thank you very much for being here, inviting Youth Business Spain. We are the member in Spain of the global network Youth Business International. It's an organization founded 22 years ago for the Prince Charles in England with the objective to support entrepreneur support organization, non-profit organization that were supporting young people starting their business ideas. So here in Spain, we developed the methodology of this international network. We adapt to the needs of the entrepreneurs here in Spain. Now we are in 14 regions in Spain, and the global network has 15,000 mentors, and here in Spain we have 20,000 mentors working with us, supporting young entrepreneurs in this starting business idea or consolidate the new business that they create.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Luisa.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks, Miguel, for having me. I'm the head of WairaX. WairaX is one of the Telefónica's investment vehicles. It was created almost 2 years ago, November of 2020. And what we do is execute seed and early stage investments on B2C companies outside of the Telefónica's footprint. I assume that almost all of you are familiar with Telefónica. We operate in Europe and in Latin America. So our portfolio is quite diversified in terms of nationalities, backgrounds from our entrepreneurs, different things. We have 12 companies in our portfolio so far. Our goal is to end up this year with 20 companies in our portfolio. And the way we work with our entrepreneurs, it's quite tailor-made, right? Because as you can imagine, having one entrepreneur in San Francisco, another one in Amsterdam, Israel, Singapore, it's quite difficult to put all the entrepreneurs together, same space. We have to work with different time zones, we have to manage different things in order to work with our entrepreneurs. And yeah, we do it personally, depending on each entrepreneur's necessities. And we do so thanks to our network of internal mentors inside of Telefónica in order to generate also cultural change within our organization, and also with our external network of mentors from VCs, entrepreneurs, other corporates. So we have a quite diverse network in order to support our companies.
Okay, quite interesting, quite different organizations. So now, for instance, Luisa, what aspects do you consider that are more important in the mentoring process? Okay, maybe, I don't know, if are different from the different countries that you are working on, the different cultures, or?
Yeah, on my experience, I think the key to achieve, a success case is to be able to build a win-win relation between the mentor and the mentee, to be able to align interest and also to manage expectations for both sides, right? Because if you have one mentor that it's, really willing to help the startup, but the entrepreneur, for whatever reason, they don't have the time to, work on that relation, or to, be able to incorporate all the knowledge that the mentee is giving to them, it will be, some kind of friction between the two of them, because the mentor will say, come on, I'm giving you my time for free, without any interest, and you are not, putting into practice the things we are working together. So I think that's quite important. You don't need to build like something huge in order to generate impact on each startup. I think it's better to define 1 or 2 KPIs, start working together, and then if you achieve good results, continue building on top of that.
Okay, perfect. Cristina?
Well, I would like to talk from a different approach, because when talking about mentoring, everybody thinks about this kind of external mentoring when, the alignment, the expectation, which is always the same for every process. But here I'm representing a stable network of business innovation centers who have also professional insights. Let's say the model of mentoring probably is combining some in-house expertise, what of course several other expertise who is abroad or is managing in different times. What I think is important is because the alignment of expectation and the matchmaking, we all represent a kind of marketplaces in itself where the startups and the experts also make this matchmaking. So I think the fact of having a stable network able to connect because all of these companies, especially talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, international scale-ups, it's everything about international global challenges and so on. So the fact of having one point, and a stable contact point in local markets, in foreign markets, I think it's important to better align the needs and to make all these time. But I think one of the keys of the success is mix models and really be able to adapt to the need of the mentors. I think this is what I represent here. Our really committed partner managed this kind of very amazing program of certification, and the EBN network has made a lot of effort in also promoting and also using the methodology of Madrid, but there's a lot of models inside. And I think this is the beauty of an international network.
Sarah, your opinion?
I was thinking about the characteristics of the mentoring, because in the last year we have been listening a lot, speaking about mentoring, a lot of international network of mentoring, and there are different kind of mentoring and process. And to us, there are, maybe you are all agree, there are several characteristics for us is important, is one-to-one, one mentor to a mentee, because sometimes one mentor is mentorizing several projects, and we think it's need to have one mentor in one project, and build a personal relationship. It's not a business-to-business relationship. It's a personal relationship between the mentor and the mentee. So to us, it's important this connection and a long-term relationship, because it's not a consulting that they are going to teach you something for a few months to improve this or this in your company. We think it's a holistic help. It's something that will help you develop the soft skills you need to develop your business. You will take the decision. So this person help you in this process. So to us, it's one-to-one voluntary. It's important not to have interest conflict, not invest in the company, not being paid for this because it's not mentoring to us, and a long-term commitment, 1 year maybe to us, sometimes it's more. And this personal relationship is important in this, because it's not a consulting. It's more than that. That's for me, it's important.
Okay, quite clear.
And about the process too, because the selection of the mentor, as you mentioned it, Luisa, because it's important to, there are a lot of startups that you can look at the profile of the mentee and the mentor, which is the perfect matching, but we believe there are also personal interests that sometimes the application can't realize. So to us it's important this process more, there have to be a person looking the needs, as you say, of the mentee, the company, but also what are the interests of the mentor. Because maybe he's very good in finance, but he's boring to always been working in finance, and he loves the traveling, or I don't know, ski, tennis, and maybe it's better to find a project more related with their hobbies. So within the process, it's important to in this matching relationship.
Okay, perfect. Time flies, so I have 2 more interesting questions, so I'll try to make it quick. I also want to know your opinion about the difference between the mentoring in different countries, okay? I don't know if you consider that it could affect from being or having mentoring in Spain, for instance, another country, for the culture, for the age, I don't know. What is your opinion in this case?
In NetMentora, in Réseau Entreprendre, nous avons sorry, we have the same method. Is the same. Our value proposal is the same method. That means the enterprise who was awarded by NetMentora Réseau Entreprendre has a rate of surveillance about 90%. Okay. It's the same method and the solid experience of our members.
So the people is adapting to the same methodology, and there is no problem?
It's no problem. Tunisia, Francia, Portugal, España.
Okay. Your opinion, Cristina?
Yeah, I really agree with Concha. I think the key of the process is the same, let's say, the alignment of expectation, covering the needs and so on. What is really important is, and I think it's also the beauty of international network, is that, of course, we have different values, different cultures, and if you are also approaching the mentoring process as a way of soft landing, as a way of internationalization, it's good to have local mentors because they are able to show you, the specificities, the needs, and the way the value chains are incorporated in the country. So I think it's always a win-win situation, because normally the mentors who are in the process is because they probably love the startups, love innovation, and even the impact they create for those companies. So I think it's very important to have this international ecosystem working into the mentoring.
Okay, perfect. Lisa?
In a nutshell, I think despite the method and the end goal will be the same, you can find a lot of different things, coming from one country or another, but the same way as you can find difference when traveling to Spain compared to the US, compared to Latin America, and I think that's something good, especially if the startup is willing to scale up internationally. Entrepreneurs need to have the ability to adapt to new environments.
Okay, finally, Sarah.
Finally.
10 it's over. I don't know if...
Well, I think that Daniel maybe could
But
give you
it's
just
the
30
same.
seconds just to finish the last answer, okay? Your opinion is also interesting.
To us, it's the same. It's the same process.
Okay.
Some countries is more long the relationship. It's longer the relationship, more than a year, and more use the internet connection to have this meeting, and other is more in person. That is the difference in our network.
Just 1 minute more. Okay. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy with the three panels.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this panel, and I'm sorry that I'm in this role that I have to escort you off stage. But there is something important waiting, ladies and gentlemen, because the event, this special event hosted by the Comunidad de Madrid and the Fundación Madrid Más D is over. However, both organizations would like to invite you to a small drink right here in the room. If you turn around, it's already being prepared. It's been a wonderful day together with you. My name is Daniel. I was your host for today. Thank you very much for being with us. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Adios.